Well, morning time, everybody. This is the 1122 Wingnut Radio. That's right. Welcome to the Wingnut Radio Show. I am just now starting to get a little bit of somebody talking on the radio. It's still early. It's according to my clock, it is 40 minutes after 5 o'clock in the morning still, so it's still kind of early.
Well, I got you. It's frustrating as hell. You keep buying stuff and it keeps messing up. It's not operator failure. It's poor engineering.
Morning time, Sunfish. You're still in there?
Well, how about you late 11? That's fine, ain't it? Oh, yeah, I got about 2.5 pounds on you, loud and clear, as long as ain't nobody in there, no problem. Obligation must be in our favor this morning. Protects us down. Yeah, we hear a word you're saying.
Morning time, Carl. It's still a little early in my area, but I'm starting to hear some voices on the radio, so I thought I'd pop in and get some stuff going on. Just kind of scanning the band at the moment. Channel 6. Looking around, seeing what else I
I'm gonna get on my ground plane and see can I talk to you after. I think I have before. But I'm gonna see. Everybody, in different locations. Yeah. Did you want to? I think it's time. Oh man. Hey, but it's like yeah, it's all good. Can't make sure. Yeah, I ain't no even keep so bad with it no more. That's my point, man. He too bad.
Hey, there's a Wingnut Radio out here, barefoot out here in the Panhandle, Florida. I'll be stretching that modulation.
how it goes. Just like that now. My phone's gonna, I got to go. There you go. Here you go.
Not a whole lot going on this morning so far. Still early in the morning, so kind of like real early for all these conditions to be good. Sun hasn't even come up yet. Big Rainbow Wizard. Good to see you. Morning time. Like I said, I'm early. Very little coming in at the moment. Sun hasn't even come up yet. Still like 5 minutes to 6 o'clock in the morning here. What's on everybody's mind? Whoever's in there, the rainbow's still in there, but what's on your mind? How y'all doing this morning? Hanging in there? trying to get people up. Trying to get some people up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. What are you doing? Hey, big girl. Getting a big girl decides she might come over here and sniff around and bring tables. What are you doing? I get too damn excited. Get too damn excited, girl. Come on, man. Can't have three dogs in my fucking lap, alright? One at a time. Yeah, yeah. You better freaking like, give me attention, please. Big girl, you better start started your mama. Your mama better started. You will get some attention now. Here, the man gets attention. Wake up, everybody. Well, popcorn, morning time to you. Not much going on at the moment. I'm just kind of scanning the bands and stuff, search for stuff. It sounded like it was going to start people would start coming in and talking. It's still a little early.
I'm gonna go back on the basket shot. I know better than that right now. I got some other stuff to do today, but right about now, I want to get out. But I gotta go put this goddamn hot water heater in. I gotta go do it today. I got a hot water heater got to get put in. I'll make a few dollars here today. But see, easily got down and gone. You know, I'm representing the bottoms. Small you got some taxation and some representation. Hey, baby, around.
LJ, morning time. How much going on at the moment? It's still early. Um, it's starting to come in when it comes down to the radio stuff. It's starting to come in. It's still a little early. The sun's just barely trying to get up right now in my area.
Me back. Come on, baby, Riley, you get a cut in. Mark Lee Brown ain't got that. I mean, when Mother Nature get me right back. Otherwise, I can hear you. And sometimes you can't hear me when I hear you. It's just sometimes. It just ain't designed for one man to get it all. Because one man get it all. You said that on the first day I started. You know, one man all of had. damn sure was. Oh yeah, I am playing. And says, oh, how much would that be? Oh, I said 40,000. They said, oh yeah. You got dental insurance? Yeah, true. That's what I got. That's nothing though, isn't it? I mean, I went in there for 2 or 3, yeah, for a crown, and that like that most of that. Yeah, I remember that. I don't know where that's at. Yeah, officer, Harryville, or somewhere that way. I'll have to ask. Yeah, most of them. Yeah, I think I got most all of them. And I just wanted to get them straight, like them liners you could buy to straighten your teeth. And, I contacted 2 of those places, and you take pictures and send them pictures. And they said, we'd have to pull some here and there and all this and that. Might as well just go with them. So my wife had to have refilled, and they put a piece section of like wood in there, and then they did a 1 tooth, and that tooth was over 4,000. Yeah, insurance. Yeah, yeah. That's see, and I are in a different situation there. We'd have to put a lot of money on our own. Yeah. That one commercial, the mechanic or something. There's because he has most of his teeth, so that was 40,000. Like George Washington or whatever, whichever one had what teeth. But I never got around to it. I did a yo-yo too. Used to be, I come second place in the yo-yo. Yeah, never was. Yeah, your son are real good also. Yeah, I still second place in the yo-yo contest. I would have won. Yo-yo from the guy at Norian. I wasn't used to his way he had a string set, so I had to do this one trick. You had to do it. And all I could get it to do was three. So the other guy, he did it 4 times. But if I could have got hey. What's usually done if it is, it's just it's not much. It's not. It's too much pace. I tell you because I have a hard time. It used to be put on by my hearing, so wait, no, it sounds good. They used to sponsor. They give you all the kids got yo-yos, but it really does. It really has good. It blasts through the noise. It's a good DX. But I think he gave us a case of it's just hard when you're barefoot. It just frustrates the hell out of me a lot of times. Turn the radio on. They're supposed to have it today, but it was delayed, so I'll have it tomorrow. Yeah, then I got a plan or something else I'll probably pick up and do one. Pretty much done with the transistor stuff, they just, the guy told me they just don't hold them. Even if they're biased, they're too hard on them. I've seen other guys sit there and just arrow away and never miss. They just never get the hang of it. Yeah, so even if you tune it a little bit wrong or the SWR is a little bit wrong, you don't have to worry about it. It's not gonna, you're not gonna have to open up your window either. Like you did for a while, playing around. Be a buddy. Upside down only. Yeah, luckily I stopped this right away. It was just, I guess it was just one transistor and 2 resistors. So I tried it every year on the easy. That might get maybe like that. Then that'd be it. Thing. So, 10 minutes. For some reason now I'm gonna sort of be scared. I'm gonna be sitting here waiting for the thing to pop. So we'll get that taken care of. So, all right, Kenny, we'll let you go, buddy. I'm gonna go up and get some coffee, do a couple things, and start my day. And we'll be back in a little bit. If you're out there, we'll catch you. I just want to let you know about that That I heard you. It was really, really cool. So I'll talk to you later. What? Maybe I do have some money here. That's there's no big. I don't know what kind of radio the other guy had, but he was they shoot him in the spot and knock out a whole bunch. They're called Calkers. Used to have a lot of steelies too. I think I still got a couple of them. I got several of them Calkers. I got a lot of real good shooters. They're really nice. Fancy looking. So yeah, I might have a really wanted to work with the other couple of guys in you. Maybe back in the day, maybe 5, 6 years ago, I used to hear those guys really well. And, I just imagine I know this guy, he knew all about marbles. Picked out 4 or 5 of them there. His dad said, just, threw them there. These come from Germany. Said these were this Germany. And that is no I figured I'd sell them to him. A couple bucks a piece. Is that how you look? I got no way to go to eBay. I'm not worry about it. Yeah, just type in vintage German marbles.
Well, afternoon time out there, Jason. It's still kind of early over here. I don't know if you're into radio or whatever, but still kind of early. And but I'm kind of hoping that some of the conditions will get good enough to talk across the pond this morning. I'm hoping.
Of course, they don't even play up here no more. When I was a kid, every little neighborhood store you go into, you can go and buy a bag.
But like I said, it's still a little early. It's only going on 6:30 in the morning here, and honestly, man, it's gonna probably take about an hour or so before I guess conditions may get that direction.
You just can't wait to see the marbles.
Afternoon time. Afternoon.
Afternoon. It's just about afternoon over here as well.
Yeah. Well, it's morning time over here, man. But
Oh,
I
yeah,
know
of
it's
course it is, mate.
you're 6 hours ahead of me, so I know about what time it is.
Yeah, did you hear Boris Johnson's going to announce some lockdown measures for us over here today, probably in a couple of hours' time?
Oh yeah. No. I knew that was coming, but I didn't know it was today. But
Yeah, nobody actually knows what he's going to announce, so we don't know how sort of strict it's going to be. I'm guessing they're going to probably announce maybe social distancing.
well, how are they going to enforce that?
Well, they do and they can. I mean, I went out today to get a coffee like I normally would. I went to Starbucks this morning, and I know something's up because of the amount of police cars that are on the roads at the minute.
Mhm.
Normally, I'll see one or two in the amount of time I was out. I think I saw about 15 or 16 police cars sort of just scanning around everywhere.
But for your safety, you must be punished if you do not comply.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's really good of them. You know, I feel like they're keeping me safe.
Do you think so?
Do I fuck?
I mean, it's a legitimate question. I mean, do you feel safer now?
Well, I mean, it's been a long 2 weeks to flatten the curve, you know.
Yeah, for real. For
No, I
real.
mean, I find it horrendous, mate. It's laughable now. I see the funny side of it because there's no matter what they do or say today, it's not going to affect my life in the slightest because for the last 18 months, I've done what I want. I don't wash my hands with hand gel, never worn a mask. I don't comply to any of the bullshit. So I just crack on as normal, mate.
Well, yeah, in a way, man, that's how I see everybody should, in a sense, is just see through all that and open their eyes and see through all that and just ignore it like it doesn't exist. If they don't have, if nobody complies, they don't have any power. That even goes for the cops. You know what I mean? If the cops even don't comply, but they got their paychecks and they're like all that other stuff, balancing and, you know, so I mean, a lot of them they're going to do whatever they're told because their check depends on it.
Well, this is when we win. I think once the cops have had enough, and any of the armed forces, I think once they realise that it's time to stand up for the people, that's when it ends. If they choose to keep with the tyrannical side of things, and it's a matter of they've got to choose their side, and until they choose our side, it continues.
I agree. But if you look through history, how that's gone, how that's actually worked out. I'm just saying, it's like um, uh, see, that's the thing. It's like, they talk about like the like non-essential businesses and whatever and whatnot and all that stuff and but and then like these lockdowns or social distancing or masks and all that other stuff. When they use the threat of violence through like police and that's you know I don't know, man.
Especially us,
Makes
because
me
we,
wonder if people are actually going to wake up to it. I mean, unless it happens to them, it may not. They might not have that oh crap moment. But
yeah, I think, but we spoke about this the other day. I think people have turned into snowflakes, and they're just happy to be told what to do nowadays. How's it over there? I mean, you didn't say too much about what's going on out in the US. So people sort of standing up and
to a point, I mean, there are. It's just in my opinion, it's not enough numbers. I mean, there's pockets here and there, and honestly, with there's only being pockets, it's just still easy for them to um, wipe that out. You know what I mean? Just like go out, like do one at a time type of thing, pick them all off, and next thing you know, there ain't nothing there. You know what I mean? But we need millions. We need people by the
see, I'm
millions.
I'm quite shocked with that because with the US, who are serious or have been over the years, serious stand up for your freedom sort of people. I'm
Well, see, that's the thing,
surprised.
dude. No, it's been happening for generations, though. It's all right. There's this thing, KGB I don't know if they came up with it, but they used it. But it's a form of warfare. It's like psychological warfare. It's called ideological subversion. and it's like a 4-step process to kind of like break that nation down in a sense. The first step is to demoralize the nation. You get everybody's morals like skewed, or just demoralize them, altogether, where they, you know what I mean?
And
And
how have they
then,
done that to you over there?
well, it's basically the, just like, oh, you can't do nothing against the government, why not, why even try, it's a losing battle, and blah blah blah, that it's like, just
Yeah,
comply, submit, you know what I mean? Why is it so hard to just show your ID or your details or whatever, you know what I mean? What do you got to hide, blah blah blah, all this like bullshit, this psychological bullshit to kind of like, in a sense, make us obedient to the powers that should not be, because they're supposed to be servants. They're not supposed to be our masters. They're not, you know what I'm saying? But
absolutely.
yet
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
they I mean, they steal the earnings of our labor through taxes, and they fund their tyranny to, and then, because they feel like there's no repercussions for what they do, because there's no enforcement to actually punish these people, because it's like, okay, you can't really get punishment from the people that are doing
They're
the bad
untouchable,
deeds.
aren't they? They're too protected. They're totally.
No, they're not untouchable. That's the thing. It's like, we the people need to actually take back the power that we actually have. It's just that we've been led to believe we don't have any power. You know what I
Mm.
mean? We're all alone. You can't do shit. They're so powerful. I mean, even here in this country, just recently, I think the Sleepy Joe, he ended up saying something like, "Oh, you don't want to go against the government. We got F-16s and nuclear bombs." And I'm sitting there thinking,
Wow.
dude, all right, now this is kind of easy from me being an American. I've got a firearm sitting right next to me. You guys don't, but that's the thing I kind of worry about for other people around all these other countries that's, quote unquote, have been like neutered in a way,
Mm.
and that bothers me, because when it comes down to it, like, for instance, if the government or whatever is in place right now, like for instance in your country, decided to start going door to door, rounding people up, forcing them into some kind of a detainment center, and forcing that crap into their arm.
Which they've been building, by the way.
I know that. I mean, hell,
Big
they do it
ones
here.
as
They
well.
do here in America too. They've got them around all over the place in America. All right,
Wow.
just waiting, brand new, just waiting. You know what I
Yep,
mean?
empty, huge,
Yep. Yeah, just
bigger
sit
than
back.
we've ever seen. Yeah.
Well, put it this way: have you ever let the truth be told? Morning time to you, sir. But have you ever seen a FEMA barge? Have you ever seen one of those? A FEMA boat, or a FEMA barge? Have you ever seen one of
No, I
them?
haven't seen one. I've heard of them.
Oh my gosh, they look like this, like 2 or 3 story prison boat. That's what it looks like a big ass like cruise ship, but a prison cruise ship. It's crazy. That's what it looks like. But it's a FEMA boat. All right. And that's just like this, you know, that's just what they can do on water. And then I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that's been built on land and too, but hell, they'll ship your ass out on a fucking boat somewhere in the middle of the ocean if
I
they get
know
the
you've got.
chance.
When I said about they're untouchable, I don't know if you've been keeping up with our politics and things over here, but Boris Johnson has been caught out lying constantly, especially more so over the last 6 months. They've been caught out having parties, and it's almost like they're trying to provoke the people now by actually
Yeah.
rubbing it in our face.
Right. Yeah.
And the things that he's gotten away with over the last 6 months, are, if that's not enough, and that's why I say they're untouchable, because you still can't get these guys out.
Well, all right. Okay. Now, like I said, this is, and it's still, it's hard to say how many people are willing to do the dirty work in a lack of better words. Because I mean, honestly, man, getting out there in like a protest, other than opening people's eyes to the alternative, which even then it doesn't get really publicized all that good. Sitting out there in a protest, yelling at the wall, is not going to do anything. They don't
No.
fucking care. All right. Yeah. I mean,
All
yeah.
that does is builds morale amongst the people when they can see that you've
Well,
got.
not only that. Not only, I mean, I do just see some good points on it. Don't get me wrong, but when it comes down to actually tangible results of some kind of remedy, yeah, nah, dude, really yelling at the fucking wall. I don't give a shit if you got 10,000 people standing there. It's not gonna do shit. They don't
Yeah.
care. They're still
Yeah.
going to take your money when it comes down in the form of taxes. They're still going to fund themselves and to do whatever they want to do. And they're going to, and then they make up all the damn rules of the game they want you to play. And they're going to force you to play it unless there's an alternative. And like you said, there is a possibility they are planning for us to basically revolt against their plan. I mean, so
Yeah.
they probably got a plan for that. So,
It does feel like
uh,
they're pushing. It's almost like they want
well,
that.
yeah, I'm almost well, this is why I think this is because if they can push people to the point of violence, which is violence can, self-defense is violence, and violence can be used for good. It just, I mean, evil doesn't have a monopoly on it. It just makes people think it does. But
Yeah.
if it gets down to that point, they probably already got plans to, implement, all these emergency measures and all this other stuff, and to make them look legitimate. Like, oh my gosh, they'll probably plaster all. Oh, look at these. They call them terrorists and blah blah blah. But these are people looking for freedom. You know what I mean? They'll label it as that. You know what I mean?
Oh
Because I mean,
yeah.
even I'll give you an example here in the U.S. All right, all right. The school board were trying to implement like this um, what is it, critical race theory or some shit like that. Some LGBT blah 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 whatever the fuck thing in classrooms. All right.
Sexualizing
Well,
the children.
right. Well, it was just like a lot of parents were totally against this. All right. A lot of them. They went to a school board meeting to voice their opinion. Well, they did, and they did it very well, very loud. And the only thing is that the school board, who is supposed to be our servants that gets paid out of our tax dollars, they tried to claim that the parents were domestic terrorists.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, all right. All right. See, this is the thing. In a sense, I think the whole damn system from the top down, I don't give you your fucking secretary all the way up to the fucking president, need to be knocked down a few pegs because these people think that they're our masters and they're not. And I'm
Mm.
just speaking now. It does, in my opinion, in the way I see things, I don't give a shit what fucking country you're in, what landmass you're standing on. I don't care. You were born by the Creator, and the Creator endowed you with a certain amount of basically freedoms and inalienable, rights and all this other stuff when it comes down. And you are born sovereign. All right, you are born sovereign. The thing
Mm.
is, it's like the man or the humans want to take that away from you and control that, make you believe you're not sovereign. You're just a servant. You're just another serf, a pawn in their own little game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because everybody, there's groups of people that think they are above others and they think they have the legitimate and moral right to rule over you. And they also think that you have the moral obligation to obey. And that's bullshit. I don't give a
Yeah.
shit who you are. I mean, honestly, that's bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was
But
listening to you and Peter Pope talking about this the other night, and it's so true. I don't really understand it because you're talking about common law and stuff, aren't you?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I find it quite deep. I kind of get the basics of it, and it makes perfect sense to me. Absolute perfect sense.
Okay, well, see, the thing is, okay, all right, now natural law, all right, natural law, common law, it's all along the same lines, but it's different also. But when it comes down to natural law, all right, the creator, whatever one you want to believe in, is the one that creates laws. Okay, all right, I'll give you an example. This is a visualization. A fire is fucking hot. You put your hand in it, you're going to get burned. That's a fucking law. You throw an apple up in the air, it comes back down. It's a law. You cannot dispute that. It's objective. It's not subjective. All right. Now, when it comes on all this other stuff, that statutes, codes, policies, rules, regulations, edicts, whatever, that's all fucking man-made. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Now see, the supreme law of the land, basically, how, in my mind, is natural law. All right. Natural and common law along with it, but natural law. That's the supreme law. That's above everything. That's above statutes and all that other shit. They're trying to reverse that to where statutes, codes, policies, rules, regulation, all this other shit is above God's law. All right. The law, the actual law, because this stuff ain't law. This is actually, codes, policies, statutes, whatever. That's what
Yeah.
they call
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, you know,
Well,
and people
that's a
that they
lot of
try to
that's a
they try
lot
to
with
mix the
this.
two as the same.
It's a lot to do with these COVID so-called laws. None of those are laws, are they?
Statutes.
Absolutely.
If you look at the legal definitions of these things, even, you know, when you look at these things
But they
also,
try tricking us, don't they? They try telling
well,
it's law. It's law. You must wear a
exactly,
mask. It,
exactly. It's the same thing as traveler and driver. They want you to believe that you're a driver because a driver has to do with commerce, and the so-called government has
yeah.
jurisdiction over commerce. So that's why they want you to believe and make you believe and actually compel you and almost force you into, you know, committing fraud and claiming that you're a driver. I mean, that's just
Mm.
an example. And I mean, there's other things like that too, like you were saying. It's just that like law and statutes, they want to make you, law and statutes, they want to make you think that all statutes and everything else is the same as law, which is
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
You know
It's a
what I mean?
con, isn't it? It's a con.
Well, they're using the words against us because, you know, they use legalese. We use just common speak. All right. The
Yeah.
definitions are different. You know what I mean? That's how they screw you because they're using legalese when they go into court. And that's what they're using when it comes down to like police officers talking their jargon. I mean, a lot of that is mostly how they, when they start explaining things and all that stuff, is ways of, you know, covering their ass legally if they were on the
Does
record,
this
for
stuff
instance.
stand up though when you go to court? Does it actually stand up in court?
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, see, the court system does not want to recognize that. All right. The court system does not want to recognize your natural common rights and law and all that. They don't want to recognize that at all. That's how everything was based on, but that they don't want to recognize that because they knew that's a more honest. They will keep them accountable. All right. See, the thing is about natural common law, it will keep everybody accountable, no matter what your title is, no matter what your hat, no matter da 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 da. It will keep everybody accountable.
Yeah.
But with the stuff that they got in place now, which is basically you know, maritime law or whatever. If you think about it, picture yourself a ship. The captain of the ship makes all the rules. All right. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter what's going on, and you know, if there's like, it doesn't matter if the guy is guilty or innocent. It doesn't matter. The shit, if the captain decides so, it's his opinion, and boom, that thing, that's what's going. Walk the plank, motherfucker. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So they what they've done with, and if you visualize it, is what they've done is they flooded the land and flooded it with water, and the whole system that's in place right now is under admiralty law or admiralty, you know, maritime law, and that's what they want to do. They want to, you know, make everything. Have you ever like everything is like relationship? It's got the word ship at it. Let's see your partnership, or you know, you can go down the line with all these different words. That ship
Mm.
behind it, it's has to do with, you know, admiralty. You know, everything when it comes down to it. Like for instance, like your birth, you know, like when a ship comes into port, it's at berth, you know what I mean? And then like, you know, when it comes down to the goods that are on that ship, once it comes off that ship, it has to have a birth certificate when it comes down to the onto the land. All right. And then, you know, if it happens to fall off that ship, it needs a certificate of death of, you know, you know, all right,
Yeah.
for all the products that come out. They consider us products when you get into that thing and you actually got this certificate of birth, for instance. See, you know, when something's made or constructed and all that stuff, and or birth or born, you know what I mean? These, and that's another thing. When you're born, you come out of your birth canal, the canal, like money, the flow, like river, like a flow
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
money,
Yeah.
money. You know, anyway, it has a lot to do with the water, and that's
It's
why
deep,
they
isn't it?
flooded everything.
Wow.
I mean, it's there. If you start looking into how the structure and the system that's in place, you'll start to realize what they've done, and they want to keep us off of the land. See, even like when it comes down to the birth certificate, for instance, when they create that straw man, they want you to believe that that straw man they created with that birth certificate is you, and the flesh and blood that you are the same thing. It's kind of like law and statutes. They want you to believe this is the same thing. All right, because they have jurisdiction over that straw man. They don't have jurisdiction over you, the flesh and blood, but
Mm.
if you believe that you are one and the same as that straw man, that all, and here in America, it's all capital letters. Your name is all, or that name that you use is in all capital letters. That's the straw
Yeah.
man. All right. That's the only thing they have jurisdiction over because they created it. They didn't create you. You were created by your
Yeah,
parents
because
and
that's on the
God.
birth certificate in capital letters, isn't it?
Yes. That's
Yeah,
because
that's the same as over here.
if you know anything about, that's another thing too. If you know anything about like grammar, there is no such thing as a pronoun or a proper a pronoun or whatever that in all capital letters. It's a fiction. It's fiction. All
Mm.
right. So they created this fiction called the straw man, and that's the only thing. And also in here in America, I don't know if they do it over there, but over in America, they created a trust along with that, and they put it on the international stock exchange and fucking trade it off and all that shit. So there's a big, huge amount of money in that account that I have no access to, but they're using that. They're using that when
I've
that my birth
heard
certificate is.
that theory. I've heard that. Yeah, that's
It's
mad,
not a
isn't it?
theory. It's real. It's real
And that's
because
everybody, isn't it?
everything's on a debt. All right, everything. There's no such thing as money because the only thing that's real money is gold and silver, like actual gold and silver. That's the only
Yeah.
thing that's true money. All right. The only reason why that this is how I see it. The only reason why that has had worth and value for thousands of years is it takes effort to get it out of the fucking ground. All
Mm.
right.
And with gold and silver, right? What's your theory on that? Because you know it's so heavily manipulated, especially silver at the minute. Yeah.
I mean,
There's
what do you mean
do
by?
you,
I mean,
well, the price of silver. The reason I ask is because I collect a lot of coins and things. You know, I have
yeah.
done. I've been hedging for ages now against inflation. But there's theories that silver is going to absolutely blast off in the
Well,
next couple of years.
well, not only as a currency, silver has a lot of different other properties that is very useful. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
with all the
they use it in
renewable
making like
energies
solar
now.
panels, for instance. You know what I
Yep,
mean?
exactly. Electric vehicles,
Yeah.
mobile phones, it's
Right.
everywhere. So why is the price not going up?
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know how. I mean, I don't know. See, the market is a fickle thing. I don't understand how a lot of that works. I just know, like for instance, if I was to go to this, the website of the I could sit there and look at all the graphs and all the numbers and all that stuff. I'm not sure how to manipulate it.
It's
I mean,
unreal, isn't it? Like when
if I knew how to
if you
manipulate the stock market, I'd probably be a rich motherfucker right now. You know what I'm
yeah, no,
saying?
it's just it intrigues me because everything else goes up, but silver's being held back for years and years. They're just keeping the price down all of the time. There's a
Yeah.
lot of theories behind why they're doing it, but you'd think that it's going to get squeezed now. Surely it has to get squeezed with all the renewable energies and things that, the demand for silver now. So
Oh,
to me, I think it's a great investment to buy into right now.
well, yeah. I mean, well, I mean, it's gone up a little bit, but I mean, yeah, it's still at a decent price. It's not that expensive, but I
Mm.
mean, like real, like tangible silver, not like these certificates or anything. No, I'm talking about
Yeah, no,
actual.
not ETFs, ETFs
Yeah, yeah,
paper. No,
yeah.
that's not the one. They reckon that for every 50 ETFs sold, they only really hold 1 ounce of silver to those 50 ounces that they've sold on paper.
Right.
So yeah, that's why they keep the price down, because if the price suddenly goes up and everybody demands their physical silver, which they can do when they've got ETFs, then they're going to have a big problem because they don't have it.
Right. I don't know, man. Honestly, man, there's a lot of people think that we should go back to the gold and silver standard in a sense because we were robbed of it here in America years ago,
Mm.
And then put on this fiat currency because the government, the corporation, the corporation went bankrupt. All right, and
Mm.
that's why they did that. They went bankrupt. They stole all the fucking gold from the people, and then replaced it with this fiat, which is a debt. All right, and then there was like banks over in Europe that were actually that held the debt. All right, and there's now it's probably more like like China and others that are holding a lot of debt. But what I worry about, in my opinion, is all right. Well, whoever has control over or ownership of that debt, in a sense, what if what if they just get tired of waiting and decide to collect on the debt? You know what I mean? And then the corporation, they put the people of this country, without their consent or their knowledge, put them all up for a surety, like the collateral for that debt. All right. What the fuck, dude? You know what I mean? I was just born here, and now I've been put up for collateral. You know, fuck you. That's what I say. And I mean,
Yeah.
you know, because I'm not collateral for some other person's debt. I mean, nobody's going to be collateral. Nobody. I can't just pass off my debt to my neighbor and say, hey, it's your problem now. I can't do that. But that's what the government wants to do to the people. It's like all that crap that they created, all that debt they created, they want to pass it off and say, oh, it's the American people's, you know, hell, they put it on my tab. The American people will pay for it. You know what I mean? And the more they keep us to the point where we keep on complying, the more people that comply, the more likely they're going to have all these people that are going to just be obedient little workers to pay their fucking debt, keep that fucking thing, the whole sham going. You know what I mean?
We
Honestly,
are going
man,
to be paying for this, mate. Our children and our grandchildren are going to be paying this debt off for this
if
COVID.
we allow
Or,
it, I mean, honestly, if we allow it, I mean, I don't know how to, I don't have the answers. Don't get me wrong. But if we do allow it, yes, you're right.
that's where I see it going. And the only way we can stop any of these things we're talking about is you can't have mass compliance. It has to be everybody says no. Otherwise,
Well,
the small little groups of people, this is why I say everything feels like it's untouchable.
well, that's the demoralization part that I was talking about of that 4-step process.
Yeah. That's stage one.
Yeah, stage one is the demoralization to keep people thinking that, oh, we can't do shit about it. This is like the behemoth, this monolithic fucking system that's above us, and we can't do shit about it because it's so
And there's
huge.
me bringing it up point straight away. Yeah,
But you think about it, man. Think about it. There's all kinds of weak points on this motherfucker, man. There's ways to fucking, you know, put a monkey wrench in the thing. I mean, for real. If you sat down and thought about it, there's ways. It, you know, might to some people might sound a little radical.
That would need to be done on the mass, wouldn't it? It's not going to work.
It wouldn't have to be. You could do it, like for instance, if there's just to start with, if there's just little pockets here and there, or one of individuals here and there. I mean, you know, that could add up. You know, do a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there, like whatever. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm not saying what to do, but I'm just saying there are cracks that could be you know, that could be taken advantage of. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's monkey wrenches that can be thrown in the fucking cogs. There are ways of doing it. It's just, it depends on what people are willing to do. You know what I mean? How far people are willing to go to ensure our freedom and our, you know, our lives for like the next generations on. You know what I mean? I mean, what kind of a legacy do you want to leave for your kids?
This is my worry. You know, this is exactly what I worry about. I don't worry about me so much. I'm sort of 52 this year.
What are you going to leave for your kids? What kind of a legacy will you be leaving for your kids? I mean, actually, a lot of people that have kids should be thinking about, okay, what am I going to leave behind? Am I just going to leave all this debt behind or whatever? You know, I mean, if you were to die today, I mean, you know, unless you were thinking about it, what would you have? What would be left behind for your kids?
Yeah.
You know, what kind of a legacy would you be leaving? What kind of a you know, it's like, okay, you know, would your children be like, okay, my dad was this kind of person, you know what I mean, and I want to, you know, kind of, you know, you know, live on that, you know, that whatever. I don't know how to say it. I don't know, something that might spark the children to actually, you know, fight for that freedom instead of, you know, just complying with the system that's at hand, and actually probably starting from anew if we have to. I mean, starting from new. I mean, honestly, man, the thing is that for thousands of years, although you can go all the way back to fucking Caesar, to a point, we've been doing the same goddamn thing over and over and over and over and over again. And that's fucking insanity. We need to do something different. Go outside of the fucking box, man. We need to do something like completely break this cycle altogether. I mean, even if you go biblical, I mean, according to the Bible, man, you know, you got to go through Armageddon. And then after that, 1,000 years of peace. I mean, that sounds pretty good. I won't see it, but it sounds pretty good.
About fighting back, there's many ways of putting a spanner in the works, basically.
Yes, sir.
I honestly believe, right, that it would absolutely cripple them if everybody got rid of their fiat currency and bought physical metals.
And
I
if we use
honestly
that,
believe
if we ended
because
up
they
using
want
that as
us.
a means of currency in a sense, like for instance,
Well,
you
it
could
would
go
have
down
to
to the
go to
nearest
that.
hardware store and
That would
actually
be the
use that.
next step. I think you've got to stand strong and
Yeah.
maybe just keep the smallest amount of fiat that you would need to live on, and put everything, every bit of your wealth into like PMs, precious metals. Then that would ruin them, absolutely ruin them, because they love the fact that we play around with a note which states on it. It's not even real, is it?
Nope.
These guys, they're all buying commodities. They're buying the rich people. Look at what they buy, mate. They don't mess about with cash. That's for the poor people.
Yeah.
Paper money. That's for people
Well,
like us who live on week to week. You know.
right. Exactly. Yeah. And then you think about it, all these like these politicians or these these bureaucrats or
You know
whatever
what
you
I'm
want to call them,
saying, don't you? I can't
they've
get.
never had to work a day in their life. They've never had to work paycheck to paycheck. They have no fucking clue what we have to deal with,
Yeah.
and they're supposed to represent us.
And I guarantee, like the most, you look at the average person, most of our money is just sat in the bank. Well, it doesn't matter how much money you've got, it sits in the bank. It's not invested in any way, shape, or form, and you live on it. That's what you do. Rich people don't live like that.
No.
And I know it's all relative, but should we be leaving the money in the bank? Should we not be investing it like these other guys do, taking it out of the system? Let them hold it.
Well.
Do you see what I'm trying to say, though?
Yeah, in a way, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out. I don't know how to answer that right offhand.
I just feel like it's almost like they want us to play with the cash while they deal with the bigger things.
Well,
more physical things, because we know cash isn't physical, is it?
Well, no, I mean, that's why I think another reason why they're wanting to try and transfer everything over to this digital currency and stuff too, because then they don't even have to print anything up. All it is ones and zeros on a fucking computer screen.
Yeah,
and then they can shut that down anytime they want.
They know who's got what and where everything is.
And they can just they can make that damn number on your bank account and fucking go to zero with a push of a button.
Yeah. That's the next step. I think the first step is control, with the fact that they actually know who's got what, because there's so many people with cash under their bed. Let
me ask you.
A lot of old people, they keep their cash at home. They don't use a bank account.
Let me ask you this: like, you got all these people, like for instance, that I don't know, that do drugs and stuff. Good drug dealers out there and stuff. If they go to a cash, how are they? I mean, if you wanted to, like, you go to a cashless society, for instance, and you wanted to go over to your buddy's house and get a bag of weed, what are you going to use for payment?
It's going to be metals, silver.
I mean, it's basically us creating our own currency, our own system. I mean, even our own courts. We have to start that our own. It's we the people have that power. We have that power. We can do it, and we outnumber them. It's just that demoralization has been going on for a couple of generations. Put it this way: it's been happening in your country a lot longer than it has in our country.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, for real. You think about it, how long it's been going on since the Queen supposedly, is like this the direct relative to fucking God. What the fuck ever? But how long has that been going on? You know what I mean? I mean, that's part of that programming to keep everybody thinking that, hey, there is these people that are supposedly, above everybody else. I mean,
we had over here, right, a lot of shops were actually refusing cash. I mean, I don't know how they legally can get away with that, but we had it. I couldn't spend cash anywhere. I was walking in to buy a coffee. Sorry, we don't take cash. I'm going in to buy anything at all. No, it's got to be card now. They're trying to treat us like cash is dirty because it might have the virus on it.
Right. And I knew that was coming. That was inevitable.
It's so obvious, because this is what's going to go to. They want us having digital currency. They don't want it in our hands.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even here in this country,
what better way to deter people from dealing with a piece of paper?
Right. Exactly. Well, I mean, I knew that was coming because, I mean, you think about it, even here in this country, all right, all the convenience stores and all that stuff, they ended up putting up all these little stickers on the floor so you get that 6 foot apart, and then they put all these like plexiglass in front of the cash register, so and all that stuff. Well, none of that fucking works in the first place. Nobody really pays attention to it anymore, right? Especially in my area. But I knew that was eventually going to happen, because you think about it, even though they've got all this protection, the girl at the cash register is still holding your money, which happens to be everywhere that you've been holding the money, and then everybody else that held it before you did, all that stuff. You know what I mean? It was just it was another step. I mean, it
Yeah.
was another step to try and demonize it. I mean, here they even got to a point in some places, like they got like the, um, the self checkout. Some of those are nothing but cards and stuff. You want to check yourself out and stuff, for your items. That's another but a card. Or they've got. There were some stores that had signs up on the windows and stuff. It's like no change available. So like let's say the item was
That was their
13.50.
trick, wasn't it? That was their
Yeah,
trick. It's all because legally we know they're not allowed to do it over here, because our cash has the Queen's head on it. They
right,
have to, by law, accept it. If you
right.
stood your ground and said, "Look, if I bought this coffee, I've ordered it. They give it to me. Here's my £5 for the coffee." If they
Mhm.
don't take that, you can physically walk away because you've offered to pay. And that's where I was actually fighting with these people to say, well, look, here's the money. You're going to have to either call the police or let me walk away with this coffee for free, because I don't pay by card. Here's my cash. Take it or leave it. And they
Right.
had to take it. They had no choice, even though they're telling us it's no cash, card only payments.
Right. Well, see, that's one way of
But
trying to like force us into doing that, because it's kind of like, all right, it's like phasing it out. They're trying to phase it out to where a lot of people find it so convenient to not carry cash. So they're trying to get it to where people are liking it, and the more people that like it, the more they can actually, make it
100%.
less and less for people to use cash. Because they're just thinking about the convenience. They're trying to make it so much more convenient,
Yeah.
and
But
people will go for that because they
people are
like the
looking at it as
convenience.
convenience, but they don't see the real reason behind
No,
it. That's
no,
the
that's how they
terrible thing.
fuck us over and over again, is on convenience. That's how like
Yeah.
fucking McDonald's. Goddamn, you eat that fucking shit, you're gonna die, man. You sit there and eat McDonald's all the time, you're gonna fucking die. I
And
mean, for real,
the
because
next
it's
step
not
is
good. It's
the next
convenient.
step will be the chip in the hand, mate. That's the next one. Look at Sweden; they're already paying by a chip, an implant in the hand.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think honestly, man, I think they're gonna try and bypass the actual like physically shooting a damn chip in there, because a lot of the nanotech that's actually going into the stuff they're putting in your arm anyway will, be, you can via like Wi-Fi be connected to an app on your phone, all right, through all that nanotech that's in your body, all right. There on some new iPhones, it's got an app. It's one of those apps you can't even delete off your phone. It's like there when you get it. It's called a health app, and it's got all this all this like different stuff on it. And when all the infrastructure is in place, you will by Wi-Fi be able to connect to all those things, like to, look at your heart rate, blood pressure, and blah blah blah. Like for instance, like it will be able to like release certain types of chemicals into your body without like actually getting like,
Will this be done via graphene oxide?
well, I'm pretty sure that's probably some of the components to make some of the nanotech, because graphene is pretty damn small.
I
I
know.
mean, but I mean, if you look into it, like let's see, gosh, I cannot remember it, but there's these different pieces of nanotech that can be remotely controlled, where they can maneuver and move all over in the body, and also duplicate, replicate themselves in the body. And this will help, like for instance, like like I'll give you an example. This is another one of their marketing ploys, because this is supposed to go for like their ideas, like to help the elderly and blah blah blah, whatever. But like for instance, let's say you got like diabetes and you need insulin shots and stuff like that. Well, instead of actually getting the insulin shot, like jabbing one in your butt, you can just go on that health app and tell the nanotech to actually release the insulin in your body, and it will do it like remotely through Wi-Fi. All right, and that's one of the ways they're wanting to actually market this stuff. Like for instance, let's say you're manic depressive.
Well, you've seen
And
that, haven't you? You've seen where it can monitor your health and tell
right,
you, can't it?
yeah.
And oh, this is going to make you live
Well,
longer.
where this is all like, okay, where this is all connecting is like, okay, when it comes down to like, let's say, the social credit score, all right, and then if it goes to a cashless society, let's say, you know, you're all hooked up and all that stuff with the health app and all that stuff, and that's connected to your monetary stuff, like your bank account or whatever. That's all on the same thing. For instance, your identity, your health history, and all that stuff's all connected. All right. Well, let's say that you fall a lot, like you trip and fall. You're very, you know, clumsy, and you fall a lot. All right. Well, you might not be a very productive person of society. Your social credit score might go down. Or let's say you happen to get on the internet and you said something against the government or something, like, you know, that they didn't like. Next thing you know, your social credit score goes down. Well, not only that your social credit score, that's tied to your money. That's tied to, like, for instance, if you can go into certain stores or use certain public transportation, blah, blah, blah. And part of the infrastructure to get all this going, or get this, like, you know, completed, they, you know, that's where the 5G and 6G and on comes into play, because they need the bandwidth to actually have all the Internet of Things connected, is what they're calling it, the Internet of Things. And all this stuff is supposed to be connected all together, and that's when it comes down to the control part of it. That's how is their plan, basically, how to do it. All right. That's what I was trying to explain to a lot, like, for instance, Krinkle. I mean, he's not seeing it in any way. He's just saying, "Oh, it's for the public good." Blah, blah, blah. Shut up, you stupid son of a bitch.
Well, you've only got to look at how they're getting it closer and closer to your body. Used to be a telephone, then it was sort of earpieces, Fitbits, you know, all getting you used to just addressing it, getting it closer to your body all the time. It's so obvious.
Now,
did
you talk about
video of Elon Musk where he talks about it, how he's going to introduce all this stuff via artificial intelligence. So basically, you can leave your phone in your pocket and you're still going to be able to access it.
Yeah, well, it's a company that he's got. It's called Neuralink. Yeah, that's for instance, Elon Musk. Yeah, that's what he's got. It's called Neuralink, and what it is, it's like these, you know, really tiny thin threads that are supposed to, like, go all over the surface of your brain or whatever and connect it, where you can be like connected into, like, you know, wireless to the internet through your brain. I mean, you can be standing and you can sit on the bus or something like that and just scrolling through Facebook in your eyes. You know what I mean? And, you know, so, you know, it's there. What it is on his level, what he's thinking is, right now with the cell phone and all that stuff, is it's too slow. You know what I mean? You actually have to type things in, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I saw that.
To speed that up is just to directly connect. Now, okay, yeah, that might sound cool and all to some people, but I don't know if anybody's actually thinking about what if, like, let's say you got hacked, and then, you know, they got control of your motor functions of your body, or, like, for instance, let's say, you know, released a certain type of a chemical in your brain that makes you go into fits of violence, or, you know, start crying a lot.
If you mention this to anybody, they'll think you're an absolute nut. But you've got these top boys talking about it. You know,
exactly. No, this is real fucking technology. This is real technology that people are definitely, and a lot of it is developed. It's just not on the public market at the moment. It's real fucking. This is not sci-fi shit. This is real for real for real. You know,
I just don't get it. To me, I mean, the amount that they're trying to push this thing in us at the moment. Well, I've never known any medical pill or procedure or anything that they've tried to push into you and almost bribe you, buy you kebabs, give you $100, do this, do that. Why? If you were that fearful of something that's going to kill you out there, you'd be lining up begging for it.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, you know, in my opinion, the way I see it, if people really thought it was something that was needed and they wanted it, they'd go get it. They wouldn't have to be punished. They wouldn't have to be mandated. They'd do it on their own. But it's not that good, and we all know it. And a lot of people are like, "Fuck it," and then they're gonna either, all right. See, this is the thing, the bribing, and all that stuff, and all this stuff to try and convince people. That's the carrot that's being dangled from the stick in front of us. All right. Well, when they notice that the carrot's not going to work any longer, they're going to try and use the stick. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
All right. Well, that's the part that I'm talking about when it comes down to, like, for instance, if they decided to start forcing people, like, for instance, like going around rounding people up, that because then the snitch society kicks into play. Let's say they're not vaxxed, all right, but your neighbor 3 houses down is, and they're an asshole. They like to get in all your shit. They don't like it because you're not vaxxed and all that stuff. Next thing you know, they're calling the fucking cops or something like that, saying that you're like a danger to society or whatever, and you haven't been vaccinated, and they need to come get your ass, and
Yeah, that's Crinkle's theory, isn't it?
Well, he's the only problem is people like him think that they're going to be immune to the whole scenario. As long as they kiss ass, they're going to be immune to it. But that
this affects all of us, mate. All of
dude,
us.
They're gonna snatch his ass up just as much as anybody else. If they, I mean, what's gonna stop them? What is gonna stop them? You know what I mean? I don't think Crinkle's gonna sit there and defend himself. He's gonna sit there and take it up the ass as such, as if they say so.
Yeah, 100%. And he doesn't realise he's been brainwashed into the fact of the divide and conquer thing. He's doing exactly what he's been programmed to do. And it's only people that have got a bit more critical thinking who are actually sort of weighing up these different things that we're seeing. He's not seeing that at all. So he's been programmed and he's just doing as he's asked.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And then keep on propagating their fucking propaganda. That's the problem too. To me, I feel like he's more of a danger to public health and safety than the people that aren't vaxxed. All right. I believe that he's more of a threat because the people that are trying to push this stuff onto people, they're using violence. Everything from either trying to take away their jobs or close their businesses, financially, or make it to where
name calling.
Well, yeah, even then, or even like physical violence on that end of it also. But and then on top of that, then now I'm just talking about like the people that are making these legislation and using like police to enforce it, or like, okay, because there are businesses that are being forced closed because they're not like considered essential, or they don't want to comply with this stuff. So some of these places are getting and then some people are losing their jobs because they don't want to get it, and their job is being held over them. Then also there are some places that, where you're not even allowed to go into a grocery store and get food unless you can show proof that you got it. That's violence in my mind. You can't even feed yourself. All right. And then
that's how it's going to get for me. But I run my own business and I've got employees, and I'm not going to force my employees do not want to take the jab. So I'm with my beliefs. I'm not going to force them to.
Well, see, that's another thing. Like I said, they're going to hold. I mean, you got to echo. They're going to hold your job or your business license, whatever, over your head, saying like, okay, we'll take your business license away, and you'll be basically shut down if you don't comply and make your employees do this or whatever. All right, that's what they're going to try and play it.
We look after a lot of schools and restaurants. I run a service industry, so I know what's going to come. It's going to be only vaccinated allowed on site. The minute they deal with that, I mean, we're done for. Literally, we can't work.
Right. Well, that's the plan, because they want to compel, force, and for you to comply. It's they use force, they use compelling, and they want you, and they use coercion. All right, these are forms of coercion, force, and just compliance, whatever. Anyway. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like they're holding that shit. And then honestly, we don't really need these licenses for a business. I mean, seriously, we don't. They just try to make us believe we need them. All right. I mean, really. I mean, even if somebody had a business license and they screwed over somebody, just because they got that business license doesn't mean they're not going to screw you over. Or I mean, I can do that without a license. Oh, big up, Shady.
Right, mate.
What's up, mate?
This is all over my head, so all I'll do while you're talking smart talk, I'll just sit in the background for a bit.
No worries. I saw you back there.
Be relevant. I mean, that thing about the money, I watched something about the money. It was like something about money and stuff. And Platinum which is the rarest mineral, if you like, is cheaper than gold and silver.
Well, yeah.
And the reason why gold is more is because you can build stuff, computers, and like you say, silver is going to be the next best thing. That's all I can add to that intelligent conversation.
Well, I'm not even sure exactly what other properties platinum. I haven't really looked into it. What other properties platinum is used for, other than like maybe a currency of some kind. But
or shiny gold stuff, like my ex-wife.
Yeah, there is. They use it for something, but its uses are not great, not compared to gold and silver.
Yeah, it's one of the rare minerals.
I can't remember what they use it for. There is something. It's just a one-off thing that I can't remember now.
Well, I'll tell you this: like for gold and silver, for one, they're an extremely good electrical conductor. So anything that has to do with like electronics or anything like that, that's a very good conductor. I mean, like for instance, gold. I mean, that's like one of the best things you would want to put on your speaker system for your stereo is gold connectors and stuff. You know what I mean? So I mean, you know, things like that. You know, I mean, even there's like a lot of like these high-end circuit boards for computers will be all the like the main chips in there and stuff will have gold connections. So I mean, you know what
though, Window, you know what? I was watching something on that graphene oxide, mate, and that could turn out to do that job. You know.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the thing. It's like okay,
and that's so cheap, like to make. It's becoming cheaper and cheaper to produce to the point that it's going to cost the price of a pencil.
Yeah, well, I mean, and not only that, that has many uses. I've even seen people experimenting.
It's a very good conductor, though, isn't it? That's one of its strongest uses. It is very conductive.
Well, okay. Well, like for instance, like nanotubes and stuff like that. It's on the same line of, for the graphene. It's about the same kind of size level, anyway. But those things can be micro wires that you can make those into wires on a micro level. So imagine making a circuit board, but on a micro level. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what that stuff can be used for. So I mean, you talk about things getting smaller. Shit. You know what I mean?
Graphene's actually a harder.
That's harder
than a diamond.
Well, that's where I was going with it. There's people experimenting using this graphene and mix it in with concrete to make it stronger, for to revolutionize the construction industry when it comes down to like.
And because it's relatively weightless, they were talking about making elevators up to space with this stuff.
Well, yeah, if they mix it in, and then like, yeah. So this is not sci-fi shit. This is real stuff that's being developed, and it's like some of it just hasn't hit the commercial market yet. Like you can't buy it at the Lakewood hardware store or something yet. Not yet. Yeah.
I mean, I know silver. If I had the money, I'd buy a lot of silver. But then again, I'm paranoid about werewolves and vampires. Do they exist?
Right.
I'd rather be prepared than not prepared, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. It's better to have it and not ever need it instead of needing it and not having it. You know what I mean?
I think it's the best hedge against inflation. With inflation just going up and up at the minute, if you have got, whether it's £100 in the bank or £1,000, I think if you're not going to use that money, you would be better buying silver or gold with it, because gold and silver will go up with the inflation. So you're hedging against it. If you leave £1,000 in the bank, what interest are you going to get? Well, how is that going to keep up with any form of inflation?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I mean, it also comes down to on the level of actually trying to use that as a means of exchange, like getting to the point where we got shop owners that are willing to use this as payment.
No, you don't. You exchange it as you use it. This is the point. If you've got 10,000 in the bank, well, that's going to get wiped out over the course of the inflation going up, because that loaf of bread is becoming more expensive.
Well,
money
yeah,
going up with that price of bread. So you're better off I think, to put it all into gold and silver, and then as you need money, you would go and sell a coin. You would go and sell a coin for fiat currency, but you would get obviously the increased rate that's going up with that loaf of bread. You're not going to physically be able to go out and buy a loaf of bread with a silver coin in the shop. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying just protect any wealth that you have. Just protect it. And as you need to sell your gold and silver, you sell your gold and silver.
Yeah, but you're still exchanging it with some kind of whatever for fiat currency that's available. If you did that, no, I'm saying
Yeah, but
using it as an
you'll
actual
be getting
currency.
you'll be getting more money for it, won't you? Because it would have gone up with the inflation, so you wouldn't have lost it as you would as if you'd left that money in the bank.
Well, fair enough, but I'm there is that possibility. Me personally, if I would like to figure out ways of different means of exchange other than using that currency altogether or any kind of currency they try to make up.
I think
But it's just trying to get enough people on the.
Crypto to me is a distraction to deter people from buying physical metals because obviously they'll buy it up, and I don't think that's. Yeah. I think the countries and the rich people are buying up all of the metals at the minute, showing people a pipe dream. Manipulating crypto because the big boys, because it's not governed in any way, shape or form, crypto, so it gets so manipulated. You see it get dumped and dumped and dumped on people, and it's being dumped on the retail buyers because the big boys, they'll buy it cheap.
There's nothing there. It's nothing but ones and zeros on a computer screen. There's nothing there. There's nothing to hold in your hand.
There's not a physical thing. And it's a distraction. It has to be a distraction, in my opinion.
It's like everybody on debit cards. It was a thing years ago. But if you're buying and you've got a debit card, because you haven't physically seen the money, you overspend. The next minute, the debit card says no. You went, oh, shit. But if you had the money in your hand, you'd know exactly what you're spending.
Well, yeah, for one.
They want us in debt.
Yeah, well, we're already in debt. I mean, because the governments that are in place right now they're basically been bankrupt and put us for the collateral of that debt. You know what I mean? That's why we got to pay taxes and all that stuff because we.
It's like when you get a mortgage. Have you heard the theory about the mortgage that the money was never there? When you go and get a mortgage and you take the loan, you didn't.
That's exactly right. Like you go to a bank and you try to get a loan out. All right. Like for instance, you want to go buy a house and you want to take a loan out from the bank to buy this house. Technically, the bank doesn't have any of that money. Technically, what ends up happening is that you borrow from yourself. All right.
There you go. This man knows his stuff.
Well, dude, if people actually sat down and follow the fucking money. You know what I mean?
You try and explain that to somebody and they don't get it, but it's so true.
Well, okay, I'll give you another example. If you just follow the money, all right. I know a lot of these guys that are welders that go. They work at the shipyard down here. All right. And the shipyard got a big contract from the government to build these big U.S. Coast Guard cutter boats, these big ass boats for the Coast Guard. Well, all right, think about it. You got these welders that are working for a company for a paycheck. All right, that paycheck comes from the government. The government gets their money from the people that are in America as from taxes. So basically, the guys that are welding this ship. They're paying taxes out of their paycheck to basically pay their own paycheck.
Yeah, it's unreal, isn't it?
Follow the money. Follow the money. I mean, you think about it. They pay taxes. These guys that are working there at the shipyard, they're paying taxes. That tax dollars goes to the government. The government turns around and pays that money out to the shipyard to make the ship, to pay the fucking wages of the guys that are welding it. It's a big ass freaking circle. They're working basically for themselves. Well,
it's got.
They're paying themselves. They're working to pay themselves.
Yeah, this is what I don't get. It's becoming. They don't want the younger people of today buying properties anymore. And the way they've stopped this is. Do you remember 10, 20 years ago when you went to buy a house? The house would be up for 250,000. Or nearest offer. So most people would go and look at that house and they'd say, okay, it's 250. Do you know what? I'll offer you 240. 9 times out of 10, that house, they would have accepted that. They would have gone, yeah, okay, we've got a deal. That's a great offer. Thank you very much. So you would have got a little discount. Now, when you go and buy a property, it's 200. It's bids in excess of 250,000. So now it's the highest bidder will get that one. So you've got banks coming in, going 10, 15 grand over the top of the house value, and they're just snapping them up. So it's impossible for young people now to get that house.
Well,
because
there's
no
these.
matter what
There's
bid they
these.
put in, a bank or somebody's going to go in over the top with all this money that they've made over the last 2-3 years, because it's the wealth reset, economical reset, isn't it? It's the biggest transfer of wealth that's going on right now.
Well, what I've been noticing, a lot of these big investment firms have been buying up a lot of property from people. All right, they'll come in and they'll give them just a little bit more than what they're asking, or around what they're asking, or whatever. They're snatching it up, or
Yeah.
whatever. All right, and that's all it is. These big investment groups. They're not like individuals and stuff.
And this goes back to what I was trying to explain to you earlier when I said to you, the last thing that we want to be holding right now is paper money. We need to buy every single commodity that we can possibly afford, whether it be gold, silver, houses, land, whatever you can buy. The last thing you want to be holding right now is cash, and that will hit them harder.
Well, I mean, back to that, back to that thing you said about UK, where before, if it was 250 grand, you knocked them down. Because I think if you bought anything at 250 grand and above, the government hit you with an extra tax. So the best thing was get paid below that threshold. And it worked out best for both buyers. But if you've got shitloads of money, you're going to buy above 250 grand, aren't you?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about there.
Well, I mean, do you have to be really honest on telling them how much you paid for it? You know?
Well, you do really, because most people get a mortgage, don't they? So there's not many people that come up with the cash to buy it.
I mean, there's a thing where if you can keep a house for 8 years, I don't know if it's true now, not the last 3 years, but back in the day, 34 years, well, 20 years ago, if you bought a house and kept it for 8 years, it would probably double in price, or almost double in price. But your mortgage is low. That's why people would like getting a new remortgage and stuff like that. But that's probably changing. But at the end of the day, if you've got money, you don't care about that because you've got money, innit?
Well, yeah. I've built houses for people, man, that are just like, they got a shitload of money. They were sitting there talking to them one time because they got some really expensive stuff, just kind of like decorate the house type of stuff. Like they got a custom door that was made in Mexico and all this other stuff. But anyway, I was like, what do you guys do for a living and all that stuff? And how do you do this and all that stuff? And her husband was like a CPA or something like that, but she was also telling me, it's like, they make so much money, they have to spend a good amount of it so the government doesn't get it in like taxes or whatever. So, they have to spend a whole lot of money just so the government doesn't get it. I was like, golly, I don't have that problem.
Yeah, well, I know
because the government takes all your money, Wingnut.
Yeah, I know. I know. I mean, well, I try to keep it to the point. Nowadays, I mean, right now, I'm doing everything, and I could be making a little bit more money steadily if I actually, started working for somebody where I had to get taxes taken out and all that stuff. But at the moment, I've been working for the past 2 years, kind of like on my own, making kind of like under the table type of money. So I'm just like, screw it, man. I want to either do it by making my stuff or just going off and helping people with my skills and making a little bit of money doing that. If I can keep everything paid off doing that, that's less that I'm contributing to the whole fucking system. You know what I mean?
I kind of agree with you on that. That's kind of why I started the roach clip and jewelry business. But, you can only sell so many of that shit.
I agree. Hey, you people, see, that was the same thing with me and my knives. It's like I can only sell so many of those, or I can, it's like, it's not like I got a damn printing press where I can sit there and print this stuff out like really easy and stuff. And, it's kind of takes time, takes all that stuff to do it. But I started expanding. I started making like the metal sculptures and stuff. Like I'd take junk and like junk art, and I'd start doing that. I was taking like I was making spoon rings, take the handles off of spoons and make rings out of them. So I was like, and when I was on the road, I used to take like crystals and wrap them with like wire for like necklace pendants and earrings and stuff. I'm getting back into all that stuff that I used to do, kind of like broaden my inventory, I guess you would call it. You know what I mean? Because I cannot fucking make enough money to keep my bills paid with just selling knives, especially if I'm just here in my little area. It's like once I sell everybody one, unless they really like it and they want something else, they're not going to buy another one. You know what I mean? It's like once I do that, it's like, well, shit, I got to find something else.
Well,
and then on top of that, I was only getting the men. I needed something that the women would like. You know what I mean?
I'm talking to Wingnut while I'm smoking a bowl.
And an English geezer.
You said we were going to leave at 7, right?
What'd you say, Shady?
And he was talking to somebody called Big Up Shady. No, selling stuff like that is hard, isn't it? It's basically a recession, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's
people don't want to spend money on artwork anymore, I don't think.
All right, I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys in a bit. We were planning on going out. I was just gonna smoke a bowl with you, but apparently I don't have enough time to actually wake the fuck up and smoke a bowl. So
hey, I'll catch you on the flip side there, you people. I appreciate you stopping in though.
Yeah, man. I was just gonna come in and smoke a bowl with you real quick, but
it's
all good, man. No worries.
Right on.
We'll catch up with you later.
All right, mate.
All right.
Okay, you people. You take care, bro.
You too, man.
Love from the UK. LJ Gibb here. Looking fine. Oh, she's gone. Okay.
Huh. Well, yeah, I mean, like, see, that's another thing too, is that, just like when I make my knives, now this is handmade stuff, it takes time for me to do it. I have to kind of like, charge a little bit more than like what you would buy at the fucking store. It's like Chinese made knife or something that made it, that you would buy. So, but a lot of people, there's a lot, not a whole lot, but I mean, there's still a lot of people out there that are used to paying that Chinese crap price, you know what I mean? And they don't actually see the value in a handmade, item. And, because I mean, handmade is going to have a handmade type of a price tag on it. You got to understand that.
My friend does the same thing. I don't know if he's doing it now. And it was on Facebook where he was selling it. But he would make a knife, he'd get his handle on it or whatever. But he'd do some sort of dipping, some sort of chemical dip he'd do. So
yeah, you dip it in acid.
It looked like a wood grain on the knives. And just as an ornament, it looked good. But he was doing
Wingnut, have you seen that program, Forged in Steel?
Yeah, Forged in Fire. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing, mate. They all go up against each other with a lump of metal and have to design the best knife, and then it gets tested.
Right.
Really, really clever.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, when it comes down to like blacksmithing and bladesmithing, I appreciate that TV show coming out because it kind of made it popular in a way again. You know what I mean? Because these are skills and trades that are necessary. I mean, I think.
And they've been forgotten as well.
Well, I want to keep that stuff alive, honestly, because if let's say everything was to go to shit, well, if nobody knows how to do that anymore, how are we going to get anything done? How are we going to be able to make things and whatever? It doesn't matter.
In a zombie apocalypse, and we're all gathering together using the skills, how are we going to kill the zombies? We need a blacksmith, in my opinion.
Well, yeah. I mean, put it this way. Here in America, I actually had a conversation with somebody one time, and I was like, dude, a blacksmith was what built this country, all right? Because every town needed a blacksmith. Everything from like door hinges to knives to whatever, all right? But the guy was like, he was trying to argue with me. He's like, well, the railroad company and the timber company is what built this country. And I was like, well, who do you think made the saw? Who do you think made the damn railroad line? I mean, it was a blacksmith that did that.
What about them big lumps of metal on the bottom of horses' feet that transported
exactly.
all the goods?
Exactly. Who do you think made those? Exactly. So a blacksmith, in my opinion, is a trade that needs to be kept alive, because if that disappears, we might get into a situation when we need it.
Then you got the carpenters. Blacksmiths made the skills,
exactly.
Made the nails. Then the carpenters could use that and make houses for people to live in. And
exactly. Well, yeah, I mean, the metal workers and the wood workers, man, they were like, the main thing that actually, did it.
How did they get to America? Woodworkers and ironsmiths making the nails, blah, 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 braces to make a ship to go all the way across the Atlantic.
Exactly.
And obviously the people that made money, they made trains and stuff like that to make more money. But it is what it is when you watch. Big up the Shady. Thank you, LJ Gibb. LJ Gibb tried to get up on here on the channel.
Yeah, I know.
She's famous in the UK.
Well, I see her on all kinds of chat. So
yeah, she's famous. Yeah, I think everybody likes, everybody loves it to bits. Everybody loves it to bits. Hopefully she's on my channel. She's not. She should be. You can get a moderator. Then again, I did too many moderators and people didn't like me. I had to delete a few people just to be more neutral. Yeah, it's a learning curve though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I learned a lot of that stuff on my own. I mean, it was basically just me getting in there and actually start heating up some metal and banging on it. And that's how I learned how to do it. And learning what each metal, how it works on, different metals work differently, so it's trying to figure out how it works, how hot I have to get everything.
I like it when they twist it. When they twist the steel and stretch it out and you get that effect on it, that looks unreal.
Yeah. I've made some knives that were made from railroad spikes, those spikes on the railroad. I'd make the blade out of that, and then the handle, I'd just twist it, have that twisted handle on it. I've done that before. It's actually, it takes a while. Especially like, for instance, one of those ones that are made out of a railroad spike, they take a while to do. It's a lot of hammering and stuff like that. I mean, there's other knives that I've done that don't take quite as long. It's just not such a long process, but I mean,
yeah, but then it's artwork. Then, as long as it's a sharp blade, it can be utilitarian, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah,
because it's got a story. That's artwork, and you should charge more because it's a one-off. I mean,
well, yeah, I mean,
that Chinese knife isn't going to last nearly as long as that handmade one.
No, it won't. And that's what I like to do. I want something, because I'll put it this way. There's this brand of knife that's been around for about almost 200 years. It's called, I don't even know if they still make them or not, but it's called Old Hickory. But my grandmother actually had them first, but my grandmother had a set of these kitchen knives that were made by Old Hickory. These things are like almost 200 years old, man, still in good shape. You know what I mean? And when I make something, I want to make something that can last that long too myself. You know what I mean? But the ways that everybody in the society, like the Chinese crap, they can make like a whole bunch of them at a really cheap price. So it doesn't matter if it breaks or it doesn't, whatever, you can just go buy another one. I want something that you can pass on to your kids if you want to. You know what I mean? That's what I want.
That'd be like artwork. Like here, we used to have, was it 18th century, 17th century? We used to make Sheffield steel knives with a bone handle. The bone handle ones. Now, everybody had them. I remember 20 years ago in a second-hand shop, 20p. Some of them could have been sterling silver. But I'm thinking, I need a knife, 20p, I'll have that. Bone handle. But then I found out years later, people in Australia, that they want a whole collection of them. And they'll pay premium because it's so rare.
Well, it's good. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, like, that's another thing too. Everything I've made, like, for instance, there's a couple of different styles of knives that I've made, and I there's a lot of people out here that do a lot deer hunting and stuff like that. All right, so they like skinning knives they can skin that deer with. Well, I was making my own version of a skinning knife. I mean, like, I can have half a dozen of them that I made. They all kind of sort of look the same, but each one of them are individually different in a way. So everything that I put out is like a one-off. You know what I mean? It's not like a production where it's like a cookie cutter type of scenario. It's like all original, one-off type of a knife, no matter if it might look the same.
Do you put your own handles on, like a deer skinning knife?
Yeah.
You'd have the deer and antler as a handle.
I've done a couple of them with a deer antler, for instance, but here in Florida, the deer are really small. So it's hard to find a decent size antler. I had to go up north and get the antlers off the deer up there to get a really fatter, or like up north where they got elk. You know what I mean? With the antlers off an elk. But I mostly use wood because I got a lot of trees out here on the property and stuff, and I'll just go out on the property and get the wood I need, dry it out, and then use that for a handle material, you know.
Have you actually got a lathe where you can like mold the wood?
No. But I don't really spin it like on a lathe type of stuff, man. Most of the time I just put flat, you know, scales like on both sides of the metal type of thing, or it depends on what kind of handle I want to put on it. You know what I mean? Like if it's a full tang knife, or if it's just like a rat tail tang knife. I was making like these meat cleavers, and all it was a rat tail tang, and it was just like a round piece of wood that I made, and that was the handle. You know, or take a branch off of a tree.
I'm not educated. All I'm hearing is knife, like the word knife, then handle. But when you say rat tail and this, that, or orangutan.
Oh yeah. Okay, like a full. Oh man, let me see here. I don't know if I got one nearby that I can show differences. Nope, I don't right offhand. I could show you the difference, but anyway, like a rat tail tang. All right, now for a handle. Now, rat tail tang is basically just a metal spike that goes through the center of the wood, all right? And then, you know, sometimes it would have like a screw on the end of it, on the very end of the handle where it would tighten it down. Sometimes that's a rat tail tang. Now, a full tang would be like basically the shape of the handle, will, the whole center of it will be the metal. All right, and it will have two pieces of wood slapped on either side. You know what I mean? And have a, you know what I'm saying?
You rivet
yep,
together.
Exactly. And yeah, you put like little rivets in there to hold it together. Now, for strength, full tang is the best way to go, because you think about it, the weakest point is where the handle connects to the blade. Now, if that blade material, the metal, goes all the way through the handle, it's going to be really strong. But if it's just that rat tail, that weakest point is right there, right where the blade connects to the handle or meets the handle. That's going to be the weakest point. All right. So like, go ahead.
So you know a samurai sword, that's the handle, yes, and then they do something like that, don't they? They make the blade, then they've got the handle where they'll put the handle on, they'll put the guard on, then they do that, and then that ends up with the butt, or to protect. You know, you're holding it here, you're protected there, and because my friend got one of them from America, but what?
Who is that? I got somebody in the basement. Who is that? I don't know who that is.
I don't know. I can't see the basement.
It says happy, but I don't know who that is.
That could be Crinkles. I'm sure he came on saying it's happy.
No, it's not Crinkle. Here, I'll bring you. I don't know who you are right off. Nicole.
Okay. The happy life.
Yeah.
I was going by Nikki for a long time, but I changed it to Happy because there's a lot of Nikki's with bad vibes out there.
Okay. Okay.
I just wanted to come up as a fellow maker and ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as a maker, the thing I run into, I was commenting in the chat, the thing I run into is trying to compete, like you were saying, like you have to compete against these crappy Chinese made knives. Well, I make quality clothing.
Right.
For festivals, like crochet clothing, really sexy outfits.
Okay, cool.
And the girls will pay a good penny for them, but even with what they pay, when I calculate the hours I put in, I'm coming out to like $1.50, $2 an hour in labor.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Because I mean, put it this way, I've come out to the point where it depends on what kind of knife I use. There's some knives, man, it will take me a good 6-8 hours to make this thing from start to finish. All right. And I at one time I was trying to actually try and get like 3 knives going at the same time, like in different stages of it, and trying to complete like one, you know, like as 3 knives all at the same time kind of thing. But I found like I was rushing through it, and I kept on making mistakes because I was hurrying. So I'm down to like just making 1 knife at a time. And like I said, that could take maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 hours to make. You know what I mean? And if I sell it for $45, let's say I sell it for like, you know, I've sold some for $60 depending on what it is, but even then, you know, you think about it, that's not really a whole lot of money coming in, and I have to sell quite a few of those to pay all my bills in 1 month. You know what I mean?
Well, like the recent project I did that I sold, it's if anybody ever wants to check it out, there's a video on my channel. The outfit that I recently sold, I sold it for $150. I gave her a deal because she's my daughter's friend. That outfit would usually sell for $200.
Right.
But the fact is, just to make the outfit she wanted me, she sent me a picture of something to start with, so I had to mock it up first to learn how to do it. So if you count the time I took mocking it up plus the time I took actually making the product, it comes out to over 100 hours in labor.
Yeah.
Over the last month, and I only made $150. That's, you know, that's if you don't even count materials, that's $150 an hour.
Right.
Yeah, but happy. You know when you did it because it was your daughter's friend. Did you feel?
Even at the 200 I could sell it for on the market. That's the most I could get for it is 200 anywhere.
Let me ask
even
you,
at that, it's $2 an hour.
Even let me ask you, like when it comes down to some of the stuff you make, I mean, how do you sell it? Like, do you like go to like craft shows or like farmers market type of things, or do you sell it online? How do you do it?
So I've never before been a seller of my makings. I've always been a maker. I make a lot of things. I do bead loom work. I do textile loom work. I do crochet, knit. I mean, I have all kinds of crafting I do, and I've always given it away. Until this year, I had girls coming and asking me. My daughter goes to EDM festivals, and I made her a couple shirts as gifts. Like the one in my picture, that's a butterfly shirt that I made for and that's my daughter wearing it.
Okay.
And she wore it to a couple EDM festivals, and girls started asking me to make them. So I do it more out of a love for the craft and a love that the idea that girls are getting into it again more than I do for money.
Well, okay. The only reason why hell, it was like a hobby for me. I was just making for myself or friends or whatever, you know, because I love doing it. I love sitting down and making it. The only thing is like 2 years ago when all this this boogeyman started up, I got laid off. So it kind of like in a sense forced me to turn my hobby into some way of making money, you know, because I really didn't have any others. There was a lot of places that were being shut down at the time, and I was like, well, just easier to me to stay at home and do something and whatever. So I kind of like turned it into, I guess, a micro business. It wasn't even big enough to be called a small business, but that was paying my bills and you know, keeping me fed, keeping the dogs fed, keeping the gas in the truck and all that stuff. But that was about it. You know, the only problem with it is like for instance, if an emergency was to happen, I was flat broke. I didn't have any way of doing anything about it. Because I had just enough to pay all the stuff, all the bills, and keep gas, and that was it. And until just recently, I started doing, you know, this past month, I haven't been able to do anything because all the holidays and the guys I was doing some jobs for, they weren't doing anything. So I've been kind of struggling, you know, but like recently, but that whole 2 years, that's all I was doing. And but I was trying to expand, like I said, going into all kinds of other stuff other than just that. Even like my mom, she does stuff also. She does sewing and she makes like mosaic stuff. She breaks plates and stuff like that, makes mosaic stuff. And me and her were going to like these farmers market type of things, like on the weekends, and seeing if we can sell our wares that way. And that, you know, to a point, you know, depending on what kind of crowds we get, you know, it's all right. It's not that bad. And
since the girls have been asking me, I built up a little bit of an inventory, and I'm actually, now that I know there's an interest, I actually do intend in the spring to go out with my halter tops, and I make these vape holders because the kids are all into vapes these days.
Right.
It's just a chain that goes around the neck with a little pouch.
Right.
And and I'm gonna do that, and then we went Christmas shopping. We do Yule, not Christmas, but I always say Christmas because it's what people are used to. We went shopping, and we went to this store in the local mall that features local artists. And I was carrying a handmade purse that I made. And the lady asked me, she said, "Where did you get that?" And I said, "Oh, I made it." And she asked me to come by in January. She said, come about mid-January when things slow down. I'd like you to bring in some samples. I'd like to carry your work.
Right. That's pretty cool.
And that's at the mall. She's selling things at a really high markup. So
Well,
I should be able to make some money if she can sell my stuff.
Will she be doing it like on a consignment type of deal, or she would just buy it straight out from you?
Well, she says on my outfits, she'd probably go for consignment on the clothing.
Uh-huh.
But the vape pouches and hacky sacks that I make, she
Right.
said those she would just buy outright from me.
Well, that would be cool because you don't have to worry about it selling. You know, I mean, the consignment thing. The only thing about that is that it could sit there for months, and you know what I mean. And
Right.
if you're relying on that cash, that's like you can't wait months for that damn thing to sell. You know,
one of the nice things about my product is there's really nothing like it on the market. It's really hard to find handcrafted crochet clothing right now for girls, and it's really popular.
Happy, can I say something? If I gave you loads of cotton, could you like weave it into like a wool or a fabric? Have you got that technology? Because over here,
I don't have a spinning wheel anymore. I used to be able to spin my own textiles. I don't have a spinning wheel anymore. I want to acquire another one.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because over here, there's a lady in the UK, and she would say, if you give me so much kilos of, let's say, your husky dog, she could spin it and make you products out of it. Maybe a hat.
Yeah, I can totally do that if I had a spinning wheel. I have the ability, the capability. I don't have the ability because they just don't have the tool.
Yeah. I mean, look at these dog lovers out there. Imagine if you've done that dog passes and they've got a woolly jumper or a scarf that's made from the wool of that dog. When they wear it, that dog's with them, even though.
Yeah. Or even like on that level on Happy, I was just sitting there thinking, just like dog leashes made out, using that macrame, dog leashes, people go for that kind of stuff too. I was sitting there on that level, and collars, dog collars and stuff. It's basically, I do something like I guess it would be considered macrame. It's like I do this stuff with that with paracord, and so it's basically the same thing as macrame. It's just basically one knot repeating it over and over and over and over again.
And that's what crochet is too. It's just knotting thread.
Yeah. I mean, I've done it. My mom used to do it when I was a kid, and that's how I learned it. And then I've just kind of did it with like paracord. Like, for instance, here, I'll give you an example. I'll show you something. Like, for instance, let's see here. Here it is. This is something, this is just like something I can tie on to something for like a little lanyard or whatever to put on the Indian or something. That's all that is.
Yeah, I learned how to do that when I was when I was a Sea Cadet. Well, I went to naval bases. That's what yours looks a bit different.
This is macrame. That's all that is. It's just I just did this for like a little lanyard to like put on something.
Yeah.
I taught my 10-year-old how to do macrame like that, and she makes her girlfriend's friendship bracelets and they all have matching zipper pulls now.
Yeah.
She has a blast doing it. I raised my kids the way I was raised, very old-fashioned. They do have tablets, don't get me wrong, but they're limited to an hour a day before bedtime. And they have to do something else during the day to earn the time on their tablet, which we have a craft corner. So you got to bring me a painting or a sculpture or something out of the craft corner before you even think about your tablet at my house.
My friend Sandra, don't know if you've ever seen my channel. I've got an American friend, Sandra, and I saw her before the C word. He was always round her house, and he's about 12 now, and it was no computers. It was always about jigsaw puzzles and word games and everything. I'm thinking, Jesus, how old is this kid again? He was like 10 years of age, but she taught him at the old school of education. Nothing to do with computers and stuff. And he loved it. He loved the old school.
We do a family puzzle. We have a family puzzle spread out on the dining room table at all times, and we all work on it. We keep rabbits and chickens, so the kids have chores with the animals. They have learned where their food comes from. They help grow it. They help raise it. They help slaughter it and pick it. They know where their food comes from and how to create it for themselves. They know how to cook it. My kids are raised like I was. I was raised dirt poor, literally dirt floors, wood heat, no running water in the house. Well, we finally got running water in the kitchen sink. So I was raised differently, and I raised my kids differently.
The thing is, those values are forgotten now, and what you're doing is passing them down, aren't you? Really? I mean, my mother was brought up that way, and I used to have an air rifle. It was quite powerful. I used to have a friend with 2 barn owls, as they got them for chicks. So obviously, we killed things to feed them. But I said to my mum, I said, if I killed a rabbit, would you cook it? She went, if you bring it home, I'll cook it. But then she said, you have to skin it and do this. You have to do this. I went, yeah, all right. I'll get to my mate with the barn owls.
Rabbits are cool because whatever created us all, I don't want to get into that, but they made rabbits really cool because they have a wrapper on them. They're like a banana. The skin peels right off. There's no work to it. You just pull it right off.
Yes,
I've seen
squirrels.
it. I hate squirrels. Don't mention squirrels. I hate them.
You can eat them suckers.
Squirrels are yummy.
You can eat them suckers.
Are you staring at my nuts? Come here.
Squirrels are yummy.
Shady,
Yeah.
do you do woodwork? Do you do any kind of woodwork or anything like that?
I used to be a trained carpenter. My mate, though, because I got disabled, my mate, he got a block of wood and he carved it into a chain out of 1 block of wood.
Right.
So you know chain.
Yeah.
He did that. And he carved it into it. It looks like a chain, but he left about that much of the wood, so you know it wasn't glued together. It carved out. Well, he loves that stuff.
Do you do anything like that?
No, I ain't got the equipment, to be honest with you, because I can't physically earn money. I've said like these like lathe and this and that, but I don't know what to make it. But it's getting that inspiration. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have that inspiration. If you ain't got the inspiration, what's the point?
Yeah. Like let's see here. I mean, like for instance, like do you have any hobbies like that? I mean, do you have anything like that? Do you do any kind of artwork, like draw? Do you make things? Do you do anything like that?
No, I don't do nothing. My new hobby is being on YouTube, and then what I'm trying to do is humor, not like, oh, you're a bad cop, you're good. And then it's going to be random. I mean, I've been donated a Mazda shirt, Snowy, a guy called Snowy. I'm only small, and he gave me one of these. It's like a GoPro. It's not a GoPro, but it's the next best thing. I've just got to work it out. But I've been walking down the street like this, like pretending it's clipped to me. Nobody knows it's there. Honest to God, it stands out. I've just got to learn, because you can't see what you're viewing. It's a massive learning curve. But I saw, once I get it online, I saw 2 PCSOs, which are, the volunteer police ones. And because my name's Big Up Shady, I went, excuse me, sweethearts, can you just say Big Up Shady? And I went, what? And they didn't do it, but that's going to be my humor. Well, that's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a knife I made right there. See, pretty much all the blades that I've used is like old lawnmower blades. So that's the type of steel I use. That's another one right there.
That's a nice handle.
I have a girlfriend in Scotland. She's actually a sponsee through a 12-step program. We work with each other online. And she didn't know what to do with herself. She wanted to do something artistic, so I got her started on paint by numbers. And now she's discovered that she has this freehand painting artistry talent that she never knew before. And she started on paint by numbers.
Right.
About 2 years ago, I sent her a paint by number from here as I think it was her 3-month sobriety gift, because she was looking for something artistic to do and didn't know what to do. So I sent her one and she got hooked on them. Now she paints freehand.
When you say sobriety, did she like give up alcohol or something like that?
Yeah, it's AA. That's the 12-step program. I'm her sponsor.
Mm-hmm. I respect.
I got 3.5 years now sobriety myself from alcohol. That stuff, ruined a lot of my life, and I made a lot of changes since it left.
Then you pass that on. You pass that on across the ocean, if you like, using YouTube or Facebook or whatever.
Yeah, we use WhatsApp mostly because it's the best call quality we could find when we first started. But yeah, we definitely. She's got a sponsee now, and so I'm a grand sponsee, like a grandmother.
Yeah. Well, I'm an uncle. I'm an uncle, and my nephew and nieces, their kids, I say I'm a great uncle.
Yep.
I love that. And I wasn't involved in their life, so they should grow up pretty decent.
Oh, you shouldn't say that about yourself. A lot of the people I learned the best lessons from were the ones who taught me what not to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, these kids, they call me a legend, because they're 21, 22 years of age. Oh, you're a legend because I'm a pisshead. They're learning. Oh, that's nice.
That's one of the ones I did with a deer antler on as a handle. That's a deer antler right there.
That's nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Let me. Where'd it go?
If I can get some of these shirts to sell this spring when we go out, if I can get some to sell, I'm gonna have to commission a knife from you. My mother is a witch, and she has handmade knives on her altar. Knives are one of the things she collects.
Happy. You're not saying she's a witch as in a bad way. She's a witch believing in witchcraft.
Yes, she's a kitchen witch. She's not like a witch with a bee.
You know what they say about, as a man would say, oh, my mother-in-law, she's a right witch, she is. You know what I mean? It's not it's not that way, is it? Well,
no. My mother makes potions and spells and does all the things that the name the bad interpretation of witch came from what she does, but only because people didn't understand it.
Yeah. Well, that was before medicine, wasn't it? It was learning the land, and now
it was medicine. It wasn't before medicine. It was the medicine. It was alchemy. Was the original chemistry, witches were the original scientists.
That's what alchemy means. All chemistry.
Yep. Yeah, but it's before that. This is people, normal people. Good. If you have this, it'll kill you. If you have that, it'll give you a buzz like magic mushrooms. If you have this, put it in a paste, that'll kill your rash. If you've got a wound.
Doesn't pharmacy mean witchcraft?
Yeah, witches are scientists. I know that they have a bad reputation, but they're really the earliest scientists.
Yeah, you go all the way back to the Druids, when it comes down to even Wicca and stuff like that. It goes far, far back.
Yeah, the first people doing transplants were called witches and evil. And look how many lives that saves now.
Well, I saw something years ago, and the Egyptians, and they found schools where it had a surgical hole in the back, and it was to relieve pressure from the brain for whatever reason. But they proved that the person didn't die of it. It was that they was like. I think this is like 2,000-3,000 years ago, isn't it? It's all been there. It's just that we're slow to get that technology to the next generation, I suppose.
Well, and our modern medicine just builds on the old ways. It's not anything entirely new under the sun. We knew a lot of it. We just have progressed further by building on what we knew before. And it bothers me so much historically, and it's not just with like witchcraft medicine, but even like with us crafters and everybody else. If you go back to the old ways, you're looked down upon, even though they're more proven than the new ways. Stood the test of time.
Well, I believe like the old ways, it's like there's more cures than there are just treating symptoms. You know what I'm saying? Like today's medical system, I think they're just really concerned about, treating the symptoms, not curing, because you make more money just treating the symptom. If they cure it, once they cure it, boom, there's no more money to be made, right? So.
Like
LJ,
by way of example. Oh, I'll shut up.
LJ Gibbs in the audience. LJ Gibbs. She turned around and said, "This is what the youth of today are missing: the education from the elders, if you like," which is true.
I'll say cancer, for instance. If there was a cure for cancer, once they cure the cancer from everybody or whatever, and cancer is no longer a problem, there's no more money to be made. Yeah. So it's basically just prolonging it.
You brought up my exact example. So I'm a cancer survivor twice. The first time I got cancer, I did what the American Medical Association says to do, and I took the chemo, and it nearly killed me.
Mm-hmm.
And my cancer
because
came
your
back.
immune system is shot to fucking shit because of it. That's why.
And my cancer came back anyway. So when the cancer came back the second time, my husband and I talked about it, and we agreed I wasn't doing the chemo again. So we went to Colorado. We moved to Colorado, and I cured my cancer.
Yep,
I have had over a decade cancer-free. And in fact, my doctor said I cured it with marijuana, but on my medical record, it says I cured my cancer psychosomatically because they wouldn't admit that the marijuana worked. Now, the Mayo Clinic says it works.
Mind over matter, you willed yourself better. You willed yourself a cure.
I think that's part of it. If you will it, if you got positivity, that helps. But then you need something else. You definitely need something else to help.
Well, I mean, if you got that what is that defeatist attitude where it's like there's no chance, I might as well not even try, blah blah blah. I mean, if it's your health, you're just basically you've already lost the fight to make yourself better because you've already believed that you've already lost,
Right, but in my case, I was highly skeptical about what I was doing. I didn't have faith in it. It wasn't a faith healing. I used a cure that we found on the internet, a substance, and it worked. And the doctors did not want to admit at that time because it hadn't, the Mayo Clinic hadn't put out their study. They didn't want to admit that cannabis kills cancer cells. So they just put, it was psychosomatic in my medical record that because people do that. Apparently, people will be dying of something and suddenly just nobody knows how they were cured.
I'm gonna Google it. If anybody can put LJ's, I'm gonna try it anyway. Let's see if I might have. Let's see LJ. Let's have a look.
Wait a minute. I gotta figure.
I've got you.
I've
got you. LJ, I've got you. 41 subscribers, sweetheart. Oh, no, I can look at your channel. Oh, yeah, nice artwork as well. Ooh. Oh, you could be a tattooist. You could do artwork for tattooists. That's nice.
So Shady, you say that you became disabled and are unable to work. So,
I think, well, I became, it was a work thing where I've got a step in my spine. I worked, my spine gave way in two places. One is my lower spine, one is in the chest. And then, because I had muscle tone, I could cope for quite a few years. But now I'm getting weaker and weaker and weaker because exercise builds your muscles up, innit? So yeah, I can't do the simplest things. But people remember me from the past when I could and was quite strong. And they're thinking, yeah, you're lazy. But, every body in my bone, every muscle hurts. And I am lazy. I've got no motivation. And it's depression, isn't it? It just gathers and gathers and gathers. Depression.
So I asked because I have curiosity about what you do for yourself. I mean, I noticed the beer and the cigarettes already. What do you do for yourself in a positive light to make yourself feel better every day? And beer and cigarettes are part of that because that definitely triggers your endorphins and whatnot. But other than that, what do you do for yourself that makes you feel good every day?
I've joined this YouTube community. I have a channel every now and again. I can release stuff. The pressure, which is a lovely pressure, now I have to fill my YouTube wall up with some interesting stuff. And that's like a nice pressure. And I'm always thinking, what's the next best thing? Get it on my YouTube. But every time I go out, my phone's not very good. And I can film one way and not the other way. It lets me have about 25 minutes. Then on a full charge phone, battery goes dead. Somebody's donated me this, and I've still got to learn how to use it. But it appears to have more battery life, so I'm starting to learn that. Then I've got to plug it in. I love my computer, so that should be all right. And hopefully I'm going to get some good content. The thing is, if I make people smile and relaxed and no politics, that is going to make my life 100% better. That's my goal.
So,
then I'll do it another way.
So I recognize that you have a spinal injury, and so walking around filming may not even be that simple for you to begin with. Maybe do something like there's a guy I watch every single time he comes live called Clash with Bao here in the US. And all he does is he finds other crap on the internet and then makes fun of it and makes us laugh. So maybe try doing something where you just put up yourself, not even a panel, just yourself live. And you play some stupid videos and laugh with people, because I enjoy that. He's the only person I subscribe to, like as a member to pay for on YouTube.
Yeah, but the thing is, then you got to worry about copyright laws. I played one song, and I got a warning from YouTube saying you can't play that again. Copyright. If you get monetized, you're not going to earn any money. Then it went one strike. Do it again, 7-day ban. Do it again, and then so I've got to learn about that stuff yet.
So I think that the thing about that is, like, so if you look at Bao, for example, he gets shut down for streaming stuff he's not supposed to all the time, and they never take his channel away. He doesn't make his money through the monetization of the YouTube. He never turns on ads on his live streams. He makes his money off of people who enjoy him, who go and send him PayPal and Cash App monies, or they do what's called TTS, which is through the StreamYards. He makes way more money on StreamYards than he does through YouTube.
I mean, I'm not grumbling. I've got a fan that likes me, likes my sense of humor. He cares about me. He gave me this GoPro. I don't want to advertise names. Of course I will. Snowy, 1967. He gave me that. He loves my content. I cheer him up. He might empathize about me, feel sorry for me, but as long as I'm doing it, he says, "Oh, I'm paying because I like you. You're entertaining." So that might be my go thing. Then he says, "What's your nearest fast food shop over the road?" He put £20 credit, which is like $1 million credit. I'm joking. It's £20 credit, not on booze, which I don't. I'd never spend money on booze. But yeah, now I can have takeaway food, which I can't normally afford, at £5 increments. I'm doing it at that. That's it. Then he sent me a gimbal. Then in the New Year's, he'll send me a drone. Basically, he says, "I've got 2-3 drones. I'm not going to use this one. I'll send you a drone. What would you do with it?" Well, with that drone, I could earn some money by just going up and looking at people's guttering. Because around here, there's pigeons. It's an odd story. But yeah, it's a problem around here with the gutterings. And go up there and go, "I know a geezer that will clean your gutters for you." And then, make 20 quid or whatever. But no, I'd like to do content. I'd go to Alton Castle, a beautiful place in England. It's like a manor house where the rich people used to live. And just go above stuff. Instead of seeing stuff on the ground level, just go up and film that. I'd love to do that.
Real estate agencies, if you have a drone with a camera, real estate agencies will pay you to take drone pictures of buildings that they're selling.
Yep.
It's a really good industry right now to get into, and it's not a lot of hard physical labor, and you've been gifted a drone. You said I would look into that, and it's wonderful to hear you have a benefactor. I think everybody needs a benefactor in the world. I think everybody needs somebody who just says, "I believe in you, let me invest in you."
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's like turned my life around, to be honest with you.
My partner is that for me. I had given up on being very productive in life, and he went out and he, when I need it, he buys me supplies to do my crafting, and he encourages me, and everything I make, he tells me it's beautiful. Like, I think everybody needs somebody who supports them, and I'm glad you have that. There was a question for you in the chat. Shady, do you feel trapped in your life? Not a negative by me. And before you answer, let me just tell that person, in my opinion, everybody feels trapped in their life at some point. But it was a question for you, Shady, so I'll let you answer.
I do feel trapped because I'm on low income. I don't feel I've got freedom. You know, I do feel trapped. And you know, if I had money, I could like do stuff. I'd get a hotel room. I could get a taxi. I mean, where I grew up was a place called Elveston Castle. It's spelled E-L, whatever. Instead of Alveston Castle, it's Elveston with an E. You go there. They made the movie. Anybody British knows I go. They made a movie in the 60s called Women in Love. They made a movie called Women in Love. If you Google Women in Love, that is Elveston Castle. That's Elveston Castle. The first time I went there, I was about 6 years of age with my brother, and it was a day. It was a day where kids didn't get from that mile away. It's just a safe area, or we didn't know about these child molesters in them days. I don't know, but I grew up there. Every girlfriend I've ever had, I took them to Elveston Castle. It was free. It's like nice. Really, it's what Americans would think of Great Britain. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful place. I'd love to go there with a drone and then just fly above the stuff and like me commentating. Oh yeah, I won't tell you where. You know, you can go privately and have the hanky panky. Of course I won't. Yes, beautiful place.
Sounds like you're pretty familiar with the place if you know where to go make your hanky pankies.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, people say ghost walks, and I know the place so well. I can go daytime or nighttime, and I can actually at nighttime. I can say, if we go this way, we'll go there. We'll go that way. I can even do it at nighttime. It just, as a child, it was the most amazing experience in my life. And locals don't even know it exists. That's the problem. Locals don't even know it exists.
Yeah. The U.S. is so big that most people here don't even experience their own full state, much less the whole country. Like where you live is an island, but the U.S. is gigantic, and I know my state, but most people don't even experience their own state.
I know people that's never even been out of their county their whole life. They've never even been out of the freaking county. You know what I mean? So
I live in a pretty big county in a small state, and I grew up in, and that county has about 5 serious historical sites that are nationally listed. And there's people who live in my hometown who have no idea they exist.
Right.
They just don't know it. They don't care.
My friend Sandra, she's older than me, and she turned around. Oh, was it? I think she's Philadelphia. It's Philadelphia. No, she's from Pennsylvania, which is a suburb, or is it something to do with Pennsylvania? I think she was born as a kid in Pennsylvania. That's why I always take the piss out of her. I used to go Pennsylvania, born and raised. It's a playground where I spent most of my days. But she said, I'm not there. You know, oh, that's Philadelphia. That was it. Philadelphia, born and raised. I do that with her. And she said, I'm from Pennsylvania now. But she didn't. Pennsylvania is that historical, it's called a tower. Nobody knows what it was. But what they did, they made musket balls from this tower. And it was designed, they built it. And what they did, they got all this molten lead all the way to the top, and they put it from gravity through a mesh. As it dropped down into a bucket of water, if you like, it was like 400 foot. It became droplets. Then at the end of it, there was musket balls. Dead easy. She knows about the tower, but she didn't know the history of it. But
Well, I mean, that's another thing. I've talked to people that live out like in the UK or Ireland and stuff like that, and man, they go right by these like 1,000-year-old ruins every single day when they go to work, and that's like, and they don't even think about it anymore. They just like it's like just another thing. Yeah, it sits there. It's like another castle, whatever. Yeah, blah blah blah. I ain't got nothing like that around where I'm at.
Well, you know here they live in them. We have homes that are 900 years old, and I'm talking ancient Native American homes, adobe homes that people live in Santa Fe and in Las Vegas, New Mexico, and they don't even recognize the fact that they're living in a historical monument.
Yeah, like, well, Santa Fe, New Mexico, you talking about?
Yeah, I'm a native New Mexican.
Oh yeah, I used to live in Santa Fe at one time.
Oh, I live near Albuquerque now, but I'm from Las Vegas.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I've lived in a couple of different places. I lived in Capitan, Rio Doso, Santa Fe, for all around that area for a while.
So all the white places.
I don't know, man. I used to hang out with the vatos, man, cruising up the street in the afternoons, you know, San Holmes. I used to do that shit, man.
But Ruidoso, Capitan, Santa Fe, Taos. There's places that the white people have taken over where the money is.
Man. I sit up there with the Chicanos and shit, man. Yeah, well, see, I used to help build the homes up there, man. All the Adobe homes and stuff, you know what I'm saying? I used to hang out with a lot of that. I used to do that for a little while. I built houses and stuff, but I was traveling around, but I ended up all over the place in that area.
Oh, nobody builds adobe anymore. Well, hardly anybody. It's all stucco now.
Well, I know, but it looks adobe.
Well, you two sound like you've traveled about a bit. Like you say, Americans don't go out of state.
I personally traveled all over the country, except for as far west as I've gone is Arizona. All right, but in the farthest north I've been is New York. All right, and the furthest south I've been is Key West. And east, you know, I've been all up and down the East Coast and stuff, but you know,
Key West.
I haven't traveled much.
Hemingway, he was at Key West. One of the
yes, writers. Sir. Yes, sir. I used to live right down. I was 3 blocks away from his old house, from his Ernest Hemingway's old house. Yeah.
When we moved to Colorado, we moved to a town called Greeley, and everybody kept talking about going up to Walden to go hunting. Because I mean, we're mountain people. We're always going to find hunters and fishermen wherever we go. And so we went up there, and then I discovered that that's where On Walden Pond was written. And I was like, oh my God. I could see why he wrote that there. It was an amazing place. Colorado and New Mexico is probably the places I know best. I'm pretty familiar with, but outside of that, I've never really traveled much. I've been to Mississippi once, Florida once, and California twice. Other than that, I stay in New Mexico and Colorado.
I thought about it at one time because I like Taos, and I like the hot springs area and stuff like that. But also I was thinking about like the Four Corners area, you know, where Colorado, New Mexico, and all that stuff come together. I was thinking around that area and stuff. If I ever went back that way, because it's really nice. I really like the area. But I'm so used to I grew up most of my life in Florida, so I mean, you know, I'm used to the hot, humid, tropical, subtropical type of weather, and then you get out there, it's this dry, humid type of
it's arid. It's a
arid.
desert. Even the mountains are arid. The snow is dry. Like you tell people that I get snow and they think I'm crazy in New Mexico, but I'm above 7,000 feet.
Well, that's another thing. You know, the first time I spent time in New Mexico, I was in Capitan, which is outside of Lincoln County. All right, and I spent time in that and got broke down in that town. But this is right before wintertime. See, I'm coming from Florida. I'm thinking this is the desert. It's not going to, you know, fucking A, didn't it snow that winter? Boy, I'm going to tell you something. I did not know it, but it does. And that was like where it just didn't click in my head, you know, that kind of thing.
But it's a weird snow. It's a dry snow. It's even hard to make into a snowball. It's like powdery.
Well, that was another thing too. I did notice like it would get like it would snow so much in one day where you could probably high center your car. And then the next day it'll be all gone because it's melted. You know what I mean? It was crazy.
Well, up here where I live, it actually freezes. Usually this year we haven't gotten snow. I'm really scared. By this time of year, I usually have a foot of hard freeze up here. because I'm pretty high up in the mountains for New Mexico. But we've gotten a couple of flurries and that's it. But the snow in the mountains is how we feed the rivers here, and we're not getting snow in the mountains lately. Right. So the Rio Grande is going dry. Like, I mean, this was a huge river in my childhood, and now it's a stream going through Albuquerque.
Right. Albuquerque, man. The only thing I don't like about it is just I don't like being inside Albuquerque. I don't like the town. I'm not that crazy.
Oh, I hate Albuquerque. I don't go unarmed to Albuquerque. Speaking of Bao earlier, he's watching some live streamers, IRL. They're in RVs. One of the groups is in Albuquerque right now, and their first night they had a gun pulled on them.
Yeah.
I don't go out at night in Albuquerque. If it gets dark and we're not done with what we need to do, I'm like, okay, we'll do this tomorrow. Because there's no lighting either because of the lighting.
We used to call it Albuquerque. That's what we used to call that town, Albuquerque. Well, my
hometown in the 80s, there was a huge documentary called Smack City, USA. It was on news. It was huge all over the country. It was about Las Vegas, New Mexico.
Right. Well, I mean, you think about how that damn town was just like started and built from the beginning, you know what I mean? Out of a freaking nothing but a desert, you know, you see who came in there and put all that shit in there to begin with.
Well, it wasn't a desert. The Rio Grande is a very fertile valley, and Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Espanola are all built right. Belen, Los Lunas, they're all built right in that fertile river valley in the desert.
I used to live in Espanola for a little while. Actually, it was probably for about a year. I used to live in Espanola. That's pretty cool. You said that.
my late husband was born and raised in Espanola.
Right.
My daughter is right now with her grandmother in Espanola to visit his family. She goes during the holidays. She takes one of the 2 weeks they get off and spends it with his family.
Yeah. Well, see, when I used to live there was a lot of these car clubs and stuff. A lot of these, like, you know, the Spanish people out there, they would make all these freaking cars and stuff.
Lowrider capital of the world.
And start cruising up and down the street. So, you know, I used to hang out with a lot of these guys, you know, and go cruising with these vatos down there and go cruising, you know.
you may have met my husband at some point then, because he was the mechanic for all the clubs. He was one of the local mechanics, and he drove a 77 Jimmy with a 6-inch lift and huge tires, and they used to tease him because he was the only Hispanic guy who put a lift instead of taking the shocks and braking.
Yeah, well, they used to. Go ahead, Shady.
This is an American thing. This is an American thing where you customize in cars. Where you got the hydraulics going boom, 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 boom.
Right.
I don't even think it's coming over here just yet. Doing that on the street.
But I tell you this, like, even like, I remember when I was living in, like, I lived a lot of different places, like Espanola. I lived in Santa Fe, and even in Santa Fe, like around the main part of town, like all the roads and stuff, a lot of these car clubs, they sit there and they get a line full of these damn cars and just run around town in big circles.
Okay, like, we call that cruising.
Yeah, cruising, and man.
It's illegal all over New Mexico now. So lately they've been protesting. The last year they've been protesting in Espanola that and doing the cruise, and the cops are leaving them alone because it allows them to hang out while social distancing. Because they're in their cars.
When did it become illegal?
In the late 90s, there were a lot of kids getting violent and drinking and acting out and doing a lot of negative behaviors while doing this cruising. So it became associated with those negative behaviors, and they made ordinances in all the cities that made it illegal to pass the same place 3 times within a certain time limit. So even if you're lost and you look like you're cruising and you're downtown at night, they might pull you over for it.
They're looking for shit, man.
But they have started it. They have started it back up now during COVID. Down in downtown Albuquerque, they're doing it a couple of times a week now, where there's some that are going out and they're risking the tickets anyway because they're just tired of it being illegal. And Arizona outlawed it too, cruising, and in most cities, and they're doing protest cruises on the weekends now too.
How many cars are like showing up to some of those things, or how many people are still doing it? Are they just ignoring it and doing it anyway?
I'm trying to think of the guy who posts them. I'll have to go look. I can't do it while I'm on this because
I don't keep up with any of them guys anymore. It's crazy. I wish I did.
There's a guy here on YouTube who's posting videos of the cruises in Arizona. He keeps saying they're not getting enough views because they need attention because they're protests.
Right.
And he's in the 1A community. I'll look for it and I'll share it on something as a comment on your page.
That's cool.
On your channel, because it's really awesome to see. He's in Arizona doing it, and my girlfriend has some videos on Facebook. I'll see if I can find them of the ones in Espanola because she still lives over there.
Yeah. Well, see, at that time when I was living in Espanola, I was doing construction at the time, and this is the first time I actually was had my first experience with air conditioners over there. It's like, okay, for here in Florida, we use a lot of Freon to do for the air conditioners, but over there, it's like water dripping down on this
swamp
mat.
Coolers.
Yeah, dude, I was like, this
they
actually.
Only work in the desert, evaporative cooling.
I know.
It evaporates.
Well, that's what most of them people out there in Espanola had, was these type of air conditioners. I was like, that's the first time I even came across this shit. I didn't know what the hell was going on. You know,
I saw a video, and it's literally, no disrespect to anybody, it was called a redneck air conditioner. And
yes,
they got a cooler, they got a fan in it.
Yeah.
Basically, all you do, you get a fan blowing in, blowing out, and then when it blows out, you put water in it, or you can put ice cubes in it. Then it got legitimate where you got an old refrigerator, got that tube, and you put water in it, pumped it out, and that chilled the water out. I'm thinking, I want one of these for myself, but
well,
it was
okay. The idea how it works, Shady. The idea how it works is like that fan you're talking about. All right, let's say you got like a piece of like a wool or some kind of a screen or something like that. All right, you got that wall, and that's on a box. All right, and the air is going to be coming through that screen. All right, well, that screen you're going to have water soaking it, so that water, as you're pulling air through that soaked screen, it is actually as a cooler air when it's sucked in, and then that's what's for the air conditioning. Is that cool air being sucked through that watered filtered screen or whatever?
It's evaporative cooling. I have a really nice evaporative swamp cooler on my roof because where you live, though, both of you, like Florida and UK, swamp coolers wouldn't work because you have too much humidity, so the water would never evaporate to create the cooling effect.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the best one I learned was, if you got, obviously I'm an alcoholic. The best one I learned, if you got a bucket and you got a warm can of beer, the worst thing, you have a warm can of beer. I don't drink beer, I drink cider, which it's not American cider, it's British stuff, which means it's alcoholic cider. It may or may not have seen. Actually, I'll be telling you the truth. It's never seen an apple. It's like a flavour. But I've heard you get a bucket, fill it with the ice. You got a warm can of beer. You put it in the ice, add salt to it. It creates a chemical reaction. If you stir it around with a stick, that warm can of beer will be chilled like a which is
that's how they make ice cream, with salt and ice.
Yeah. But it'll come out really cool. But who can afford ice these days? And salt at the same time. I'm joking. But I just think, fuck it.
Well, the reason why you put the salt in there is because it keeps the ice from melting fast. That's why you put the salt in there with the ice cubes. All right, the ice cubes, like for instance, like if you were making ice cream or whatever you're talking about, for instance, you have the container with that stuff that you're talking about, and then that's going to be sitting in that bucket of ice, and you put that salt on the ice. It'll keep the ice from melting fast. It'll stay colder longer.
I mean,
actually, it makes it melt faster, but
does it?
It gets it. Yeah, it does it at a colder temperature.
Yeah, it makes the snow, the ice cubes, defrost, if you like. But that reaction then makes it a colder reaction or something like that, because you're defrosting it. It actually gets a bit colder. I mean, there's a guy, that ice cream thing though, there's a guy over here. If you love food, British food. It's called Rate My Takeaway. It's got 500,000 subscribers. Rate My Takeaway UK.
Ooh, I'm a foodie. If you look at my channel, I got pictures of food and that I make. I'm a foodie. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Rate My Takeaway UK. He's got 500,000. He's called Danny, and he went to a place where it was an ice cream place, and they went, "What do you want?" And he actually did that technique with dry ice and this and the other, and he just got the ingredients in, and the dry ice did it, and within like 2 minutes, he got a tub of ice cream. Within 2 minutes, from liquid to frozen.
It's basically just cream and like vanilla. About it.
So we
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say, but I mean, oh yeah, if you like food, happy. If you like food, this guy. If you like British food, this guy, you'll have hours and hours. I mean, I think his wife died 18 months ago. He had 2 kids, and he went, "I need something to do." Like when he's depression, I go on YouTube. He was in the food industry back in the day, and it just exploded. 500,000 subscribers.
That's awesome.
Within 18 months. And he does a video every day. He does a video all the time. But he rates them out of 10. He rates the videos out of 10. Oh, this food, yeah, that's a 7, 8. Low as it goes. Because at the end of the day, he's trying to big up these people at the same time. He's trying to give these people a custom, if you like.
That's cool. So here in the U.S., most foods like ice cream and we were talking about, most foods have added sugars. And in the U.S., they found that corn syrup is cheaper than sugar to produce and just as addictive and just as bad on the body. So they can feed their healthcare scams. So they put it, they're switching sugar to corn syrup and everything, and they put it in everything that's packaged. So we make a lot of our own stuff, and ice cream is one of those things we make ourselves because I can just not add sweetener and it's delicious. If you put a good flavoring in it, a healthy natural flavoring like bananas or oranges or apples, the kids really like apple ice cream. But you just put the actual fruit in, you blend up the fruit and put it in the ice cream. It's better than adding like sugar. So we make that kind of stuff a lot at home.
Have you ever had a tub of natural yogurt? You have a tub of natural yogurt. You take it.
I grew up raising goats.
Yeah, but no, natural yogurt. Natural yogurt. You go like that, and you go. You like it. You go. Oh. But once you put fresh fruit in it and mix it around, it tastes a lot better. You know what I mean? But it's all natural because natural yogurt.
I like natural yogurt. I grew up raising goats. I'm hoping to get goats in the next couple years here onto our homestead. Goat's milk is amazing for making cheeses and yogurts and oh yeah, I'm a big fan of whole milks.
I know people that drink it.
Goat's milk, I've drank that. It's very expensive, but that apparently is better than cow's milk. It's more beneficial, goat's milk.
Yeah, I know people that drink it.
No, I've drank it in the past. I could afford it.
I grew up on it. I have an intolerance to cow's milk, so I grew up on goat's milk, and I've always preferred now they're even doing this like coconut milk for ice cream that we saw at the stores. So we decided to try it at home, and that was pretty yummy too. Yeah, we find a lot of ways to do things ourselves, and goats is easier to keep than cattle. I buy my beef from a rancher, though, a cattle rancher.
Goat's milk and coconut milk are very beneficial to you. Like cow's milk is all right, but not as good as. But then again, all the alternatives like coconut milk and goat's milk is like double the price.
But any of those are only good if you get it from the source. If you're buying it from a store, they've done the same thing to it that they did to the cow's milk. They homogenize it and pasteurize it. Homogenization is great, but when they pasteurize, they kill off all the good bacteria that you're getting from the milk in the first place.
But at the same time, not everybody can afford that. You know, we're not all got a local farm. Well, I've got a local farm where I could go if I had transport. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know what I mean? I can't believe my friend Sandra, she has to travel quite a few miles. And she's on about a loaf of bread. Cheapest loaf of bread is like $3 or $4. I'm thinking I can get it for like $1.25 here all day long. It's weird how different things cost more in different places.
Yeah, I've actually I want to, which I haven't done yet, but I want to actually get to the point where I can start making my own bread. I wouldn't mind doing that. I love homemade bread. I just haven't done it. I would like to. There's a couple of things that I've got a dehydrator where I can like start making like jerky, like out of some of the meats that I and then or whatever, even dry like fruits and stuff like that. Because I haven't sat down and done it all yet. But these are plans. These are plans. I got to sit down and actually do it though.
Oh, we do those things. I have a lot of kitchen gadgets, but it's because I use them. We're very. I have 2 young daughters at home now. I have 3 older kids too, and we did these things when they were little. We've always made a lot of things ourselves. We build our own things. My partner and I built a gorgeous chicken coop and rabbit cages by ourselves. We paid someone to put up the garage because it's a metal thing, but we ran the electricity ourselves. I don't know. I've always grown up. New Mexico is a lot different than most of the world, for what I mean.
Yeah,
we're more like a third world country than we are part of the first world. The way that and it's not just my family. It's just the way it is here. People are resourceful. We reuse things. You won't see people throw away something that they think might be useful as something else.
You
just don't.
Well, not only that, man, like for instance, like an old car sitting out there in the middle of nowhere is not going to rust away like it would down here in Florida. I'm going to tell you.
Well, yeah, you'll see piles of wood and metal next to people's sheds and stuff that have been sitting there for years and they don't rot. Right. And they'll use it at some point. Where you live, if like what's sitting next to my shed since before we even bought the house, there's some lumber and metal scraps over there that came with the house. Those things would be rotten and rusted where you are.
Exactly. You know what I mean? It's like I got a problem with that. Like even for instance, this morning I woke up this morning. It was so foggy. It didn't stop. I think it was like 2 hours after the sun came up. That's when the fog got kind of burned off. There's so much humidity in the air right now.
My ex he's got family in Cape Cod, and his brother shipped him a truck when he was without transportation. He was struggling during COVID, and his brother had an extra truck and had the money on hand to ship it. So he shipped him a truck. And when it came here, I was just shocked by how much rust was on the bottom of this truck. It was only a few years old, right. like 8 years old. Here in New Mexico, an 8-year-old car still looks brand new.
Anything at the coast. You got that salt breeze, and the salt will make everything rust.
Exactly. Well, that's where I'm at. I'm close to the Gulf of Mexico, so I'm right like close to the salt water. I mean, I'm within an hour away from the beach. Put it that way.
I can't live where you do. That much water scares me. I'm a desert rat. I grew up in the desert my whole life. You put me near that much water, and I literally have anxiety.
Happy. I mean, this is an American term or a British term. You say you're mountain folk. Would that be the equivalent to a redneck or?
No.
Mountain folk.
Well, I personally, I think mountain folk are hillbillies, and the rest of us down here in the South are probably rednecks.
So I say yes and no, because both redneck and hillbilly are slang terms, and you'll get a different definition depending on where you go. When I say mountain folk, I'll give you a definition of what I mean. When I say I am mountain folk, I grew up in the mountains living with my environment. We raise animals, we hunt, we fish, we raise crops my whole life. But my partner and I, both our families have always had a garden and put up food. We make things from scratch. We get dirty. We camp. If I go on vacation, I'm not going to go rent a hotel room. I'm going to go somewhere even higher into the mountains than where I live and camp. You know, like
to me, when I hear the phrase redneck, that means somebody that's working hard, yeah, in the fields, doing whatever, and the reason, and they're down doing the work, and the sun gets them, and the back of the neck is red.
Right, and that's generally something you'll see, like he said, in the South.
Yeah,
the rednecks, and it is that is exactly where the term comes from. They work hard in the fields. They're farmers. I'm more of a rancher, is what we call it, because it's more about keeping livestock here, because you can grow, but not on the scale you can, like, say in
there's a lot of longhorn ranchers that live around that area. Yeah, like out in Capitan, like out toward Ruidoso, you got that and all that stuff.
They're just all over.
Yeah, there's a lot of longhorn type cattle.
I get my beef from Tucumcari, New Mexico. There's a rancher there. She drives the beef up here to Edgewood near me, and I go meet her, and I get all my beef straight from the ranch.
Yeah, that's
and my step's aunt, I don't know how you call that. My stepdad's sister, she owns a hog farm up at right at the border of New Mexico and Colorado and Four Corners. And so I get all my pork from there, and we raise our own chickens. So
Is it halal pork?
I eat a lot of farm fresh, but I've done that my whole life. Like, I grew up, and what you do is you order it direct from the rancher, and a lot of times you can pick it up from the butcher where they dropped it off. I mean, New Mexico's different. Like I said, we're still the Wild West in a lot of ways.
Yeah, dude. Well, like I said, like right outside of Capitan, Lincoln County, that's where Billy the Kid and all that stuff was, Lincoln County Wars and stuff like that. You know, it's like there's certain parts I've walked around out there in the desert, dude, and I'd come up like an old building that looked like it'd been there for, I don't know, 100 years. You can almost feel the ghost of, Billy Kid that had just walked through here. You can almost feel it. It's just it's the history and stuff. There's just all kinds of different things that's gone on in that area. And it's like it changes like every 10 miles. It's like rolling hills or flatlands or, or whatever. It's pretty crazy.
So New Mexico is one of the most used places for movies because of the fact that we have so many different environments depending on where you go. Like, you can look like you're anywhere in the world, even on the moon in New Mexico. And I mean, like, White Sands is freaking amazing.
And then you got Roswell is right down the road from all that too.
Well, Roswell's not the big story in New Mexico.
No, I know, but still, it's like it's a tourist trap nowadays. It's like,
not really.
Well, I mean, everything there has got something to do with an alien around there. It's like, you can go to what is it? They got a diner there. It's like, I don't know. They
tried to be a tourist trap.
It's like every store or whatever in that area had something to do with an alien thing or whatever.
Well, if you go to Madrid now, everything is about wild hogs. They even built Maggie's Cafe. It never existed. It was a fake place in the movie. And they built it for tourism. I mean, New Mexico, the big secrets about New Mexico is what's underground here, because NORAD isn't just in Colorado. They hollowed out these mountains. We watched trucks and truckloads of dirt come out of these mountains in the 80s and 90s. And we watched it. You watched them drive down the road with truckloads of dirt.
I was talking to some people that was living outside of, Corona or something like that, and they were telling me about these old stories about gold from the Spanish conquistadors when they came through. They hid a bunch of gold in one of the mountains out there, and I think one of the mountains is like technically on military property now. And people have actually gone out there to search it out, and some of them never come back.
The mountain that's on military property is literally where I live. I live in Tijeras, right on the other side of Kirtland Air Force Base.
Okay, have you heard that story before, though?
It was just a story that was circulated because they were digging out truckloads of dirt because they hollowed out these mountains to create bunkers.
And that's what I was thinking.
And if you go out west near Grants, there's a base that's completely underground. All you can see are like these little bumps.
Right.
It was supposed to be like for nuclear fallout.
Yeah.
And it's mostly empty now. It's used for storage for the most part, but the military still owns it. But they hollowed out these mountains.
Yeah.
There's so much under the ground in New Mexico, more than there is above. And then White Sands Missile Range, oh my God, the stuff they've done down there. You know, nuclear weapons were created here, germ warfare, most of the germ warfare that we've used and that we have technology about.
All this stuff has been tested there.
Oh yeah, we had this virus called hantavirus.
Yeah.
Killed one of my friends, actually. She was one of the first people. They didn't know what it was when she died. And it turned out it was hantavirus, they later found out. She was tending the animals and was in contact with with mouse feces in the feed, and she contracted hantavirus, and it turns out that was a mouse escaped from one of the labs. Some mice escaped and they spread this disease, and now it's here in our rodent population. It's just here. It's not going anywhere, and people still get it.
See, that's how I think the goddamn zombie apocalypse will fucking break out. It's some bullshit like that. You know what I mean? Something will leak out somehow, get it, the escape, and next thing you know, freaking zombie apocalypse.
Well, and the worst part is it's going to be, the New Mexicans, the poor people who get it first, and they're used to living hard anyway, so they're going to power through it better than the people in the cities. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, well yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a multicultural too. So I mean, there's not just a bunch of white people.
In fact, white people are very much outnumbered here in New Mexico.
Yeah, I have to agree.
I believe we shouldn't say the word black or white or whatever.
Well, I'm just, I agree. I see where you're going with that, Shady. Yeah, I just happen to say it.
I think here in the U.S., when we say white people, there's a stipulation to that other countries don't get. In the U.S., white people have a bad rap for being self-centered, egotistical, and not taking care of their neighbors or the land. And because of that, when we use that term white people together, those two words, what we mean is those people who are living oblivious in the cities, or what Nude Guru likes to call the farm people. They're not farmers, they are farmed.
Yeah. The sheep.
But you're saying you're not white, you're not a greedy person, you're not a racist person. When you say those white people, if you know what I mean, which is obviously fairly accurate.
Well, okay, like for instance, some of them probably.
I can't say I'm not white, honey. No matter what I do, this girl can never look at me. I cannot say, look at the blue eyes, light hair, freckles. Yeah, I'm a white girl, but I'm not that white. So that's what I mean.
Yeah. But even then, it's like, it's like some people they probably call me a redneck, but I'd call him white.
I'm mixed race.
Well, so am I. Everybody is. I mean, anybody who gets a genetic profile finds out that there's no such thing as, just like with marijuana, there's no such thing as a pure indica or pure sativa anymore because it's all mixed. It's the same with people.
Well, Shady, where does your family originate from? Do you know?
Well, I said live on my channel. Now I was on somebody else's, and they called me a racist or whatever. I'm half Austrian, so imagine Hitler. Then I'm actually half English. Now my father's name probably goes back to the Magna Carta, so that's how English I am.
Okay.
Name, no, but yeah, because I said half Austrian, I said something like, when I grew up, I liked. I said that in 1933 or whatever, when Hitler was coming to power. He went to this failed designer label, this clothing designer. He was failing, and Adolf Hitler, or one of his goons, if you like, said, "Tell you what, do you want a job? Will you give us, make us a uniform?" And it made him. He was going to fail, and all of a sudden he made his uniform, which is what everybody sees in World War II. And I actually turned around and said, "Actually, I like Hugo Boss because I've got 3 T-shirts at Hugo Boss, and that was a famous designer label. If it wasn't for Adolf Hitler, we wouldn't have the designer label Hugo Boss. And I was called racist for that. because I'm half Austrian. Never asked me a question. Never asked me a question. Do I believe what Adolf Hitler did? Never asked me that. Just, oh, you're a racist because you're half Austrian. That's what society's about.
As far as I know, when it comes down to me, my dad's side family, as far as I know, it goes back to France before they came here. I think they were one of the first French families that colonized through St. Augustine here in America. And then you go further back, it goes back toward Ireland. I think where it originates. It's back. As far as I know, that's where my dad's side of the family goes to.
I gotta disappear for a bit, guys. If you're still around later, I gotta go do some stuff around the house that I can't.
Oh, right on.
Have my phone, but I will look post that link as a comment on something on your page for those lowriders, and
okay.
Or your channel, I guess.
Hopefully it'll stay on there or whatever. Sometimes it's like there for a little bit, and then I'll get to it. I'll find it.
I'll just pick the top most recent video and I'll stick it in as a comment, and that way you can see it. And and I'm gonna if you guys are around in a little bit, I'll probably come back up. I just got to get some stuff done.
No worries.
Thanks for the conversation and having me up. I enjoyed myself.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, happy it's nice meeting you for the first time.
It was nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
Big ups and respect, as they say, over the pond.
You see how I ever saying big up. You see how I chose my name.
Yeah.
If you say my name, all of a sudden it's big up, and it's big up Shady.
So yeah, respect and big up, and we'll talk to you guys later.
You take care, sweetheart.
Yes, sir. You do. You have a good day out there.
So what we're going to talk about now, mate?
I don't know, Shady. What you got? What you thinking about?
Have you heard about Live Free?
Well, he's on a live right now, as far as I know. There's a lot. He's doing a live right now.
Yeah, he says he's doing something. Because what he did, I don't know, he knows the law and stuff. But thank God, he got recalled, didn't he, when he come out of prison? And he went, I'm on the run. And apparently he's had a nice Christmas with his kids and his missus, Shannon. So, and then, he's going to give himself up. Respect to the guy. He this audited. He's took it to a level where nobody can do that, if you know what I mean. Nobody can go that way where you're going to get arrested. Not a lot of people will do that. A lot of people run away. So, respect to that guy. What do you think, mate?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's not something I really keep track of. I mean, I do know who you're talking about. Like I said, right? Yeah, as we speak right now, he's doing a live stream right now. But
yeah, he said that. He's deciding if he's going to give himself up.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't have an opinion on it.
Sometimes the best way, but I'm from England. Sometimes you have to have a way. I found out. I let somebody in my live streams.
Well, this is what I think about it on that end of it. It's like I think most people just need to stop looking for other people to jump first. Everybody needs to jump all at the same damn time. You know what I mean? Instead of waiting for somebody else to do it before they'll end up doing or whatever. You know what I mean? I think that's almost like the same thing here in America too. There's a lot of people, they just don't want to be the first one. They want to watch somebody else do it or have somebody else come and save them. And a lot of people I think are looking at Live Free as like their way or their idea of like a savior in a way to save us or some shit. You know what I mean? I don't think people need to be looking for other people to do that. Everybody needs to be doing it. If everybody was doing what Live Free was doing, for instance, or following his lead, you know what I'm saying?
We'd probably bankrupt the country because we'd all be in prison.
Well, no, not, and especially if it was a massive amount of people. I mean, they can't put everybody in prison. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean, like it was like I was saying earlier. When it comes down to the system altogether, it might seem all big and all, but there's always a way to put a spanner in the whole works, Roger. You know what I'm talking about? There's always a way to put a spanner in the works.
That's what I thought this auditing was about. You know, if you film them doing bad things, that's putting a spanner in the works.
I'm saying that. I mean,
now I'm learning if you do that, you could risk going to prison or whatever.
Well, okay, depends on like if you see that becomes now the individual to figure out for themselves how far they're willing to go. Do you know what I'm saying? How far are you willing to go? How far are you willing to go to basically fight for what you believe in, for your next generations to live better than you are? I mean, how far are you willing to go? That's for everybody to individually decide that for themselves.
Yeah, that's a good point, that is. And I'm still negotiating that one. And when I'm a chicken shit, I don't want to go to prison.
Well, nobody does. Nobody wants to go to fucking prison. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to fucking die. But are you willing to be a slave for the rest of your life and have your children become a slave for the rest of their lives and their children and their children? And I mean, I don't know. I think that I think people have been doing the same thing for thousands and thousands of years, and this is the reason why we're in the same boat where we're in. You know, it's just like been doing the same fucking thing. I mean, think about it, man. Like I said earlier, it's like, goddamn, dude, all this bullshit has been happening in your country longer than it's been happening in this country. You know what I mean? You guys have been dealing with that type of a mentality for how many generations now?
I mean, I watched a documentary on France.
Yeah.
Because they overthrew the government, didn't they, and all that. And they implemented speed cameras. Now, in England, we accepted it. Okay, we've got speed cameras. In France, the first protest is they took something like a third of the speed cameras down. Then they tried it again, and they took all the speed cameras down.
Right.
Now the government are going, let's not build speed cameras anymore. Now that's the French for you.
Well, I'll tell you this. In India, I think it's in India, but a lot of people are against the 5G cell phone stuff and the 5G 6G stuff. So they've been actually burning down 5G towers. As soon as they put them up, they'll fucking set them on fire and burn them down. Yeah. I think it's in India, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about India, but I've heard
from
my mate. I've got a mate, and he turned around and said, "Oh, Danny, these 5G towers, they're going to affect you somehow. You don't even need a phone."
It's part of it's part of their infrastructure. They're shady. It's part of their infrastructure. You know, it's kind of like the cameras. It's like this. You know, the CCTV is part of it. It's part of the whole system.
I mean, you know, Henry Crinkles, and he's talking about pigeons are cyborgs. And he doesn't joke about it, but think about it.
I'm gonna tell you something. It would be pretty cool if I had me a robot pigeon with cameras in it and then fly it over to his house and spy on him and
on Crinkles, yeah. But yeah. I mean, it gives the point. We don't know what the government's doing. They're not pigeons, but it could be something else.
Well, there's all kinds. There's a lot of technology out there that people think is sci-fi, but it's real. I mean, they got cameras. They got little robot drones that are actually about the size of like a dragonfly. You know what a dragonfly is? I mean, they're about the same size as that. You know what I mean?
They're really quite large, but I don't know what you say. Bigger than a fly.
Yeah.
I looked at video of them bad boys.
It's about this a little bit smaller than a hummingbird. Put it that way.
Yeah, we don't get them. I wish we had hummingbirds. That would be amazing to video one of them and bang it on your channel. I'd love to see. We don't get them, I don't think. We do have
yeah.
As a kid, we used to see them all the time.
Well, I guess if you put something for them to eat out there, they'd probably come around. You never know.
I think they used to eat the gnats. You have to be on the riverside. But as kids, we were told, don't mess with dragonfly. If they sting you, they'll kill you. So we was just watching them open and they didn't come close. They used to hover, and it was on the bank and on the riverside, and they must have been looking for insects because they weren't looking at plants and stuff. But yeah, it's amazing to see one in real life. They are cool. I love to do that sort of stuff. Apart from squirrels, fucking hate squirrels. Always think, you know, face. No.
Yeah.
I won't kill it. I won't kill it. But if I could grab one and just gently punch it on the face, yeah. Well, our squirrels are American squirrels, grey squirrels. I'm now looking up. I'm 57 years of age. I was going to it's called a park, if you like. And I think in my lifetime I've seen 2 native red squirrels, which are native to this country. Because the grey squirrels, which came from America for whatever reason, they've taken over because they eat anything, where the English grey squirrel only have a certain amount of, they only eat a certain amount of stuff.
Which ones are bigger? Which ones are bigger?
The grey squirrels are like double the size. But the grey squirrels eat anything. They'll eat anything. They don't need to eat what these red squirrels, natives, they don't need to eat that. But it's a squirrel, it'll eat anything. So the population of red squirrels is going down. I remember in the 80s, if you killed a grey squirrel, you got like $1 for it.
Well, I mean, it's meat. It's good meat. It's good meat to eat. I'm gonna tell you. And the skins are pretty good. You can use the skins for tough stuff. You know.
Yeah, the thing is, that was the law in the 80s. You kill a squirrel, but where's this government body? Well, here's a squirrel. Give me £1. You don't see the officer. So they made a law that you can, but there's no way to get your bloody $1 or whatever. So yeah. Right. Well, if we killed it, I get to my mate who's got you had a barn owl, you know, big barn owls, because he got one for me.
Right.
So yeah, to me, nothing was wasted. Even if we didn't cook it, it went to. I had 2 mates actually.
Yeah.
Then I had a third one that had a kestrel. So anything we killed was never wasted, left behind. We just bring it back to whoever wanted birds of prey, which was legal. Now you need a license. It's illegal to have a bird of prey as a pet, if you like.
What, an owl? It's illegal to have an owl.
A barn owl, you know how big they are.
Yeah.
They're like that fucking tall, massive creatures.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, unless you're licensed to have it, and it's been abandoned, and then what you do then is you rehabilitate it to send it back to the wild. It's complicated, but yeah, good on that rule, because before in the 80s, you could just find an owl nest, either wait for it to drop on the ground, sometimes, or you climb a tree. I think most times people climb a tree, took the little fledgling, a little white ball, then brought it up with food, and then obviously birds. When you feed a bird once a chick, it memorizes and it thinks you're whatever. It thinks you're a human being. So therefore, it likes you and not other birds. But yeah, it's weird. So that's cool. And I think when you get a chick that's abandoned, they do where it looks like a hand puppet, where it looks like a bird you never see a human being, and then it keeps them wild. That's what I do.
Right.
I just back in the day.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, like, I know the crows and what ravens, they have a really good memory. They can remember a face for their entire life. It's pretty crazy how they got a really good memory.
I remember as a kid, and my mate, he lived just up the road from our secondary school, where basically secondary school, you go to that school up to the age of 16. And he had a crow or a rook. It might have been it wasn't a crow, it was a rook, because he went to Alveston Castle, a rookery. And he got a chick and he brought it up, and he used to feed it on dog food or cat food.
Right.
He used to fly really high in the air, and out of, say, 200 kids coming out, he used to just put his hand in the air and this rook would come down and sweep around a bit, frighten people, and then land on his arm, and like be a pet bird, and like go off again.
Yeah.
That was.
Well, I knew this chick that she was in that falconry. You know, that she had a falcon that she trained to hunt, basically. All right, you know, it would go out and hunt like rabbits and bring it back to her and stuff. It was pretty cool, but you know, that's even a dying art, just actually doing that, because like that's exactly what she would do. She had this big leather glove. She just put her hand out, and that sucker would fly from out of nowhere and just land on her glove. You know. It was pretty cool.
Well, my mate, he had a very barn owl where he got massive claws. That was my mistake, because he had it on a tether line. So there's a line where it could go one side of the garden to the other, but it could go like either one post to the other, or it could go like 10 feet either side. And it used to get caught in a fence. So you'd pick it up, you'd grab it, pick it up, and you'd put it on your arm. If you've ever had a barn owl and you do that, no, you put it on your arm. If you go, it goes and the claws, and it's painful. Hence the leather stuff. But yeah, you live and learn, don't you?
Well, that's why you got to, you know, they got those big, thick ass leather gloves that go all the way up to your elbow and stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely a reason for that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
But if you keep your arm still. This one, as long as you kept your arm still and didn't wobble, you could like stroke the top of its head, you know, stroke its belly. But once you did a little bit of movement, it went grip, 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 grip. And that's when it hurt. Because these are massive talons. Until you see the massive barn owl in Britain.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
But their talons, they are big, big. But this was, and then I think later on, a long story. I think his dad said there's a male owl because it's a female owl. He kept on going on the cage, and then what his dad did, what the mate's dad did, was open the cage, and obviously the female went away, never saw it again. So it actually became in the wild, if you know what I mean, which is good. I mean, my mate was heartbroken, but you know. In them days, it was a status symbol. Thankfully, I didn't get into that sort of stuff. I was happy having a German Shepherd. I didn't need another bully thing to look after.
Yeah.
It was bad enough walking this German Shepherd for, like, in the summertime, 8 hours a day. Didn't need another bloody pet to look after.
I've got 5 dogs at the moment, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Holy shit. Yeah. Back in the day, I used to house sit my friends' dogs. They always had 4. Did it for about 15 years. You know, if you look at my website, you got the Husky dog and German Shepherd.
All right.
But they had so many before, but I didn't have the brains to video it all for posterity or whatever. But yeah, 5, Jesus.
Yeah, I actually got a couple of videos on my channel when all these pups were born. Was it last year? Videoed that, put that on the channel. You know, because I was here when all 6 of them were born. They were born right here in the house. You know, and I think it was May of last year when they were all born.
Are they the ones in the background?
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Do you find, like me, you trust human beings more if they love dogs or they're a dog owner, so to speak?
Yeah, to a point. Yeah, to a point.
Well, they look cute, don't they?
Yeah, there's.
He's got loads of them.
I got one more somewhere. I don't know where he's at. But all the dark colored ones, those are females. The white one is a male. I've got another white one. He's a male also.
What
Stop. I don't want you jumping on me.
What breed?
Well, okay. This is the mother. All right. Stop. She's half German Shepherd. That was her mother, and Blue Heeler was her dad.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what got her pregnant. It was like one of the neighbors' dogs got her pregnant, so that's why all these pups look kind of the way they do. She kind of reminds. She looks like a coyote to me. The way how her markings and her size and all. But these are my little monsters.
I think the white one. If you sold the white one, people would go for the white one because it's like fashionable now, isn't it? Oh.
Yeah, well, I've got like I said, I got another male. He's a white one also. I'm trying to find home for him, but I'm not really trying to sell him. I'll just give him away.
Yeah, there's no food about it, is it? Just play fight.
Yeah, they're just happy to see your mama. I got her tied up right now, and they want to run around.
So she's feeling bullied.
Because if I untied her right now, she'd take off, and all the pups would follow right behind her.
Oh yeah, she's a big lamb. Oh, look at him. What a beautiful.
Yeah, this is my baby girl. She's a sweetheart, but she's a troublemaker too.
Oh, that's why the innocent face.
Yeah, no, she ain't so innocent. Neither.
Yeah,
See, that's my other girl. She's not so innocent either. She likes to take the boys out of the yard and get them in trouble.
That white one though. That white one looks. He's a good looker. Or,
that's my male right there. That's the only one that's a male out of all the ones you see here. All the her, they're all girls. Those are all girls. This is my male. He was actually the firstborn too.
So he might be the big one out the run. You know what I mean? I mean, when I got to choose my German Shepherd when I was a kid, that was the only good, decent thing my dad did. Oh, let's have another German Shepherd. And there was a litter of about 10 dogs. And it was all like huddling together. It was about 12 weeks of age. And I was on the floor. My dad's talking to the guy. And this one dog kept on coming over to me. All the other ones won't come out. I was like, which one? This one dog just kept on coming over to me. Like, and he loved me to bits. And my dad said, which one do you want? I says, might as well have this one. At least he wants to be with me or with us. And that's the deal got struck. And he was the biggest in the bunch. He was ginormous for Joe Shepherd. Then I realized he was like the biggest one. Normally he's the strongest one. He's the one that doesn't necessarily live with a pack. He comes from the pack and he patrols the area. And he's big because he will deal with any other wolf pack, and he can take 2-3 dogs on at the same time. And he's like a spotter or something. He's not like an alpha male. He's like the bodyguard, if you know what I mean. And I must admit, this dog, he didn't let any other dog near me. And he honed it in how to tackle the dogs. He used to do a lot of that on me. He learned how to body, like jump in the air, twist around, knock me over with his body. Obviously, it was play, but yeah. Oh, he was a crazy dog, he was. But then you learn, don't you? But yeah. Oh yeah, I love people with dogs. I wish I had dogs, but my saying is, if I can't look up to myself, don't have a dog, don't have any pet. I can go for a couple of weeks, like house sitting and stuff like that. But yeah.
Well, I didn't really originally want I started out with one dog, and she had pups, and she had 6 pups. So at one time I had 7 dogs. I didn't want her to get, pregnant, but that's what happened.
Are they mongrel dogs? Because, I know we had German Shepherd. Then my mum and dad had a pub, and then my mum was offered a puppy. It's a German Shepherd, but there's a black Labrador German Shepherd, and it's a mongrel, anxious female. Took a few years to, with hormones or whatever. Then after that, she was nobody fucked with her in the pub. She wasn't nasty, but she's like a mother would nip the puppy in the ear so it yowped. And then here's a lesson for him. She used to do that, but with adults.
Oh yeah, I know the type. I know how some dogs are like that though. Yeah, but I actually, man, what I'm trying to, the only problem is the mother keeps on teaching these pups a little bad habits. But what I'm trying to do is get them to want to stay here at the house and guard the house, and not really want to wander off too much. You know what I mean? I want them to kind of feel like that this is where they need to stay, and they need to protect me in the house, and in turn I'll help protect them and feed them. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like the deal I'm trying to work out with them. And but there's
real. Yeah, I mean, my friend, the one that you see the huskies on my wall.
Yeah.
And German Shepherd, and Kane had died. So you got the brown, cute little husky. Then you got the German Shepherd, and Sam, who's the son. When they moved address, somehow the husky, the brown husky, German Shepherd, escaped. German Shepherd stayed local. She was on the street near the house. She was all right. The husky, she was found about 2 miles away. But again, it's like the son turned around and went, well, the husky legged it, but the stupid German Shepherd, she was so stupid she didn't know where to go. But that's what German Shepherds do. They don't wander around. They stay near that. Huskies, they'll fucking leg it.
Right.
They'll dig holes. They'll escape. That's what huskies do. But German Shepherds, they are the most loyal, I think.
Well, I was kind of hoping that some of that German Shepherd kind of like, come through with the mother. Because like I said, her I think her mother was a German Shepherd and her dad was a Blue Heeler. And like, they're both kind of work dogs. Like a German Shepherd, that's where they're bred to be like kind of like a security type of dog. And then the Blue Heelers, they were work dogs for like, like farms and stuff to like keep cattle in line and stuff. That's what they were bred for. And I was kind of hoping some of those traits would kind of come through. But man, I'm gonna tell you, man, she's a little spazoid sometimes, man. It's like, I don't know what she's like crazy, and she's fast. That girl is so fast. Yeah, I don't know, man. But she's teaching some of the pups some bad habits that I don't want her to pass on, which kind of sucks.
As a mother, sometimes you might have to separate them for a bit.
Well, it's kind of hard for me to do that because I mean, I don't really have a way to separate them. So unless I found another home for them to live in, you know what I mean? Like for instance, if I found another home that somebody wanted to take the mother from me or something like that, I mean, that'd be one way of separating them.
Yeah, temporarily, if you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, or permanently. It doesn't really matter one way or the other because then, I mean, I would like to kind of whittle down to just one dog again, honestly. But the older they get, the harder it is to find people that'll want them.
Yeah. And if you spread out, you're not in the city. It's even harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's harder if you spread out.
Oh, right on there, Nikki. Good. No, all right, that's cool. Okay, cool. I'll even write that down now. I think about it, Nikki, so I can actually check it out myself again. I'm not sure. That doesn't look familiar, so I might not know anything about that.
Oh, the happy. Yeah, that's happy. But she doesn't like to call Nikki anymore. Anyway, there's only one person watching, and obviously I look abbreviated. But I might have to go in a minute, mate, and get a couple of hours time.
Hey, no worries. I mean, hell, the skip's running on the damn radio, man. I'll probably sit here for a while and just listen to some stuff on the radio. That's probably what I'll end up doing, and keeping the live stream going for a little while.
I've been wearing this for like 5 days because it's Christmas, and it reeks. So I'm definitely gonna have to change my clothing.
I hear you.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take a break. I might prove. No, I'm not gonna do that because apparently Live Free's supposed to be live, but he's not, or he has been, and he's not. What time is it now? Oh no, he was live for a bit. So
yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. I did see him. I did see that he was, because I checked around a little while ago.
I saw the first time, but he said at 1 o'clock, which was 2 hours ago. Hour 1 o'clock, but yeah, it is what it is. At least he spent time with his kids. That's all that matters, isn't it? And he knows the scores. Right, I'm gonna let you get going then, mate. Are you Wingnut? Are you Wingnut or are you Anarchy TV?
Well, my nickname is Wingnut, and my channel from my YouTube channel is called Anarchy TV. So you can call me Wingnut. You know what I mean? I'm Wingnut. I'm out here for Anarchy TV. yeah. So if you understand that, yeah.
I know you. I know I've subscribed you, and I've got the bell icon on.
Oh, right on. Yeah, that's cool. I appreciate that, man. You know, because I checked out one of your lives the other night, or the other day when you did. You had a couple people out on the panel. I checked that out for a little while. So you're doing you're doing something, man. Keep it up. Keep up what you're doing.
I'm getting paranoid because if you play music, you get those copyright things. So I'm
yeah. So you gotta figure out the loopholes, you know. But I'm just, you know, do what you feel like is good, you know, all that stuff, man. Eventually, man, there'll be people. I personally, I'm not doing it for the damn, you know, subscribers and all that stuff. I'm just doing it for me, you know what I mean? And it's just cool that other people like some of the stuff I do, you know. So, you know, I think that's cool. Yeah.
I thought I got the loophole by saying I've got a virus on my computer and I can't control my browser, and I'm trying to stop it. I thought I had a loophole there.
All right.
We don't tell no one, and I'm confused. Oh, I'm trying to stop this. Bear with me. But you hear the song. Oh yeah, I've got it. Oh shit! Then another song played. Hold on, bear with me. But yeah, it don't work when you play certain songs apparently.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, so you gotta kind of work around that with some other kind of stuff, man. Kind of maybe make some original music. You know what I mean? It does not copyright it.
I think what you do, you can play music, but within 24 hours, you have to delete it.
Right.
As long as it's been governmental or something like that, they can actually cut your live stream down.
Right. Well, yeah.
It's just a minefield, isn't it? It's government controlling it either way.
Just avoid those certain things. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not a big deal to avoid it, you know, in some aspects.
Yeah. So I'm going to do. Anyway, I'm going to say adieu, which is French for French word.
Yeah.
I'm going to piss off, I think.
Right on.
I'll see you later on, mate. I need a power.
All right. Hey, cheers, beers, boobs, bud, and barbecue from Wingnut. All right, out here in America, man.
You respect, man. 8 people are joining. You got 3 people watching, or you did have, because I'm looking at the stream. But yeah, if you get more people.
Take care, I might. Who knows? All right. You have a good one. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to kick this radio back on because there's a bunch of people on here.
Recalibrate, or what did you do? Good morning, Iowa. Good afternoon from England, Iowa. 224. It's real beefy down there. Translate at 400. Translate at 2740. Yeah. World Radio 17.
Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut Radio, stretch and modulation out. Hey, 224 East of England, you got a copy of the 1122? Hey, this is the 2nd Division, Fox India 1122, Wingnut Radio. The Wingnut Radio, stretching across the pond. Any European stations out there, the 1122 Wingnut, 2nd Division on the side.
Yeah, there's I'm going to put a picture out. Mother Nature's all over the place. Turkey in there, one wave of hands. I heard another few channels. In order to get past the tiles. St. Louis. Jamaica 224.
Hey, 224 out there in England. You're making it to Florida, the 1122 Wingnut. You're listening.
Let's go 27365. Go on, man. Yeah, this is 127 in Europe, go.
Hey, 127 in Europe. You got a copy of 2 Fox India 1122?
Yeah, 510 in Toronto, Canada. Wow, nice signal. 575. Nice to meet you, my friend. Alpha Tango 127. My operator name is Alpha Delta Yankee Paddy, and I'm up in the county of North Yorkshire in England, brother. Anyway, carry on with your show.
Hey, this is our 2nd Division, Fox India 1122, Wingnut Radio. Listening for any DX out there in Europe, any DX out there across the pond, 1122 on the side.
In the background. Yeah, that won't work. 0 in Central England.
Hey, 049, you're making it to Florida. If that counts. The 1122 Wingnut, listening.
Position.
Hey, 373, you're making it down to America. The 1122 Wingnut, listening to it all.
77 England, 77 Manchester, England, Kodiak.
Hey, 77 out there in Manchester, England. You're making it down to the Florida. The 1122 on the side.
164 Pennsylvania. Kodiak, World Radio 88.1, Whiskey Romeo 881, Division 9, Northeast Canada, calling CQ. Station in Pennsylvania, you copy 049, QRZ, 77 England, 77 Manchester, QRZ, please.
Hey, 77 Manchester, England, 77 Manchester, England. You're making it to Florida. 1122 Wingnut, listening.
110 we're trying 377 England.
Hey, 77 England. This is the 1122 1122 Wingnut Radio out here in the Panhandle of Florida. Roger.
Got you there, 1122 Florida, 77 England. The ambulance side is Sheamus, the operator's Sheamus. Sugar Hotel, Alpha Mike Uniform Sierra. We're about 7 miles northeast of Manchester, England. Come back to you, Rob.
Hey, roger that. They're out there. Hey, good to hear you out there, Seamus. Well, they call me Wingnut out here in the Panhandle of Florida, the northwest corner of Florida. Working conditions over here is just a Striker 955 barefoot with a Mako 5.8, about 45 foot to the bottom of the antenna. Roger.
You will do it. CQDX, World Radio, 81, East Coast, Canada, calling CQ. Sliding down a little bit to at the end. Strange and comes and goes. It literally comes straight up and rolls back down again, doesn't it? Hey, 309 to the stand, Paul. You're making a great trip, man. Sounding good up here in New Brunswick, Canada, my friend.
The 1122 Wingnut Radio stretching out to across the pond.
Things are good, man. We're just starting to get some conditions coming through here the past hour or so. A nice all week finally. We've getting some good conditions, some good skip on the radio. Weather-wise, not too bad here. It's about 24 Fahrenheit up on this way. Roger. Yeah, roger that. We're supposed to get some more snow and stuff here next week. So, yeah, it's time of year for us, man. The next 2 months or so, we're going to get cold weather and snow. But, yeah, man, hope it's not going to be too bad.
Hey, this is the 2nd Division, Fox India 1122. Listening for any European stations out there. The 1122 Wingnut Radio on the side.
375 Virginia, trying to get back to you.
I hear Ireland, Scotland, and UK in there. A 1122 Wingnut Radio stretching out across the pond. Any European stations out there that got a copy? The 1122 Wingnut. 375. I'll tip my hat right back to you, man. Morning time to you, sir. Hey, this is 2 Division, Fox India 1122, the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here listening for any of those stations across the pond. Any European stations out there got a copy of the 1122 Wingnut?
951 Southern California, 951 Southern California, we're standing by. Prince Edward Island, wave out your orders. 1122, 1122, 944 Southern Cal.
Hey, 944 Southern Cal, I hear you out there. Morning time to you. 1122 Wingnut out here stretching it.
Great videos on your 944 Southern Cal.
Morning time, everybody out there on the frequency, man. I've been hearing people out there in Europe all the way over to the left coast, the 1122 Wingnut, stretching it out.
Top of the day out there, World Radio Club member, World Radio 921, operator Barry, Pensacola Beach, Florida. We quit. 71, Prince Edward Island, one motor jockey.
Hey, 1122 Wingnut on the side.
Yeah, he's making my coffee. I'm up there with bistro stirring it. I guess something going on. When I was talking before, it wasn't working. But anyway, Happy New Year there, Barry. 647 Gary. 27 around Maine, standing by. Oh, this thing's going to be a better. Top 120. Man, 21 was no better. Maine, how about a DX Schwan, 427 Maine. Thank you, Barry. 647, I'm through. Yep, and yes, sir. Sounding good, 427. Sounding really good today, 427. World Radio 921 up there, Florida. World Radio 932, New Brunswick, Canada. We're waving. New Hampshire,
Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut out here in the Panhandle, Florida, stretching that modulation across the pond. Any stations out there in Europe? 1122 on the side.
27 around Maine.
Hey, southwest of Scotland. Southwest Scotland, you got a copy of the 1122 Wingnut? .105 out there in Ireland. 105 Ireland. You got a copy of 1122 Wingnut?
Southern California.
Hey, any of those stations out there in Ireland, any stations out there in Scotland, a 1122 Wingnut out here listening to you.
You have a happy New Year, my friend. Hope you had a lovely Christmas. Have a happy holiday, my friend. Botella Amarreta, Atlântida. You're talking to everybody else out that way. You're the first one I heard this morning. 2-6.
Hey, 2-6 division, 2-6 division. This is the 2nd division, Fox India, 1122 Wingnut Radio out here stretching to you.
They're doing good. Yeah, been up about an hour, I guess, and working on my coffee here. Yep, I just had one cup. I got to go get another one shortly. Somebody's my friend.
Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut out here stretching across the pond over to any of those European stations. It's 1122 on the side.
You're near New Jersey, no problem at all. Wow, New Jersey. Hello, dear Flatty. Hello, dear Flat. 10 Eastern West Leland Tribe. Hello, dear Slim. Hello, dear Slim. Hello, dear Slim. Station 10 Eastern West Leland Tribe. World Radio 932, New Brunswick, Canada. We're standing by. Too many people shouting Scotland at one time. Yeah, he burned down the forest because the government. I heard somebody coming back to World Radio 932. Hello, at the moment there, go and try again. CTDX 16 Last station coming back to World Radio 932 there. I apologize for a lot of stations coming out, especially out of Florida. But if you can hear me there, hopefully we can put it in better condition. We'll hit 73 for now. World Radio 932, New Brunswick, Canada. We're back on the side. Every one of them be an equal opportunity asshole. You just knocked yourself out. I'll watch. I heard a 181. I think it's up there in Florida. World Radio 932, New Brunswick, waving back. Check the way that they remember the world that we don't fucking forget. World Radio 932, World Radio 932, this is World Radio 480, World Radio 480, operator Bill. Yeah, all 181 there, my apologies for that, but a lot of QRM coming in there, so you're like in and out of the static there, there's all these stations, but we're going to say 73s for now. Hope you're up a great day at DXing. World Radio 932, New Brunswick, yeah, back on the side. World Radio 932, World Radio 932, this is World Radio 480, World Radio 480, operator Bill, stop with you all in back quick. How about that World Radio 480, Bill? World Radio 932, New Brunswick, waving right back. Hey, Roger that there, Bill. You're sounding good here also. They gave me a 5-5, but like I said there a minute ago, a lot of QRM stations coming in there my way from all over directions there, Roger. Roger that. All right there, Bill. It was nice talking to you. I'll tell you short just, in case we lose you, but hope you yourself a great day DXing. If we don't talk before that, Happy New Year. It's 73s. World Radio 932, New Brunswick, Canada. Back on the side on your file. Keep chatting, my friend. Aware of the tide. 051. Years. A great QSL with you this morning. Thank you. Have a great New Year. If we don't talk to you, you're a man to Roger that there, Bill. Have a great one. 73s. Charlie Oscar, and the operator name there is Tony Tango Oscar, November Yankee, my friend, in the south coast of Ireland. Copy. Shot and all kinds of good. Yeah, good stuff there, Ron. No trouble. They're definitely making it across the pond till the 59 and 5 and 9 over into the Republic of Ireland. Yeah, we got a big Coca-Cola. 26 Coca-Cola. 016 England. Okay, our 66 deal in the family. 73 deal in the family. Have a nice holiday, my friend, and a happy new year from 545 Operator Tony, south coast of Ireland. 73's my friend. Hey, Chuck. Who the fuck are you? 26 Coca-Cola. 26 Coca-Cola. 016 England.
Hey, this is the 2nd Division, Fox India 1122 Wingnut out here listening for any of those European stations. I'll be listening for any European stations at 1122 on the side.
CQ, 587, 587, New Brunswick, Canada. Giant 587, New Brunswick, Canada. CQ, 587, New Brunswick, Canada. Giant. Morning to you, 1122. I'm not sure if you're here now.
I hear a station way back there in the back of the bus, man. Nova Scotia, Canada out there. I didn't hear the numbers, but they morning time to you, sir.
CQ, 587, 587, New Brunswick, Canada. Giant.
31 is Sugar Delta 114. 31 is Sugar Delta 114. Happy early days.
CQ, 587, 587, New Brunswick, Canada. Giant.
Delta 01 Tennessee 119 Cleveland.
Hey, 119, you're making it out.
CQ, 587, 587, New Brunswick, Canada. Giant.
Tennessee 119 calling for you. 29
CQ, 587, 587, New Brunswick, Canada. Giant.
Hey, this is a 1122 Wingnut Radio, listening for all those stations across the pond. The 1122 Wingnut Radio out here listening for any European stations.
Bravo Delta 01 Tennessee 119 France.
Hey, 119, you're making it to Florida. The 1122 listening.
206 Florida. That 119 station, 119, 206, 108,
727. I only have 727. I have 15 question mark. Could you repeat again your call sign? Charlie Echo 727. 153 Charlie Echo 727. Thank you very much for returning my call. 31 Juliet Sierra 20 Operator Paulo. I spell like Papa Alpha Uniform Lima Oscar. That's correct. Your QRV. Sing like Sierra, India, November, Golf Hotel. That's correct. Sierra, Oscar, Romeo, Golf Hotel. That's correct. like Sierra, Sierra, Oscar, Oscar, November, November, Golf, Golf, Hotel, Hotel. I'm very sorry, but I have a lot of KRM from the States, and I'm very glad to copy you from West Indies. 153 Charlie Echo 2727. It's a pleasure to copy you. It's so good conditions, but very, very many stations from the USA and Canada. Okay, Mr. Song, thank you very much for the nice gift. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and your family. It's a pleasure. Copy West Indies 153 Charlie Echo 727. It's a pleasure. 73 and Mighty Ward. 50 miles west of Dublin City in Central Ireland, Roger. Kilo 955, copy 451 Nova Scotia.
This is a 1122 wing nut stretching across the palm to any European stations out there. The 1122 on the side of the road. The 1122 wing nut stretching across the pond to any European stations out there. Wing nut radio on the side.
Let me just see. Let me get a clear frequency. One moment. About DX-Land, this is 451 Nova Scotia train. Yeah, move it up to, let me see, move it up to 390. 390, please. UK, go. But dying and stripped away and sold again. Oh, crazy, crazy. I let you do the action. I'm going to link back onto this car and do a bit more welding. I think did you take it down, strip it apart, and sell it again? No.
Yeah, that sounds like shit. Holy crap, that sounds like shit.
Yeah, Roger, that's not a problem. Yep, good stuff. Yeah, well, you're further on. You're definitely further on. There today. Absolutely brilliant there today. Hard to get maybe a clear frequency, but it's not a bad complaint. All right, bud, take it easy. I'll be in the night here, John. Not too bad. I have everything stripped over completely. No suspension in there, nothing at the front, nothing in the back, all the diff and all the running gear, everything's over. So I'm just making up the brackets for the spit here at the minute, John, doing the front ones. So I'm on the final bit there on the front, and then I'll be able to put her on the spit, turn her up sideways and see what the crack is with the floor. The floor's okay, a lot of surface rust on it, John, but no rot. So I need to get her vapor blasted, the water blasting. I want to get that done next, and then get her back home and get underneath her
prepped and protected and painted again, and then we'll build all the new stuff back in there again. I have to buy all new bushings and stuff like that for the suspension and the you know, your wishbones and all that sort of caper. So that's about nearly 600 pounds for all the bushings, all the polyurethane bushings, Sean. So anything you're looking at is going to cost you a clean fortune of money.
Praise it, dear. I tell you, but as a man says, it's what you're into there, and it's a man for the year, right man for the job there. Indeed, and that's saving the right as well, a few times there, because you know, you can get the spread there, and you know, you're saving the price on as well. But for Friday, make up right, you know, maybe I've got myself there with some big bit of you know, but I did come out of a bad killer. I think the name gets it away there, you know, so
John, do well, buddy. Take it easy. 73.
73's fine. Really clear.
Needlebender 933. That's Needlebender 933 in New Brunswick, Canada, standing by.
933 New Brunswick. You're making it down to Florida. 1122 listening.
Well, 11 and 22, you're definitely making the trip here to New Brunswick, Canada. Over.
Hey, roger that. Well, morning time to you there out there. The 1122, they call me Wingnut down here in the Panhandle, Florida. Listening, Roger.
Copy that, Wingnut. Well, you're giving me about a 5-5 for a signal, but you're definitely sounding great over here in New Brunswick. Over.
Hey, copy that. Well, hey, welcome to the live stream. You can check it out on YouTube, Anarchy Television. You'll hear yourself out there, Roger.
Copy that. Well, you have operator Amanda here, and I'm in the southeastern part of New Brunswick, Canada. Over.
Hey, copy that. Like I said, you're doing a fine job on this way. The conditions are just right.
Well, thanks for that, 1122. You have a wonderful day of DXing, and we'll stay 70 degrees for now. That's Needlebender 933 here in New Brunswick, Canada. I'll be back on the side on your final.
Hey, copy that, copy that. Well, hey, you have a good morning out there. The 1122 Wingnut Radio. Back out.
Check. How about that World Radio 480, Needlebender 933 here in New Brunswick, Canada, Waving.
Yes, I put that I can't remember. I'll tell you the she just does it.
Bill, well, you're sounding great here. You got me about a 5'7", so you're coming in loud and clear over here. Over. Well, copy that, Bill. I've just been going around the band there, so it's great talking to you, but we'll wish you a Happy New Year, and we'll say 73 for now until we do it again. That's Needle Bender 933 near New Brunswick, Canada. We'll be back on the side on your final. Check, check.
Security, 791, Panama City, Florida, certified.
Great play, and it's all worked out, and it's come up with shit plays, and it's beat stuff to the ground.
Security, 791, Panama City, Florida.
I hear you, 305. Can you QS? That's QS White at 405. How about that 305? Needle Bender 933 near New Brunswick, Canada, waving.
Security, 791.
Bender 777, Ricky, you by frequency, Roger. 777, listening on Needle Bender 777 to your mouth for 132 in the evening. Needle Bender 777, Ricky, you by frequency, Roger. Yeah, 5-1 Georgia, USA. Way over the pile, 20 dB over. Fantastical. Yeah, fantastic conditions up there. Great to meet you guys. So until on. David Phil, this side, Papa Hotel, India Lima. David Phil, we're on the north.
Security X, 428 Atlantic, Canada.
One side, 4126, Papa Delta, 0. Okay, yeah, the name's Phil, Papa Hotel, India Lima. Running a
335 Kansas. We hear you, my friend, making a beautiful trip here to Wildcat 57 your last one for 3 years. You got to join.
We hear you 37 over Florida. Very good here. Great audio from the 101, Roger.
Roger that. Well, we're in the province of New Brunswick. New Brunswick, my friend.
Okay,
so I can't make it a great trip.
Yeah, okay, Larry. Well, you're way over the top of the pile. Let me tell you, sounding fantastic. 7-3, Happy New Year, Larry, and hope to talk to you many more times over the coming holiday season. 7-3 from 132.
It's the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here, stretching across the pond to any European station. Wingnut Radio, listening.
The East Coast of England, CQDX 132. This is Alpha Tango 132 CQDX.
Hey, 132, you are making it to Florida. 1122 Wingnut, listening.
Yeah, 1122 Wingnut. Hello, good afternoon. 5 and 757, Roger.
Hey, roger that, roger that. It's nice to talk and hear you guys across the pond. Afternoon time to you, sir. The 1122 Wingnut out here in the Panhandle of Florida, sitting here on the side.
Yeah, okay, 11:22, you got piled on there. 11:22, top of the morning to you. 7-3 from the UK, bye-bye. How about that Alberta station? How about you, Alberta? Do you copy that 428 New Brunswick?
They're talking to someone.
It's the 1122 Wing Nut Radio stretching across the pond into the Europe. Any European stations out there? The 1122 Wing Nut Radio on the side. Hey, 001 out there, Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland, 001. You're making it to Florida. The 1122 Wing Nut on the side.
I don't know either. I don't know what the problem is either. I never did anything on this end. How's it there now? We're just going into dusk here. To 4:15 in the afternoon, Roger. Hey, 003, any difference there now?
A 1122 Wingnut Radio out here stretching across the pond. The 1122 QXW.
You're okay, 63 Central South Carolina. You have yourself a fine day. Good DXs there, and Alberta Station here for 132 in the UK. 428, you're getting hot all over, my friend. 428 calling it Alberta Station. 428 Canada.
Lima Tango 727 London.
How about that Arkansas station? How about you, Arkansas? I didn't get your phone call. 77 question mark 428 New Brunswick, Canada waving.
Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut Radio. Listening for any European stations. Any European stations out there got a copy of the 1122 Wingnut on the side.
Sounding good up here into New Brunswick, Canada, my friend. Whiskey 26 Sierra Whiskey 26 calling CQDX. I'm standing. Yeah, Roger. I just changed the radios over here. I don't know what's going on there. 277 Arkansas. How about that 277 Arkansas? We copy, my friend. 428 New Brunswick, Canada. Yeah, it didn't work. No, I got everything locked up here. It's showing 385.0. I got it locked there right at the center of the written. My VFO, she locked up there. So I don't know what's going on. Alpha Tango 132, CQDX, over.
This is the 1122 Wingnut Radio stretching across the pond. Any European stations got a copy of the 1122 Wingnut?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that one. I have to have a look at it, Roger. Yeah, okay, we hear you there. 348, I'm on to Georgia. We hear you there. Good morning. Roger. Okay, 003, I'll get in here and you let me know. Good morning, my friend, and I'll talk to you after a while. Radio 500. Yeah, number 2, bit of 477. A little bit late in the day here in the UK, Roger. Make it a trip, my friend. 73. around North Dallas, top of the morning to you. CQDX, Alpha Tango 428, 428 New Brunswick, Canada, call. I got a lot of stations coming in here this morning, so we're going to say top of the morning to you. Have yourself a good morning around the Texas area, and we'll get off the key. World Radio 500, clear. How about that portable Alabama station? Do you got a copy on this 428 New Brunswick? Yeah, directed at 508. Okay, 508, I hear you in there as well. So we'll say top of the morning as well, 508. Have yourself a good morning. World Radio 500, clear. Come on tomorrow, yeah, this is about 2 o'clock. All right, that Alabama station. I do copy you, my friend, but you're kind of low and lots of stations going on, so they're walking all over you. But you are making the trip here into Eastern Canada from the mobile. Congratulations, 428. Brad, this morning. CQ Midwest, looking for Midwest of West Coast USA. 26 International Radio. How about that 605? How about you 605 428? Returning 65 27365. This is 451 Nova Scotia Drive. 790, I sure do 790. This is 451 Nova Scotia. The name is Ken. That Alberta station, my friend, that Alberta station, I hear you, but very, very low. 428, waving a hand back to you. CQ Midwest, CQ West Coast, any Midwest, West Coast USA, 26 India Radio, 244, 26 International Radio, 244, QSY 27365, 27365. CQ Midwest, CQ West Coast, any Midwest, West Coast USA, 26 India Radio, 244 in England.
26 India Radio 244. You made it to the East Coast. 1122 wing nut on the side.
Unit 884. Unit 884. Sorry, I didn't get any more info. But Unit 844. This is 26 India Radio 244 in England. Go ahead.
This is the 1122 Wingnut Radio, listening for DX out there in Europe, any European stations. The 1122 on the side. 010, you're making it to Florida. 1122 Wingnut listening to it.
Very good afternoon to you guys. Very good afternoon to you. How are you all keeping?
So far, so good. How about y'all down that way?
172.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I've been hearing it's unusually warm this time of year. I'm pretty much everywhere. Hey, copy that. 010 out there in Nova Scotia. I mean, out there in Ireland. The 1122 listening to it all. I hear Scotland out there, the 1122 Wingnut listening.
No problem at all. Okay, my friend, about all okay, I hope you have a good new year. Thank you for the contact. 304 Georgia, very strong in the UK.
It's a 1122 Wingnut stretching out there into Europe, and European stations out there that got a copy. 1122 Wingnut on the side.
This is 451 Nova Scotia Drive. Yeah, my radio is 5 and 9, 59 plus 10 dB. Fantastic signal, Roger. Is that Mark you're talking to? I don't know, I've not spoke to him on air, but the last time you were on, I got that major one Portugal, near Lisbon, east of Lisbon, 65 kilometers. Like to you, Mr. Dial. I have Delta Yankee Lima Echo. That's correct?
He's all the way out in Portugal.
Yeah, I don't know if you finished. Hang on, I'm getting completely wiped by the neighbour's central heating again. Hang on.
Yeah, 1122 Wingnut out here in the Panhandle, Florida, listening.
du temps, comme moi, taper sur le côté, là, puis je pense à le micro qui fait défaut, là.
Ouais, ça se peut. Ça n'aurait aucun bruit, c'est bon.
Ah ben, c'est ce que je vais faire. J'ai tout débranché pour rien, tu sais.
Tu te tapes ta gueule, puis c'est tout ce qu'il voulait avoir.
Bon, ouais, il était pas d'ici là, ça, mais je vais le dompter, là.
Oui, c'est vrai. Ça, rendez-vous pas tout à l'heure, Patrick.
They're speaking French, but that might be Canada. That might be like Quebec or something like that. I don't think that's French. I don't think that's Paris or France or anything like that.
C'est comme moi qui a parlé ou c'est un skip?
Non, c'est un skip. Comment il est assis en face de moi, là?
Ah, la petite face.
Yeah, no problem, Anthony, 511. North Carolina.
CQ 128, Rhode Island, stand by. Alright, 357, I got a copy on you. 357, 128, Rhode Island, say go ahead. Okay, 357, I appreciate it. 128, 128.
449, the Isle of Prince Edward.
Happy New Year back here, 128, I'll be clear with you.
Oh, it's Gary down there in Arkansas. We hear ya, 449.
I was talking to a guy in Portugal on 27.
Alright, Gary, we'll see ya. Best regards. Happy New Year.
Good morning, 05. Good morning, 05. 128, Rhode Island. Hey, 05, 128, Rhode Island. QRT, standing by. Hello, CQ. Hello, CQDX. JQ, unit 428, 428 Canada. 128, Rhode Island, QRT, and standing by.
This is the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here on the side of the road. That's right, the 1122 Wingnut. I'll be QXW.
Will you have my kids on? In Brunswick, Canada. Okay.
It's 1122 Wingnut Radio, listening for any stations out there in Europe, any European stations, the 1122 on the side.
My God, there's the Wingnut Radio. I hear you.
I don't care.
Conditions have changed a little. I'll be copying them.
That's right. Attention, all you shoppers out there. Attention, shoppers. The 1122 Wingnut Radio out here, stretching out there across the pond. Any European stations out there, the 1122 on the side.
Wingnut 449.
449, you're making it out. Wingnut Radio listening.
Daniel, familiar voice from the past. 7-3, best you good. Happy New Year.
Roger, Roger.
Massachusetts, we got you there as well. 383, Tallahassee, weather. Unfortunately, you said 4-2, Massachusetts, there. Take care, brother. Happy holidays your way. The unit 383, Tallahassee, we go. I was gonna say something. Jamaica 555, Connecticut, Northeast United States, way with Asia.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm looking at a pair of bird meters there online, but they want a little bit of flow. Yeah. And then I have to turn around and buy a line section, and then I turn around and buy some slugs. Yeah. Sorry. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Gonna stop at that champagne. And going to coffee on the way out, yep. You hear me okay, Darren? Yeah, you're back at mine for sure. Thanks, man. Love ya. Love you too, Daddy.
Woohoo!
Where are you at, George?
I'm in San Kodiak, Roger.
Déjame.
Estoy aquí. ¿Que si abrieron allá arriba todavía?
No, ya abrieron. Abrieron la 186 ya está, ya abrieron. Yeah, George, I can't hear you, man. Where are you at?
Estoy llegando a arriba.
tú estás allá al ladito ahí. You just don't have the fucking power to get out there. That's the only issue. Voy a pescar. Y tengo que...
That's all she can take, Captain. She's gonna blow apart. I can't go no faster, Captain.
Ah, pues dale ahí. Era para sacar una carne y tirarla ahí, pero está bien. You got a sloppy copy on this mobile. Fue que me llamó cuando se hablé contigo. Me llamó y yo le dije, pues está bien, vamos. What did you say, Derek? Que digo, solté las cosas, ¿verdad? Que estaba haciendo ahí en casa. Pues si no me brincan encima, olvida que soy yo. Aldefonso, el canguro Aldefonso, dile. Cacho, eso que cogen los chavos por otra cosa y después después no tienen para hacerlo. Si este fue el de María que se cayó y lo abrieron en octubre, imagínate. O sea, que eso es una poca vergüenza también. Que todos los chavos, entonces cuando tienen esa...
It's funny. I know Steve over there. It's funny. He's like, "Hey, you live in South Africa? You know Steve?" I'm like, "Motherfucker!" I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, "Yeah, like you know Steve. South Africa is a big freaking part of the country." I'm like, "Yeah, I know Steve. Sure, we're all South Africans. We know each other." Fucking stupid.
Lima Charlie 608. Lima Charlie 608. Nova Scotia calling. Standing by. Hi, number three. How are things over your way? 222 USA, Rhode Island. Standing by. How about Saskatoon? How are things over your way? 01 South Africa 407. Back to you, man. Yeah, it's a little chilly. I've seen that on the news. Not too bad here. Probably, I don't know. We're probably about 30 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit below zero there. Nice to hear you, my friend. Happy New Year. If I don't catch you again soon, Happy New Year. Lima Charlie 608, 608 Nova Scotia.
trying to get back to you. No, British Columbia. I'm in Cranbrook. Good evening, Long Island, New York. Good evening, New York, New York. Really good trip and nice and clear. Yeah, roger that. Okay, 735 there around the Keystone. 985 is always there around the Keystone. Yeah, somebody said that to you there, my friend. You make a lot of noise in my receiver, over. Okay, mellow, jello, right back to you. I'm on the side listening. Nice to make contact with you. Have yourself a great day. World Radio 9.
Yes, on 243 Spokane, stand right. There's a gentleman out there that hollered out my numbers. He was on the top shelf, and he definitely sounded good. But somebody just cheated over the top of him, and I missed his numbers. Can you repeat your numbers, please?
Really? You don't know who you're talking to?
519 Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, I'd say you know who I am. I want to clarify.
Well, you're making a good trip to Spokane, Washington, that's for sure, and everything. Pretty cold up there around New York.
Well, the man gets a little sick.
So, Roger, yeah, we was down in the teens last night. We had about 18 for the low and everything. We got about 2 feet of snow on the ground, which is kind of a blessing after a drought here, Roger.
Around 9 or so. Great Radio 789. World Radio 789. Contact the World Radio 960. Yeah.
Happy New Year, I'm sorry. Have a Happy New Year, and boy, stay healthy, that's for sure. 243 Spokane, we're...
All right, yeah, go ahead. Talk to World Radio 789. World Radio 789. Talk to you later. World Radio 960, British Columbia. Come on back there, Tom. 216 miles, standing by. Good morning, that's 1.216 miles. Six miles, standing by.
Don't get back on the station, trying to call 216 Bahamas. Good morning, Fort Weekend. Good morning, Fort Weekend. 216 Bahamas. Fort Weekend, I said I am 70 days to you. Good Christmas and Happy New Year. Sorry that I had frequent miles this morning. It's a weekend on the coast. The house only knows good morning. 316 miles and I'm sending back.
Roger that. Have a good New Year. 395 Pacific Northwest. All right, 711. 711. That's a good operator. 000. So we can't even get out of our block with 1313. We got a whole bunch of them out there trying to talk to me. Hey, be cool and safe. Have a good day. Enjoy the DX and that other station. Go ahead. Yeah, 1313's just up the street from us, up in that Kenworth area of Washington there. Southeastern Washington. You were still burning wood over there. I'm not. Oh, although that's the cheapest form of heat. Yeah, we'll trade on the horizontal side. 1313 Southeastern Washington. Hey, 711 Cleveland. My goodness. You sound a little daisy my way. Yeah, come up a little bit. Copy. Hey, Needlebender 0737. Yeah, you're making the trip out here. You and a million other ones. But you didn't make the trip. 1313 Southeastern Washington. My friend.
DJ was in there a bit ago. Did you get him? No.
Hey, 191 will be the Buffalo, New York. Well, I don't know if you get in Alaska, but you made the trip out here to southeastern Washington.
We're looking for a DX contact. You copy 727, OJ. Roger that. You're getting covered up in there, but I will chat with you again. Well, I'll get back in there a little bit later. Got a
Okay, well, you have a good one. Enjoy the DX. Mobile's working good. 1313, back on the site, going after some coffee.
Come on back to World Radio
191, 191, Buffalo, Mobile, New York, 789, Northern Idaho, with a Happy New Year wave. Hey, 191 out there in that Mobile in New York, 789, Northern Idaho, you copy? Roger, we copy the 185 and the 61 out there. Good morning to you guys and Happy New Year from World Radio 789, Northern Idaho. Ontario, Canada, trying to call 789. Bring those numbers back one more time to 789 out of Ontario there. Go ahead. Yeah, we're waiting. Yeah, 786 out there in Ontario. Good morning to you. Good DX from World Radio 789, Northern Idaho. Roger, 786 in Ontario. What part of Ontario are you in there, 786? Hey, Roger, 786. Sounded good out there. Enjoy the DX. World Radio 789, Northern Idaho. Oh, Rogers, we're always copying that 185 out there. There's a lot of going on here on my antenna. Go ahead there, 185. Youngstown, Ohio, 185. Okay, enjoy the DX and have yourself a Happy New Year out there from World Radio 789, Northern Idaho, about 30 miles south of the Canadian border. Hey, Roger, we got to get 427 out of Pennsylvania. Good morning to you and Happy New Year from World Radio 789, Northern Idaho. Roger, 427, thanks for the call. Yeah, you're swinging up between 10 or 20 dB on my little RCI 2950, no doubt about it. Sounded good out there. Northern Idaho with a New Year wave. Fairbanks, he's not in actually back down a little bit there with the 427 out of Pennsylvania, 789 Northern Idaho. We said it.
Station 757 Georgia. Good morning to you. You had 1031.
Carol 7 out there in Ontario. 808 Ontario. You sound good out here in southeastern Washington. Oh, it's 808 out there in Ontario. Okay, good to hear you out there this morning. Have yourself a happy new year from World Radio 789 Northern Idaho. Check 808. Thanks for the call once again from World Radio 789 Northern Idaho.
About there, 127 John in the Carolinas, 000.
Hey, Ontario, you make a lot of noise down here in southeastern Washington. 184 on the dock of the bay, standing by. Country's making it. Hey, it's cold over here, too. Christian here.
conditions are coming in and out.
L 551, you're sounding good. Sounding good. Feet up tall. Be COVID safe and enjoy the holidays. 1313 Southeastern Washington.
Radio 626, Alabama standby.
You're right in there with the rest of them, Roger.
Sound good. 626, Alabama standby.
626, DG5, coming back at you. Where you at?
225 in South Alabama.
Hey, 786, Ontario, we are making it to the West Coast. Yeah, 1313 out here. Either 662, 225's wave and a half. Go ahead. Roger. Well, you be COVID safe and enjoy the holidays. 1313 back on the side. Enjoy my coffee. Everybody sounding good today. Hey, 191 Mosey, are you still in there? She is still sounding good out here in Washington. Yeah, well, the conditions are crazy. We're having a heck of a traffic jam on this end. Hey, be COVID safe. Enjoy the holidays. 1313's back on the site. Hey, Gary, from 1313. Yeah, he's a lot closer to you, so when you get started in there, all right, well, there's a lot from Ontario in the last couple of days. You guys must have 30 for radio operators. Ontario? Right. Oh, that's right, sir. She is the Queen of England, and she is the Queen of Canada. We love our monitor system, and we love our Queen. And that's why the Queen's on a lot of the bills there. You know, we at least have a bill right now. Metal coins have got somewhere in the Queen's head on them. And that's why I saved about 10,000 pennies, so I always have a picture of my Queen. Hey, 780 I was just asking you. You talking to 000. Yeah, well, you first 000 back and you tell him hi. He knows where I'm at. Hey, 63 Carolina, you're really loud out here in southeastern Washington. Crazy. Yeah, say that again. That message for 1313. Go ahead. Yeah, I missed it. Something about power lines, Roger. Well, if you warm it up, they've got one man. You're going to freeze fast. Hello? Captain Law work that. How do you know we're lazy? They're all worse than us. They're all, I wish they had one, but no. Hey, how good was stay going safe. 1313 Southeastern Washington's on the side. Today, I'm not going to do that. I don't feel like, getting into a wreck or something. In fact, I can't freaking, multiple $10,000, playing around. Like, even if I can't I just don't want to. Like, I got really good snow tires. I got all that stuff. I got GM. I don't feel the need to really get into it that much. Icon here, 555. Northern California, Sacramento, the triple nickel, standing by. How many? 4311 Seattle, Washington. Stand by. I'm listening. Radio sounding good. Triple nickel, standing by. What's in Orlando? There's a lot of them out there. Yeah, I got the numbers on the 1452, but the other one from the Smoky Mountain, come on back. We got that triple nickel, Sacramento. I hope you had a great Christmas, and hope your New Year's turns out to be fantastic. Alongside Robert's Mountain down through there. Well, yep.
And 1962. Then I had 1962 on Bermuda Island.
We got the most
Only Caribbean on TNT. Want to wish you a happy holiday and say those greetings I told to you and your fine family there, Roger.
So how do you put that into the we're on kilometers now, and I have no idea where 327
Roger, that month of 1952 around the Bermuda Islands. We appreciate the get back and we appreciate the way we do appreciate the compliment once again. Say bye-bye.
You knew damn well the horses were going to make it back so you could get younger shit.
Down.
And that's Roger, my good friend. We do have a lot of condition coming in from the north side on the North America. So continue doing what you're doing. Coming down to the Caribbean. Station 004. Say no more.
Pretty stoned by the end of the day. But I used to buy from the hills for 40 years, and you never knew what you were getting. And it was always $300 an ounce. So, and now at least you get some 150. What do you look for? THC, I gotta have 28%. And it puts you right to sleep. Yeah. I don't get into that high test till about 3 o'clock. Yeah, it's an no-no, you bet. Makes your eyes open. Yeah, you're on the side. Okay, bye-bye.
334 Alabama, making a trip over the condition that
Oh, yeah, in the back room. I don't even have to go to the house for it. The problem is I gotta wake my rooster up, and he gets real cranky if I wake him up too early.
around the Caribbean say greetings from my home to yours.
I got a little electric heater for him, and he likes going back in the cage. He's got a big old cage. I rescued him out of a chicken barn.
Hey, 334.
Yeah.
334 Alabama. 004 from the Caribbean is out there, Roger.
Yeah, a little scary out the open. Even the cops will chase this fellow. They don't know what the hell they're doing. If they ever get a hold of him, they'll call the snot out of him.
And that's Roger 334. No problem.
You think you're 149, Barbados?
Jason Goodwolf, definitely. 334 Alabama. 004 is the Alabama. Enjoy your vehicle and be safe. 004 in the Caribbean, standing by.
Thank you. 149 Barbados calling. Okay. Yeah, many thanks for dropping in. That's a slice of apple pie. So what are you going to do tomorrow? Me neither. That's why I was asking you. Okay. About it 334. About it 334. 149 Barbados. I got
Choo-choo is plugging my hands on. Hey, 29. Choo-choo is plugging my hands. I got a standard. Choo-choo was released the keys. My baby, sorry. We're in trouble. I feel sorry for the psychiatrist that's got to deal with me. San Francisco Bay. Yeah, I'm at the mall on the river. Hey, Chief from Alabama.
Yeah.
You're plugging my ears, man. I hear nobody but you in my radio. Radio trying to get onto my feelings. I'm in Trinidad and Tobago, around the south side of the Caribbean chain. Chief from Alabama. Continue your good work. You're doing great on the end. Chief from double for once again. Say, have a good day. Roger, Chief, take care. I'm off the keys now. I didn't. Thank you very much. 525. I appreciate your patience. What do you play with the waves? The station in northern Missouri. Unit 561 Mobile. Unit 561 Mobile. 004 in the Caribbean. Come on, I'm not sure. Was that 786? There's a big station. Unit 561. Look at 004 on the Caribbean. I'm waving a hand and check. Come on. It's early. All right, my friend. Take care. Secure, brothers. Secure, brothers. Barbados calling.
Yeah, copy that. Yeah, they came on down from
Canada, 451 in Barbados, returning.
Joy, copy that. 207 Seattle, stand up.
07 Michigan, line drop up here in British Columbia, 223. 451 downtown Barbados, calling.
Here in Kentucky, I heard 68 Kentucky. It's a little rough and tough in there. 207 Seattle, stand by. In the San Francisco Bay, standing by. Working good there, 68 Kentucky. Yeah, 10-4, yeah, we're running an old Cobra 2000 there. That's about it.
CQ, 451 downtown Barbados, calling.
Yeah, roger that. The Anytone's doing his thing. I got some friends that like those. They're gonna get check down all the way through Kentucky. There's always featuring Barbados, you know. 63 in South Carolina, 184 with a New Year's wave. Bye-bye. California, the triple psycho. Top shelf, no doubt. You have a good day, 63. 184 on the Dr. Bay. We're standing by. I'm on the San Francisco Bay. Where you at? Okay, you're also I was just talking to 63 in South Carolina. What are your numbers? I'm going to put them on my list. Copy on that. 5-6 in South Carolina. Royal, number 63. And now I got 5-6. South Carolina stations in a row. Boy, I'm lucky. All right. The powerful 5-6, South Carolina, 184. Here's the San Francisco Bay. The range is let up, but it's cold in the mid. A little bit windy. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, 5-6. Yeah, this is Avalon. Quasimodo, is that you? Quasimodo, is that you? Quasimodo, is that you?
How about a 148 around Trinidad in the West Indies, right back to you? No, get back on 172 in Pennsylvania, 184 standing by. Alabama, USA, 148 around Trinidad in the West Indies, right back.
Trying again for 172 in Pennsylvania, 184 standing by.
No get back on 172 in Pennsylvania, 184 on the dock of the bay. We're listening.
Okay,
Claudia. 159, Scottsdale, California. Unit calling 148 on Trinidad. That unit getting back on 148 on Trinidad in the West Indies. 148 on Trinidad right now. Mr. 163, conditions are shifting rapidly. I had you originally with 4 or 5 S units to drop down to about 1 or 2. And there's a lot of bigger stations. They're not that bigger, they're just coming in, they have conditions. Just to let you know, Mr. 163, kind of 224, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you, 224, 148 on Trinidad. Southern is right there. San Francisco Bay. Have a good day now. Bye-bye. Appreciate you coming back. Okay, we appreciate it. Come back and we say good afternoon again to you and all on that base jet to you and your family. Have a nice day. A pleasant evening again. I'm calling you to Trinidad in the West Indies. We're going to be standing by. Unit 900, Florida. Unit 900 around Florida. 004 in the Caribbean in the West Indies, standing by. Unit 900, Florida Station. Copy 004 from the Caribbean in the West Indies around the Mother Blue Waters. No contact on that Unit 500 out there around Florida. Station 004 from the Caribbean, West Indies, in the Blue Waters, standing by. Just waving a hand. Greetings, my friend. Georgia, this is W4 from the Caribbean. Say I'm a good one and be safe. Station 134 004 on the Caribbean, standing by.
CQ Eastern Canada. CQ Eastern Canada. 9 Tango Charlie 01, Province of Alberta. I will QSY 375. 375. CQ calling CQ 999 Vancouver. 999 Vancouver, British Columbia. Hey, 999, you copy 140 around Trinidad in the West Indies. Vancouver 106 Alabama. I had a few people returning back to me. I didn't get anybody's call sign up. Mission 106, 999, Mission 106, Southeast Alabama. All right. South 786 Ontario. You're making it into British Columbia right now. 999, leaving that. USY 345. USY 345. All right, so we're right now. 999, British Columbia, which is it about? Somebody got talking to 148. Somebody got him back at 148. We can go afternoon to you, 148. I'm Trinidad and the West Indies. All right. Thank you. That's 786 in Ontario. That's 786 calling from Ontario. QSY 345. QSY 345. This is 9 Tango Charlie. 1342. You know, 1342. Yeah. 0040 can't be making a wave right there. Hey,
1342, 1342, 004, the Caribbean. There's a bunch of guys in there. I'm gonna go up 2 channels.
Start standing by. Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico, probably got all the cats in the neighborhood coming to go around your coax to keep warm. Alberta, Canada, 170 on the side. Of course, we're not allowed that in Canada. We can't handle ball watching. 612 Buckeye, Alberta, Canada, 170. Columbia, we're trying to. Calling and standing by. Sounding great. Columbia, Sierra, out there, 73 is having a great day. Vancouver returning to. Very good morning. 747. I got a good copy on you. 999 British Columbia. CKDX, 427 Alberta, Canada, calling CKDX and standing by. All right, around Indiana, ready for great day, good DX, see ya. And leave it was. I heard somebody coming. All right, the very best of numbers to you as well. 159. Have a good one. Enjoy the day. 999. Vancouver City. Back on the side. Do you copy 148 Canada in the West Indies? Maybe conditions will get better later on. Give it a try again. 427 Alberta, Canada. We're back live. Central Indiana, World Radio 721, Washington State. Dave's not here, man. Yeah, full morning here. It's 40 degrees, -15 today around the Canadian border. Oh my God, that sounds wonderful, man. Well, send some more this way. It's never been this cold in the Northwest, I don't think. All right, take care, Central Indiana. Have a good day. Enjoy the nice warm weather. World Radio 721 up here in the snowy Northwest. Hey, Dennis. Yeah, hello there, Great Lakes Radio. You're making a good trip here to the Northwest corner, right around that Canadian border. World Radio 721. Moving right back. Thank you, Nick. World Radio 057, British Columbia, Canada. Thank you very much. Happy 47, Indiana. Good morning to you. Yeah, like I said, hopefully you guys are enjoying warmer temperatures than we are. It's kind of a switch this year, so happy New Year to the Northwest Washington State. Back to you. Oh, I'll tell you, it gets a lot colder here in Washington County. I've seen it before. Enough of the Lord. 438. Out in the snow, Northwest Washington. The station calling from Ontario, Canada. The station calling from Ontario, Canada. This is Tango Charlie 01, province of Alberta. I will QSY 395. The station from Ontario, Canada. Please QSY 395 for contact. Yeah, you know, all the snow is pretty much piled up in drifts around here now, a little bit on the roads, but they've been out busting the drifts, so we're on our way to go make sure the plant is was. Yeah, I got to put something in the company. Whiskey Tango 621, yes, sir. Washington.
621, yes, sir. New York. This is Station you can't be leaving. Oh, it's not raining up here, but it sure is cold. Hey, 430. Yeah, I heard some stations calling back to World Radio 6666. I'm going to QSY 27410. I'm going to QSY to 27. Calling Buffalo, number 3, Santa Claus, repeat. Happy New Year.
How about that 612? 612, copy 401 Washington State. Should be able to drive around in the Willie at this time. CQVX 219 Washington State. We're standing by. We've got about at the current time, it's about 19 degrees here in the foothills of the Cascade Mountains there, Roger. Hey, copy that, 721, sounding good over here in my direction. Yeah, there's a lot of chatter on that radio. Roger, there's 612 Dayton. Do you take a final? We're going to pass you the good holiday numbers and say 73 from 401 Northwest Territory, Washington State. Bye-bye, my friend. All right, 721. Safely, and we'll talk to you next time. 219, back on the side. We do acknowledge that station that's right there at my noise level, trying to get to your we want to let you know that we hear you there at the bottom of the radio. We'll pass you the good holiday numbers and say 73 there. Richard 177, Radio 159, and copy. Good to make the contact, sir. 72 and have a very happy day.
Hey, 621,
219, we heard you in there. A lot of heavy hitters out there on the radio. We're taking the show out here in the northwest corner of Washington State. Over.
don't get back on 61, local time. On 61, number 3,
now QSY to 37. Hey, 1414 at Chicago, you sounding good again today. 1313, Southeastern Washington. You don't want to be a mud dog, Okay, 1414, yeah, you're sounding good out here. No problem copying it out. Have a good one. Stay COVID safe. We're on the site. Hey, Alabama, I got you in there, but bunch of stations in there with you. Hey, have a good one. Just wanted to say that you 1313 Southeastern Washington on the side. Hey, 329, you're in there, but there's a lot of traffic out here. 329, you're in there. 1313, back on the site. Real estate up there these days. It's too early for Australia. You gotta wait a couple hours.
CQ. World Radio 6666. World Radio 6666. Washington State. We're going to stand by on 27410 for contact.
Hello, Radio 19 Tango Charlie 02. Total land and the looking for condition.
521, 521, 78. Apache 63, Carolina, 63, Carolina, 316, leaving out of Spokane. Okay, keep talking in so I can get my frequency set. 63, I thought I tried to wave over there, man. You said rough and tough, it's coming in, but I heard you 316, AC Canada, New Year when it rolls up, 316 Spokane. Appreciate the contact 63. Have a good one. 316 Spokane on the side. Oh, 333 over the pile. 333. 316 saying hello out of Spokane. Alrighty, 33. You have a good one out that way. 316 Spokane, just waving. Happy New Year when it rolls up on the old 333. 316 Spokane says hello, bye-bye. Thank you. Standing by. Oh, 786. How's that 786? 316 saying hello. I just went right on back to 786. So good. You came up over 316 Spokane saying hello and happy New Year when it gets up there. Alright, 786. I appreciate your wave. Appreciate your wave. 786 316 on the side. Spokane, Washington. We're good up there, Spokane, Washington. Who is that? CQDX listening for Ontario, Canada. Listening for any station from Ontario, Canada. 9 Tango Charlie 01, province of Alberta. USY to 395. 395 for the continent.
0420 Tennessee. Hello around Tennessee. 316 at home. Alright, 420 anyway, it got rough and tough. I was just waving right back at you. 420 316 says hello and happy New Year. 316 on the side. Roger, 420. Had to swing the old beam. He came in real good that time. Thank you very much for the contact. Southeastern Washington.
World Radio 6666. World Radio
1313's out there. Hello, 1313.
Good morning, Triple Eagle from East Wisconsin. A very good morning from Washington State. You're making a fine trip over here. Weather conditions are not very nice. We got a lot of snow on the ground. Triple Eagle. Station 71. Station 71, you still out there? Copy, real heavy on 385 over here. So, for now, mate, we should be 73s. Thanks for the call back. You have an improvement for the day and a happy new year. 555 Wisconsin. World Radio 6666 Washington State off the key. Down for now. CQ listening for Ontario, Canada. CQ listening for stations from Eastern Canada. 9 Tango for province of Alberta. Iowa QSY 395. CQ Ontario. QSY 395. In my amp over. Just fine. 845, Alberta, Canada, waving ahead, hello. Pennsylvania, over top of the heap, no doubt. We're gonna wave ahead and get out of the way there, man. It's crazy. 287, Pennsylvania, thanks for the contact. 845, Alberta, Richard, we're 73 in your final, sir. Double 06 in the Bluegrass, I believe it was. 845, Alberta, Canada, waving ahead back your way, hello. Alright, 006, man, while you're booming in here, whenever you see up, we hear everything, because you're on top of the mess, no doubt. We're going to wave ahead, 006, and we'll get out of the way. Say 73s, happy holidays, and happy new year to you there, 006, 845. Sounds like somebody's ass is fucking win. Need some preparation 8. at that old station. 641 saying hello. Delta 50 Oregon, stand by. Alright, 641. I heard you real good for a second, but then it got all covered up. But anyway, I was just waving your way. 641 316 Spokane says hello and happy holidays. 316 Spokane, we're on the side. Oregon, Triple one, Cleveland, Ohio, wave right back at you. 111, Cleveland, Ohio, 316 says hello. Triple one, appreciate the wave. Yeah, appreciate the wave. 316 Spokane says 73 and happy New Year when it rolls up on you. QDX. 106 Alabama listing. CQ, listening for Eastern Canada and Quebec. CQDX, I am listening for Eastern Canada and Quebec. 9 Tango Charlie 01, province of Alberta. I will QSY 365 for the contact. CQDX 845, Alberta, Canada, is where it is. Hello, 1414 Chicago. 225, how about a 225 North Carolina? This is 657 Saskatchewan. Radio North Deployed. Roger on that.
This is 65710 Saskatchewan. Best to you years down there in South Carolina as well, Roger. CQDX-CQ, I'm listening for stations calling out of Quebec or Ontario. CQDX, I'm listening for stations calling from Ontario or Quebec, Canada. Roger, 225. Sounds good. 73 for now. Bye-bye. 365. QDX, 106. Check 1, 2. Got every bit of that in my Washington unit. Hello, 1414 Chicago. Just wanted to give you some flowers. You sounded real good into the northwest corner, 1188. All right, 612 in Dayton, Ohio. War radio, Georgia Boy, 80 miles north. 80 miles north. Give her shit, Ray. Go ahead, 77. I got a grip on your lip and I'm reeling you in. Go ahead, 77, World Radio, Georgia Boy. Get over here. Check 73. All right, 612. Keep up the good work. Thanks for melting the ice and snow off my ground plane. 335. I heard you out there. Evil Bender 31. Idaho, Moses away. Dayton, Ohio, 219, Washington State Drive. CQDX, Needle Bender 31, Idaho Mobile waving. CQDX, 427, Alberta, Canada, calling CQDX and standby. Hey. Dayton, Ohio, we got a copy on you this afternoon. 427, Alberta, Canada, don't chat. 427, repeater. Hey, don't talk about hockey like that. That's not right. That's send her in care of Tupelo County Jail. 427 Alberta County, CQ 845, 845 Alberta Canada is waiting in. All right, 311. CQDX, Needle Bender 31. Change my oil real quick. How's Donald Trump? All I need is 14,860 votes, okay? Here is World Radio 170. I only need 14,000 votes, okay? Just beyond that Michigan station, World Radio 178, Alberta, Washington, clear to listen. I probably wants you on his
Alberta, Canada, trying.
5-7 Saskatchewan, standing by.
That'd be great to work for the most powerful man in the world.
Saskatchewan, Armin Island, Mexico.
Problem is, though, you gotta introduce yourself. I'm sorry. I'll cut it back a bit. This Cobra 29 is quite erratic.
311 Alabama, this is 657 Saskatchewan, waving ahead.
Hey, 311 Alabama, 73's man making it to the cold country of Idaho, needle bender 31.
Roger,
I'm afraid so. It's Sierra Alpha, Sierra Kilo Alpha, Tango, Charlie Hotel, Echo Wally Alpha, November, Saskatchewan.
73 to you.
Two provinces to the west, they're on the Pacific coast. Nice place to live if you like rain. Slept one night in Hope, BC. They're up against about a 6 or 7 mile cliff. And, Prairie Boy, I couldn't sleep all night because I figured for sure the mountain was going to fall on me, because I didn't deserve them.
311 Alabama, if BC won't talk to you, 657 Saskatchewan will talk to you.
I guess that was all a facade. I was talking to somebody in New Brunswick, and he said that guy was phony or shit.
311 Alabama, this is 657 Saskatchewan. We got a copy
He was a real Indian, but he sure sounded like one.
243 Great Lakes, sounding good here in New Mexico.
Yeah, how are the roads?
Anyway, if you can hear me, 170 at Alberta, Washington, we lead Happy New Year to W3.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's probably the Indian chief by now. That's impossible.
No contact, I believe. No contact.
Oh, we got one here. The Dakota Dunes in south of Saskatchewan, and they put in a casino. They were the first in Western Canada, and they got so much money, like they're just floating in money. But yet, we got reserves in the north. They're living in tents, and they got no drinking water. And this sucker won't share with them. That's what pisses me off. Maybe you support my daughter or my son, I don't know. Let me go get that.
311 Alabama. 311 Alabama. If BC won't talk to you, 657 Saskatchewan will. out there. They can't control it.
Yeah, 311. 311 Alabama. This is 657 Ken. Kilo Echo November.
Lobster's about $30 a pound right now, sir.
Roger on that. 311 73 657.
Oh, for a white man it is.
878.
It's not really that good. It's pretty tough as far as I'm concerned. CQDX. 106 Alabama. 106 Alabama. I'd sooner have a can of sardines. CQDX. CQDX. 106 Alabama. 106 Alabama. Hello. Nothing like a can of sardines when you're starving to death.
Hello, Alabama. TF2000 sounds good in Saskatchewan.
Alabama, you're making the trip. CQDX 106 Alabama,
Yeah, Roger on that. Wait, the air is talking about I think you need to be hearing me because it's all running that way. You're sounding good here too. You got Ken 657.
All the AMers in there, they just don't care where you're transmitting at, and they don't care at all.
Tron 99 at 20 degrees. Conditions are good right now.
106 Alabama, listening. The old hammer, as I call it, the welfare station is still stuck on the AM.
Radio Canada. Yeah, I remember that radio back in the day. It was a super radio back in the day, and it's still sounding good.
Always laugh about it, don't they? Just think what the AM and sideband does. And sideband, there's no carrier. And they start playing rap music the same way.
Good luck in your DX. 657.
AM on the carrier, that's right, getting that radio getting hot, and more long you got it keyed. Sideband. I haven't heard them. It's all voice operated, just parts of it. Keeps that radio nice and cool all the time, but they never figured that one out yet. New Mexico, he did move. He wasn't living with his brother, but he did move. Just to get the thing going. I got his phone number here. Chris Sweetie. Keeping it cool. Chris Sweetie's used cars, and it used to be in Phoenix, but he moved locations. Yeah, he likes to tell me the same old story about beating the hell out of people with no legs.
657. That's funny too. Well, up here we take a trip and never leave the farm. And we usually wake up naked on the top of the windmill. Midget. You said roll up a doobie. Well, you don't want to smoke the whole thing, just have one pump and then go out in the garden for a while. Try again, so I don't get stomped out. Don't take the whole load on, just need one pump, shut it on, go out in the garden and sit down and think about it. Al over to Canada, 170 on the side, standing by. 17. I know what's happening so far that the truck drivers have given it up, and you hardly hear anything or any local truck drivers going through it all. Here in the state, and they've already given it up on their photo TV set, so. And now I think the Hammers has decided to go back and take it over us on sideband again because of that. That's what the difference between the AM and sideband. And the truck drivers, that's what it was for the years. And now AM is changing to AM. The old handles and stuff like that. So I get laughing about the whole thing on it. How about you, New York, Alberta, Canada, 170? Yeah, see, if you're in the state, I'm at a hardly ever hear a truck driver because I'm running to the wrong.
Listening for Ontario, CQ Quebec. 9 Tango Charlie 01, province of Alberta. I will QSY 375. 375, I go.
Tacos.
131, that's there in New York, 204, British Columbia, we'll return it for you.
Tacos.
217, Pensacola, you got me 657, Saskatchewan.
They were getting 1690 on the side. How about that little 15?
Pensacola, Florida. You've got Pensacola, Florida.
Roger 17, you made it to Saskatchewan.
We're 1690. Roger 121, you'll be on the side.
Roger, GPS, 52nd parallel, 107 latitude, and then go west of Saskatoon.
I thought that was a Florida station. I think the Kilowatt Country 588 Oregon. Roger that, there, 121.
CQ, yes.
World Radio 990, British Columbia, Canada.
Little town called Asquith, Alpha Sierra, Quebec, Uniform, India, Tango Hotel, downtown Saskatchewan.
Stand by. High Cascades.
400, okay. Roger 18.
305.
Yo 18, I'm 2,400 miles northwest of the Daytona track.
1690. CQDX, World Radio 79, Northern Idaho, standing by. I got you, Northern Idaho on the top. How about that World Radio 757? World Radio 757.
Roger on Tampa. Number 3, Saskatchewan.
British Columbia.
Yeah, she's beautiful, wide open ceiling today, and colder than my mother's heart, about 20 below zero Fahrenheit.
How about that World Radio 757? World Radio 757. World Radio 960, British Columbia. Radio 789, Northern Idaho, standing by for CQDX. Just a jiggle, everywhere I go. People know the part I play. Number 3 repeater, don't put me here. That's what they say. He'll melt away. Your Roger D's not gay. Not number 3. Snow over Christmas Day there. A few inches of new snow and down to 10 degrees now. We got a log burning on the stove right now. We got a wood fire going on up here in northern Idaho, Roger. Upper Springs, Columbia, 547. Upper Springs, Columbia. Lee 305 if you do. Send that sunshine down there in the Magnolia and send up here to northern Idaho. 7 we're happy New Year to you. Hey, Roger on the 80 degrees there, 305 in the Magnolia. Roger on the 80 degrees, yeah, that's like liquid sunshine down there, 789 northern Idaho, we said it. Well, can you hear me? North Carolina is sounding good in Saskatchewan. North Carolina 657 returning. Hey, California. Yeah, you're still moving over here to Saskatchewan. I guess conditions are going our way. Where else are you hearing? Oh, that's nice to hear. Nice to hear. Well, we'll be gone a little while and you won't be hearing us. Alameda County, California. 425, 425 calling. California, yeah, good one. 049. Are you hearing the number 3 up there? About a 425. Yeah. I don't know what he's running up to. Is he a 9 over or am I stronger than Ken? I had to go up 300 miles north of where I live, past his place, but I couldn't get a hold of him. I'd never met him before. Albuquerque, New Mexico, 425. Yeah. Well, that's good. We got the conditions. I know I've been busy bouncing around, chasing little stations and big stations, and Mexico. Yeah, like I say, it's certainly enjoyable. I'm glad the DX is picking up here for us. Yeah. You guys are unusually warm. Well, we were up until a week ago too, but I think things. I want to take 5. I want to take 5 next week or so. Get your long underwear out. How about 163? 165. Means 165. They call that country 58 Oregon. This is 48425. Thank you very much. You take care up there, and we'll talk to you again for sure. 63 South Carolina, 657 Saskatchewan. Albuquerque, QDX, Needle Bender 30. This is Albuquerque 425. You copy? I got you, Albuquerque. I got you. Come on. Oh, you sound loud and clear there, 425. Hey, World Radio 20. Right back at you, right back at you. 665, they call that country 588. Hey, now you can't tell me I'm in Albuquerque. 44 Georgia, loud and clear. Good up Tuesday, 73, buddy. See you doing.
Hey, yes, you. I'm talking to 425 right now. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Happy holidays, Albuquerque, New Mexico. You got it. Betcha, you're nice. I'm not number 2. I'm from Albuquerque. 48. Oh, man, did he get me? Gotcha. I'm Albuquerque, man. He got me that time. I gotta turn this thing off. Something going on here. Oh, there we go. 1. Yeah. Okay. He comes from Albuquerque. Just like you said. Well, I didn't think it was you because it sounded good. John, you sound good in Saskatchewan. I can put any mic I want on this radio now. Yeah, I did. I made a 4-pin adapter with a little pigtail on it, and now I can run the Turner mic. I'm trying to get back to that. That's okay. Now I got the Echo mic. Roger, are you taking it too? Am I what? CQ. Yeah, I know. You got your boots on. Oh, I got a little bit of power. That's probably the only way you're going to hear me in this. This is a mess of Worldwide number 2. I'm from Albuquerque. I got you. Okay, awesome. Yeah, they're yelling at Albuquerque now. Albuquerque, California. There you go. What? What's that number 2 singing in the background over there? Number 2 sounded like number 2. I heard him saying somebody was on AM or something. Don't you love the Echo on site, man? I love my Echo. I think this was the best mic I ever bought. It doesn't have a Roger beat. Here we go. Maintenance man's got some sort of Roger beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Too bad, man. I got a good signal. 316 out of Spokane, Washington, waving 73s. Yeah, man, it's shit. Wow, what the hell's going on out here? Enjoy your 550 Virginia. Appreciate it. 316 Spokane says hello and Happy New Year. Oh, man. What you do, number 2? I ain't got you no more, man. I had you a while ago. To get up on set this morning to see because conditions are a little weak. But, I rolled the other day with a mini volt and amp or something over there. Way bad. But number Echo is still in service. 1-800. Calling 1-800 with a new number. 5 different contacts. We're going to turn up the volume a little bit too. So number 2 really gets irritated when there's a big long echo out there. No question about it. Number 2 with the super strong DM 1000. Yeah, pretty good. Man, it's that portion, technician portion of the 10-meter band. One of the most accurate because we're contract with most operators. So you'll hear people in front. Oh, yeah, you're right. Geez, I can't see that. Country, California. On 10 station 16 running 336 28 Washington saying hello and happy New Year. Rose on 316 Spokane. We're all set.
Yeah. Overmodulated. That's how you're driving. You know, things are quiet up there, so propagation is propagation. Didn't there used to be a bumper sticker that said that? Here's good stuff, because it gets covered up by just the sheer volume of people out there. On the back of all the trucks, there's so few operators that, you know, you can have a QSO with somebody on there before you got it, you don't want it anywhere for period. You kind of got squished right there, squish. Not on this radio. I can go to 405. We can go down one. We can go up one. But CB, good buddy, boss man. Check. I can't do this very long, man. I can't cruise on myself. Holy crap! Did you turn your mic up? Yeah, I turned it up. 425, 425 on the west side, California calling. What the hell's going on out here? Oh, that's the most annoying traffic. You gotta put your coax triple M. There's somebody else out there doing it too. Sending out a voice code. He knows me, so they're crying about California now. Holy crap. Have a good day. Say hello to everybody. I hate that was you, my God. Well, I have one too, and I can turn mine up too. Alberta, Canada, 170 on the side, standing by. Well, yeah, I got an echo too. I love that. Roger Beavis for me. There you go. Yeah. Oh no. Oh man, I gotta go in to change my echo. But I gotta just change radios and start floating around. How's that sound? Holy crap, yours goes on forever. And ever. Yeah, I hear you calling, but I did not get your somebody out there in DX land is getting in on it too, I think. All right, DX land, CQ Echo. Go ahead. What's the different one now? Oh my God, I really know where to fit in anymore. 513? Okay, maybe it's on. Good morning, 128 or afternoon, 128 around Illinois. Shout out to the people who just have to drive 10 degrees until the highway takes what's left over to take the exit. 365 Central Belt. I don't know. See, maintenance man's got one. You have one, I have one, and I don't know what happened to number two. Would you go number two? There is somebody out there shooting more. That could be number two doing that.
9, good luck in the contest. I'll go with the echo volume a little bit. Oh, 772, 316 Raven. Nice signal. I have got people say, enjoy the holidays, 1313's back on the site. New Mexico? All the way up here, New Mexico? Central California. Happy holidays. Battle Creek, Michigan. Battle Creek, Michigan. Alameda County, California. 772. What is dummy echo? What are they supposed to be? I mean, you're a talk or just to keying up today with your echo dummy. 772, 316 Wayland. I think they're all trying to pull my leg. They're trying to pull my leg around the corner on New Mexico Street and stuff. 772 got it on. He said, I appreciate the contact. 316 out of Spokane, Washington, saying hello and Happy New Year. Anyway, yeah, you sound good on my end. I appreciate the contact. 316 Spokane, we're outside. Yeah, what did he say? Audio from Northern Idaho. Yeah. I don't know what he said. There's too much chatter on the band, on the frequency. The frequency is too much chatter. Hear me on the 636 mic up here on my Ember GS5010. Is the 636 mic working all right out there? Virginia. Thanks for the copy there. 789 Northern Idaho with the New Year's wave. 318, 318, Houston, Texas. 316 Raven. It must be a couple days after Christmas or something. Here's the Christmas radios. The Christmas sea beers out there. Later one night for a radio check. 318. Sound good up there, Spokane. Appreciate the contact. 316 Spokane outside. CQDX to QDX. Evil Bender search one. Oh, man. Let's go. QDX. Yeah, radio's down there, right? Just, conditions is moving around that run. Yeah, he went down there with the rest of them. No, radio. Two were radio. 44 Albuquerque. Over. I think there's a sippy cup over there in Albuquerque. Just too busy out here. Poking the bear. Yeah, I told you number 2 went to get his echo mic. He had to join in on the phone. He had to go out and get it out of the closet and put some double A's in it. I know. He had to probably look for the batteries, number 2. Number 2. Radio. Alright, I'm playing. You'll go ahead. Delay. 636 Mike working for me on time. We're looking for a radio check. Testing. 38.
I got the insulator arms for those, and a couple of brackets. Roger. Your cabin? That's pretty intense. I like that one breaker for. I like this 90 quad better though. Hey, have a good one. Stay cool and safe. 1313's back on the site. Hey, you sure got a bunch of idiots got some toys for Christmas. Houston, Texas, you're having good out here in southeastern Washington too. Radio's working. On Dancer, on Comet, on Vixen. Pluto. Hey, KDX, Needle Bender 31, Idaho calling. Needle Bender 31, it's your World Radio. Hey, copy that, G66 Biloxi, making a good trip to southern Idaho. Needle Bender 31, it's World Radio 480, World Radio 480, operator Bill, over. How about that bad Louisiana, Needle Bender 31, Idaho, waving. 869 going away, the DX is going away around 2:30, I think, is it? Hey, copy that, buddy, 73s. No doubt about it. Audio. Needle Bender 31. Needle Bender 31. This is World Radio 480. World Radio 480. Operator Bill, over. The RF filter, you know. I got lots of jobs. Hell yeah, don't worry. Divulge the information. Is that the one from Ukraine? You turn the speed down and all that? Come on, man. Hook me up, bro. I know what you did last summer. What was that other movie where there was the kids in the car with the radio and the trucker was chasing them down and his voice sounded like that over the radio? I don't know. What was that? I told you about my story. It was a newer one.
too. I think it was in the 80s. Echo. Albuquerque. You got me, man. I'll admit it. You got me good. You tried a couple times before, but you got me. This is Albuquerque, California, calling 425. 425. Come in, 425. The KDX, Needle Bender 31, Idaho Mobile, we're calling. Number 2 and 425. Both of you sound like number 2. Because this is Albuquerque calling Albuquerque. Albuquerque calling Albuquerque. 425 and number 2 sound like number 2. Give it up to you, God, Captain. You got that. That's your Roger B. I'm going to pump up the power. And then I'm going to pump up some more echo. Just annoy. I just want to annoy people out there. I feel better when I'm annoying. But you ain't got no Roger B. I don't not have a Roger B, but that's okay because my echo is Roger. To be annoying, you're just annoying. That's what I meant. I should have said that to begin with. I'm annoying when I'm normal. And even when I'm not trying to be annoying, I'm still annoying. And that's what makes it fun. That's right. Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia. I'm in Albuquerque. Let's pump it up even more. Ooh, now we're really out here. 300 big watts from Albuquerque, California. How about it, CQ? Everybody can hear me worldwide. Coming from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Yeah, but you'll never be as worldwide. Yeah, number 2 is whoop your ass. I know. All right. I'm not so annoying now, but I'm worldwide. No question about that. We like amplifiers. We definitely like amplifiers. Without an amp, I would be unhappy. Now I hear, I don't know what I'm hearing, but boy, oh boy, is it ugly out there. It's freaking cold out, guys, huh? It's not even 50 degrees out. Just gather around with you, that'll be the warm. I know, that'll keep you warm. I should take the dog for a walk in the nice cold weather. What the hell? Double up, triple up on the jacket. Man, oh man, it's supposed to get cold tonight in the 20s. Is that That's what I'm saying. They were saying tonight is supposed to get really
Can you ever text me when you get your radio on?
But I'm off all week and I really don't care. I really don't care. As long as I have my Echo mic and my CV radio and my amplifier coming from Albuquerque. My mom's up there. I got to call her. As a matter of fact, they just reminded me. I think they are getting some snow up there, right?
Oh, yeah. What part of Grass Valley is she in? Is she near downtown there? No, Alta Sierra District. It's a little south. Oh, yeah, right before you. That is correct, yes. My in-laws are up there. They've been up there for 30, 40 years. My wife's sister and her husband. They're all older and they got older kids, and they all live up in Grass Valley area. It's nice up there, you know. It's okay. Not bad. And my mom's up there, so I gotta call her and see what's going on. I saw her on Christmas Day. Yeah, that Alta Sierra, it has a little bit more elevation before you drop down into Grass Valley, so they definitely be getting more there. It's around 2,000 feet is where my mom's at, so somewhere in that area. For sure. But yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I'll go do that right now. I won't be long anyway. Stand by. Let me give my mom a buzz and make sure the power's still on. We're standing by for dirty linears. Dirty. I'm dirty. Charlie Alpha on 4, standing by.
How did you get their new number?
Mike, you got a copy on this mic? Yeah, go ahead. Stand by. Mike to Mike, go ahead. Just making sure you still had a copy. Yeah, we hear you. Check, I got you too. The TS520 on 11 meters, was your...
How about that 305 Magnolia?
How about that number 39? I think acknowledge number 2. Well, that's the other one that has 11 meters right on the dial.
305, you got 610.
Number 2. Number 2, come in. Acknowledge. California, where is it? Hello. Weird. That's cool. Yeah, I'm screwing around. I wish it was negative contact on number 2.
Here, let that get your photo one last time. Cheers. Still 15.8.
Did you empty your ring gauge? No, it's a shit. Which one's a so I want to get one of those you told me, and then it sends out a signal 180 degrees out of phase, and it brings the voice toward that where you see one of those things on it. Can I get a grill? Peanut butter jelly sandwich? This spring, when we get to put up that antenna, I'll have you guys come over here because my wife is messed up. She doesn't want me on the roof. But, you know, I want to get it in. I'm thinking about doing something weird. Listen to what I'm thinking about doing. I want to switch the CB antenna to the other side of the house and put this ham antenna where the big CB antenna is now, the 11-meter antenna, and have a short run of 400 there. And I think it'll be better with a short run of wire into the shack that it won't go across the... I used to make mustard sandwiches out of toast. A vertical that I bought from Europe that does ham. But they paste it on the bottom of it. I want to try that. If I can't do anything with that, I'm going to put up an RV5. But I got to see what I can do here first. If I do put up an RV5 on the other side of the house, I'm not going to my stereo QFCB completely, except in a truck. Alpha Tango 149, Alpha Tango 149. Away from Real Radio 789, Northern Idaho. 3 since Christmas. Hello, I bet you I can tune up that RV520 meter with that tuner on 11 meters on this radio. I bet you I can tune it up on that.
I put on about 125 feet of coax, RG-213. I buried it.
Roger, we had to get back to that 266 ring down there in Biloxi, Mississippi. 789 Northern Idaho, we're on the pipeline. 213 is pretty sick, isn't it?
427 over, Kevin, a portable 48. I got you standing by.
Oh boy, I want to drag that shit from the wall. I wonder if I can use that 400, the skinny stuff, and get it closer in. I don't know, we'll see. I've got to do some research on that. I've been trying to get some research on coax. That's pretty hard. Yeah, evidently. Oh, that's going to be great. I don't know. I'll see. I'd love to do that. I'd love to get that. I'll get loose. And then the things I do is selling this freaking Galaxy and getting that Cobra 148 going and strap that up underneath this desk here and use that. Over.
Yeah, the thing too, I still have just the CD underneath the desk. Yeah. 52 of the damn DAs do it so damn noisy. And
hey, Roger there, 266. Okay, you bottle up some of that sunshine, send it up here towards northern Idaho. No doubt about it. We heard you out there, 266 Rick, 789 northern Idaho with the New Year's wave. All right, did my signal go down a little bit? I turned it off.
it sounds like it did a little bit. I wasn't looking at the meter, quite honestly. I have the radio kind of covered up.
I probably put on crown bit. Well, I'm kind of cool off these things. But anyway, yeah, so I've got this thing here, I haven't switched on the other. I disconnect the antenna on this thing a lot now because I found out that cold blowing air by that fiberglass stick in the winter will generate enough static to open that final again. So I don't want to do that. I'm sick and tired of changing finals in this thing. You really should get off my ass and put a lightning arrestor on the coax, Roger. 366 Biloxi, 266 around Biloxi, Mississippi. You got 361, 361 Patrick, subject to outside 6 Hornet.
I get it. She's not going to give you shit. I know that you're an antenna.
Hello, radio, hello, radio, hello, radio, hello, radio.
What's going on?
You should make grandpa. Well, it receives, but it doesn't transmit. And I've gone through the stuff on the internet on meters and stuff on it, and it doesn't tune up. I have to really do some serious troubleshooting on that thing. But I desoldered the 1969 out of the final and put my testers on that. Transistor is fine, so the final is not blown. And I have an extra one, by the way. I had another 148 that's jumping out that 1969, 66 is it? The Mitsubishi 1966. So I have an extra one of those if you need it. And that's the original transistor that went in the final on the 148. QSL?
From the mass, so trying to help you get out of that, brother. I was easy, that pretty well over, folks.
Right on, Davey.
Never played with you. That one went
right. World Radio 303, Terry, where you out there? I got the brothers deployed towards the east side, Phoenix, all next to CX.
Yeah, World Radio 303, Terry, where you at? Information out there on the TV thing.
Okay. Royce.
Went right over. Can you hear me?
That's got a freaking relay relay in it. That's an old radio from the 80s. That's very quiet. That's got a really nice crystal package in it for receive. It's just as good as a 148. It's in a plastic bag. I ought to get it out and try and get it working. Hello. World Radio 9250. Yeah, you both play with it, I imagine. Wagon standing by. Yeah, it's got the freaking relay. It doesn't have electronic switching on it or transmit on a BTT. It's a relay, Roger. I wonder if Darren is going bananas over there shooting the skip. He's got to get his general, though. Hello, this is Bad Grandpa. Bad Grandpa, Las Vegas. Roger, I know that. We talked about that many times before. The 2 meter thing is fun. I got some friends on 2 meters on the nets. It's all right. I do a little of that. But, you know, dumb shit. I passed both of those freaking things the same day. But I cheat, though, because I did do electrical engineering in college. I did an associate's degree, a 2-year degree, and I worked as a technician. I didn't do the calculus as well as my grandson. If I could have got through the 4 years of calculus, I could have been an EE. But instead, hello, this is Bad Grandpa. Bad Grandpa, Las Vegas. First space shuttle from China Lake. I got a China Lake certification back in Grumman, back in the 80s, Roger. Hello, this is Bad Grandpa. It's hard to hear. Everybody's talking at the same time. Good morning, Bad Grandpa. That's just what we need. So far, we've gotten thanks, 954. You're louder than the rest of us. I can hear you just fine. These guys, he's pulling on these cords, thinking that everything is going to be fine. It doesn't, Roger. Thanks, 954. Happy New Year to you. This is Bad Grandpa, Las Vegas. Am I getting through the static? This radio. This is Bad Grandpa, Las Vegas, waving hi to everybody. Happy New Year. Way off frequency. Okay, is that a little better? Somebody out there shouting. Okay, the Tower Man. The Quad God. Yeah, I just tried this wire with thin. What are you doing there? Wow, they're both fine. Right now, currently? Well, you didn't sound as good as you did earlier. Hello, 001 in Florida. This is Bad Grandpa, Las Vegas. I hear you. Some thought. CQDX, Radio 1990. I think I brought everything back. We turned the processor off. Maybe that would help turn the processor off. Is the Super Bowl coming in today? Here's the diesel wagon of ice. Yeah, maybe I'm having a problem having the processor on when I'm trying to use the other wireless mic. I'm back to my other mic. Wait, that's taken out by Houston, man. Sorry. Hey, Mighty 390, 001 diesel car, local says hello. Radio
your clamps. The 038 said hello from Salt Lake. 108 Central Florida, 251 Henry, California with a wave. CQDX World Radio, 1919 Mobile, California. Alrighty, that's the Scope 39. Out there, Florida, mercy sakes. It's raining cats and dogs out here, man, and we're looking forward to getting another rainstorm in a couple days again. So tomorrow it's going to let up, and Wednesday, Thursday, another rainstorm. So we're already getting up from what we had last year. So, hey, man, it could be a very decent spring coming up. CQDX World Radio, 1919, California. 777-220. Once you were out there in Florida, mercy sakes, I was watching some YouTubes last night about some of that Florida fishing, some big time sport fishermen, and oh my God, I couldn't believe some of that fishing right there, right inside the damn harbor. There are 200 or 300 pound cargoes, man. They're right off the docks, and they're fighting them with damn trolling gear, big old, 9-aughts and 6-aughts with, 200-pound leaders and stuff, and they were big old huge hooks and throwing on whole bonitas just to feed those suckers, man. They were throwing them back. They weren't catching them to keep them, but they showed the pictures and bringing them up to the docks and taking the hooks out and letting them go, getting a good picture, giving them a little rub down, and they just take off. Unbelievable. Right there inside the dam, the little waterway coming in where the boats are hanging out. Unbelievable. Henry, 2K251 waving hand out there to Florida. I tell you, it just filling up Las Vegas. We're the guy out there in the diesel truck out there in Southern Illinois. Don't have the world's best copy on you, but we did hear you in there. I wanted to acknowledge you out there in that diesel car. Yeah, Roger on the fishing. Yeah, well, we've been fishing all our lives, man. Mercy 60 years of fishing. And that diesel, since I was 5 years old, we used to fish up in Canada. Grand folks had a place up there and fish for salmon. The fishing pool was huge for me, but I was really into it. And I was catching fish. I'm fishing since I was 5 years old, and I really got into deep sea fishing for tuna and yellow wing and smelling of halibut, caliber bass. So I did it. Didn't get too much of the freshwater. Did a few big mouth and smallmouth bass and some trout, but that's about it. Otherwise, it's ocean fishing for old 251. Henry 2K251 standing by out here for the loudest and the proudest on the old Christmas radio. With a little bit of modulation behind it. The 241 standing by. 145 on the lighter note. You got a grip on 145, Central California, we're trying. World Radio 6666. World Radio 6666, Washington State. Well, there are some angry people this evening, this afternoon, and this morning. 145 Central California, 145 Central California, calling CQ. Happy. Roger, 108 out there in Florida. Do you have capabilities? Can you go to 380? Channel 39, over. Hey, she copied. Okay, there, 180 out there in Florida, mercy sakes. Yeah, all folks out here today, no doubt about it. Everybody's home, putting the hammer down, but having a good time trying to get over the sand pile out here. But if you got a copy out there in Florida from California, we'll kind of split up here, kind of a little bit here, and let some of these guys go ahead and do it to it. If you can cue us right on the 34, channel 34, maybe we can break up here a little bit. Over.
out down there in Baton Rouge. You're making entirely too much noise up here in Boise, Idaho. California, aren't you? Or hello there, radio. All right, buddy, 73, you have yourself a good day. Needle Bender 31, Idaho Mobile. CW there in the background, 145. 145, California. Seven North Florida 712, says Cal waving. I just ain't good now. That's over my deck station. What's your rate, mate? 3080 off the railroad track. Yeah, Clifford? Sounds like Clifford's got you in check. And I got rid of it, but damn it, I shouldn't have done that. Hey, Mike? Yes, dear. So is this working now? Roger, hope you had a good Christmas. I'm on the one. Well, years are going to step into. Hope it's a lot better than this last year. He's low, but I can hear him. Yeah, that frequency counter, you can put a scope probe on it. I have a B&K 880 megahertz. It's got freaking 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got 12 or 13. Troubleshooting, Roger. QSL, I'm 20 miles north of Malibu. It's a town called Thousand Oaks. And right on the Los Angeles Ventura County line. Scope and stuff into that as well. Yeah. Hey, John, get there to radio check and take care of him for a second. I gotta go take a squirt, you guys. I gotta get out of here. I'll be right back. Hey, you got Diet Coke poisoning. Yeah, so about that 222 down there at the side. They're trying personal here is right to the amplifier off Charlie Kilo. What do you turn back the game? Alright, training back the gate. God bless. A little more. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, 1, 2. We're on 000. Go ahead. Roger, Roger. 777. God bless. 73. Survival mine and fingers around the house. Yeah, I got a. It's good. Yeah, I can hear audio, but I hear like a hesitation. What's that all about? Oh, that's a Vox I got going on. I'm trying to adjust the Vox setting and hook up the wireless. I just kicked on the PTT, so it's not going to go right now. Okay, that's a little better. Yeah, you don't want to overdrive that game barefoot talking local. You know, when you're on a skip trying to yell at somebody in Hawaii or across the country, then you turn up game. I knock it back a little bit there, so, and I get like 6 or 8 inches away from the mic, and it really does good, Roger. Good deal. Yeah, this is a wireless mic setup. So you're making a good trip into. Yeah, see if it's compatible with the amplifier. Is that on that Bearcat? No, this is a whole different setup. Who had the Bearcat? Was it you or Tom? That was Tom. Yeah, Tom. Oh, this is something that's more of a studio grade. Yeah, shit. I still have new transistor. It blew that one too. So I don't know. I got one of those Bearcats in my truck, and it's okay. It's not too bad. I've got a linear for it that I need to put a capacitor with a switch. World radio. Central California time. Roger that. Yeah, I'm gonna try one more thing. I'll be back. Yeah, I never hear you. Wow, 954 South Florida. You're laying it down. 629 Malibu. That sounded outrageous for a local talk. Not much, man. You are 30 over out here on the coast. Well, I'll tell you, that 4-watt radio is doing a number out here. Must be the rain in California. 038 Salt Lake City, Utah. We're listening. QSL there, Jay. First leaders were at 62193 in northern Arizona. 3 enemy out of the way. 1,000 cloud, 1,000 cloud. Big Cloud Fighters trying to complex levels. It's noisy. I'll be quiet. 73 there. Have a good New Year's. God bless. Okay, you're over at 273. Sorry, hey, John. Rainy California day. No doubt. Do you hear me okay now? Yeah, it's a little scratchy. What did you do? I'm just trying to make some adjustments. I mean, it's a lot of treble and really scratchy. Am I basing it all with the 145? He's coming back to it. Yeah, let me adjust something. Yep, 145 still here, still waving. I wish I had studio quality. I get a lot of flowers for that DS520S at Kenwood. A lot of people tell me that tube audio is really outrageous. Yeah, I can't even look down, but you're pretty loud. All right, I just turned down the treble. 10.4 and a half. Put down some more. Okay, I gotta go back the other bit. You say you were out in the Mobile? Farm 000, so Lakeland, Arizona, we're trying. Happy New Year there, Frank Zero. Always good to hear you. Loud and clear. This is Bad Grandpa, Las Vegas. We're doing up here in Las Vegas.
Appreciate it. Free thinker, I appreciate it, man.
There, Kyle. How about that Needle Bender 502 176 West Coast? I don't think we're making it back to Mr. Kyle. Needle Bender 502 176 West Side. We're sitting by.
Yeah, I don't either. You sound like one of them guys up on the ham band that I talked to because I don't have a license. You know what I'm saying? And you didn't want to talk. Hey, you sound just like him.
Good afternoon around the Bluegrass. I think you said 696 176 West Side, SoCal.
Hey, Roger. Yeah, you don't need a license to talk.
All right there, Mr. Mike. You got Mike on this end also. World Radio 176, operator Mike, right around Anaheim, waving a hand. Have a great week and a Happy New Year coming up. 176 Mike, Orange County on the side.
It's blue before they smoke it. Like when it comes to licenses of privileges. So that right there makes it.
Yeah, what he said, Mike. 712 SoCal said it. World Radio 0833 Washington.
Stand by. 678 Central Washington. Yeah, here. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, we got the place deal with you, boy. You're and also in the strawberry patch out here in California, right? Somebody else was asking that question. Have a good day. We'll let you get back to your DXC. Whiskey Tango, okay, I'll give it a try. You're Washington. Roger, no doubt. Take care. Have a good afternoon. If I don't talk to you before New Year's, Happy New Year. World Radio 0833. Waving the hand there, sir. Roger. How about the, oh, yeah, go ahead. 178. I think you can still hear me. You doing okay? It wasn't as cold as what you had. I hear you out there, World Radio 1000, John. Definitely hear you out there. It's just a little bit of a train wreck right now. But World Radio 1000, good to hear you out there, John. And we have a great New Year there, Roger. So, otherwise, you're doing pretty good. The only thing is that we're questioning now is that you didn't hear the Super Dave Williams from 31 Southwest Utah. Hey, Roger, Wisconsin 555. Good to hear you out there. Numbers out there, John 1000, World Radio 510, Bill. Well, I think I had about 3 stations coming back to me. We'll do that 1414. Hey, World Radio 1000. Yeah, 114 Tennessee Mobile. There you go. I heard you were in the mix with the others, but anyways, sounding good from Tennessee. Hey, Roger. Well, I'll tell him that you said. Well, I appreciate that. You keep a whole bunch of them flowers for yourself, because that station you got there, you put some work into it, I can tell. Sounding good over here in SoCal. 712 said that. Well, I tell you what, I think it was 141 from Tennessee. It's just really kind of a mess out there, if you want to say. But anyways, I'm going to say, waving a hand at you. You have a great day and great New Year's. Whiskey Hotel 1039. I got a sneaker up there on my roof there, but it's only got the horizontal. Sorry, no horizontals on it. But hey, Las Vegas. Do a little bit more work to it, I think. I was asking what the fuel price is. Hello there, 696 out in the bluegrass. Waving a hand back. Happy New Year to you there. Take care. Radio 0833 standing by. Hello. Yeah, that's how it's set up now, but I just got to get it up in the air and start messing with it. But that's a good sound. Are you on a 7300 or what? He was going out there and coming back. For me, like 10 miles round. Right on that. 7300 also. Gold line. Running it through at EQ Plus over here. Yeah, I just got the old EQ Plus there, the one by W. Okay, out there in Wisconsin. We won't hold it up too long here on this business. I hear you out there, 030. Yeah, I got the 8-band EQ from him too. I just haven't hooked it in line yet. The EQ Plus? And if you go online and look, type in W2IHY, and he'll have a bunch of stuff there. He'll have an 8-band EQ, he'll have the EQ Plus, and a few other things. Radio 0833 up. Watching a movie up here on Netflix, that little Pharaoh watch on TV, and then watch him out here do a little bit of the action and but yeah, just look it up, man. You'll see. It's a little bit pricey, but I think it's kind of worth it.
Take care, bye. 73. You didn't hear me?
Right on. Yeah, plus it's nice because you can go from the back of the road there, John. How about that World Radio 1000? World Radio 176, Mike around Orange County. 0833. So you have to look at your other stations come off the front of your radio. Okay, doubled with Mr. John 1000. 176 West Coast. We're sitting by. Right on there. Hey, Roger 22. So it sounds like you're doing something nice. 73s and have a good New Year's coming up. So I bet it World Radio 1000 we got you there. 14 Windy City 176 Mike Orange County. Dallas, Texas. Happy New Year. World Radio. Check 14. All right, man. Have yourself a great New Year's coming up in the last week for sure. 14. 176 West Coast. SoCal. All that 73.
Even at that 14 out of Chicago, you're blowing smoke out here today, my friend.
No contact going on WR 1000 over there in Illinois. World Radio 3570. I'm standing by.
961 Moreno Valley, Southern Cal. Yep, I said you were blowing smoke out this way as usual, my friend. 14. Just wanted to get in there with man. Southern Cal 951.
No, you got it right to John. You got it right. Just throw a 0 on the end, my friend. Just a 0 on the end. 3570 World Radio Liberty 357. I just want to tell you that IC 7300 is doing a good job. John Wayne Airport,
Nobody bothered to side bender.
777. I hear you in there. So many people on today. It's hard to figure out who's who.
Mr. John, just keep them on that records pointed towards the arena.
Chicago. You're 20 over here too, man. You're blowing smoke.
Radio 176 Orange County.
Radio 29. Radio 98. Have a good day out there, John, and again, Happy New Year. World Radio 1000, World Radio 2966, San Diego, out.
Texas, up this station, 711 out here.
11, World Radio 1000. Operator John, pleasure on this end. Operator Pat, Top Alpha Tango. World Radio 1000. Have a good day, and again, Happy New Year. World Radio
398 California with the Queens 95. 712, we heard you, man. We're waving a hand.
Yeah, sir, you got a copy of that. 712, hello, there to Magnolia. Hello, there to Magnolia.
Happy New Year to you and your household, man.
Radio 2966. Have a good day out there.
398.
No, yeah, that's your number, but I did hear you in there. 2966 San Diego, Cal. Roger on the Wenatchee, Washington. Good area, Texas. 395, yeah, come on.
Right on the 000. That's a good sounding station you got there. Unit 1398, Unit 1398, California, standing by.
Hello, this is Bad Girl
Grandpa. Right on. Big Grandpa. I didn't want to really go computer too much. I was thinking about just getting a bunch of 21, 1398, we have a good copy. I'm hearing 951 Southern California stateside. 951 Southern California. 2120 St. Louis. 1398 California have a copy. Trudy, I hear you pretty good. I hear you pretty good here. I say this is Big Grandpa. Way around here, sound a bit of 50 Utah. What's up? You have a new year coming up. You're just trying to be out here and do a thing. Mr. 456 up there. I kind of want to see. This is 357 John Wayne Airport. Rack here and stuff. And I know that's kind of going to get a little pricey, but I guess I could find this stuff on sale, used or whatever, and go from there. And I don't know. I want to direct inject. You got to sing your radio in or get some stuff. 286 John in the Mobile somewhere in Southern California. What's the wave? Radio 0833 waving in. 142 049 Monterey Bay, California. Yeah, we'll try it again now. 456, I believe that's 456 up there. Up in Michigan. This is Radio 3570. WR 3570. That's all I wanted to do. Anyway, have a good day. Good New Year. 374. Out there in Magnolia, looking good in San Diego. 2966 San Diego to Happy New Year. 205 Magnolia. 2966 San Diego. This is John Wayne Airport 357. And 1398 California have a copy. Calling from Ontario. Yes, sir. That's me. 456. It's a bit of a loud noise there on our receive, so we'll try it again another time. It probably sounds near in that. Have a great day about it. 456. San Diego out. Hey, 456, what's the weather like today up in Upper Michigan? 442, you have a great New Year. We'll get out of your way. Hey, 456, what's your weather like today? You're doing the same up here. Sounding good. You have a happy New Year and best wishes to the family in 73s. No, Virginia, 456 2966 San Diego. 147 Southern Cal waving. I heard that 777 out there, that needle bender 777 in his rusty truck. You're making a trip into Utah, my friend. Just wave your hand as I cruise on through your neighborhood. 2966 San Diego Cal, just back here. Looking at this train wreck too, it's just crazy. World Radio 296. Hey, 125, 125. I heard you in there. 125, 44, Portland, Oregon. How about that rusty truck out there in Florida? You got a copy on your diesel wagon out here in Utah? I think I heard the rusty truck out there. Hello out there in the rusty truck. World Radio 296. San Diego with the wave. You out there too. Thank you. I got my ears bitten in here. How about that needle bender 777 in his rusty truck? I definitely enjoyed the old radio 9250 Utah in the diesel. Tampa Bay needle bender 777. This is 357. Southern California. Operator Thomas, we're in Moreno Valley, Southern California, Riverside County, and we're standing by. 951 Southern California, 951 Wisconsin. I think that we California. This is 357 John Wayne Airport. This is 270 Southern California. All right, 456 right there, man. Yeah, there's a whole lot of big stations out there. Nature's doing a good thing on us out there. Enjoy the day out there, 456. Thanks for the thanks for the morning wave. We'll be back on the side, 951 Thomas, Southern Cal. Tijuana border standing by. Hey, 1240, I was just wondering what your weather was like today in Wisconsin. I'm over here by the Tijuana Mexican border. 1240, World Radio 2966, San Diego, Cal. World Radio 2966, San Diego, out. God bless, 73. Not a problem. We're here in Central Valley today. Thanks for the weather report out there. 1240, looking good. 8 miles north of the Tijuana Mexican border. I overlooked the bay right out to the ocean, my friend. Have a good day out there. You're off a little bit on the frequency, man. The rain again. We had some rain yesterday. A couple days back again. And yeah, it's kind of nice yesterday here. It looks like it's wanting to rain again today. So maybe later on we'll get some more rain. Anyhow, 1240, have a good day out there. For me and my neighbors, Happy New Year. World Radio, dude. Yes, sir, you are. Oh, he's way too high. But what do we know, right? North Georgia, you made it to southeastern Washington. Have a good day out there. 1240, President here on this end. World Radio 2966, operator this side is Pat. Pop out for Tango. Pleasure again. Have a good day out there. 73 is my friend. Happy New Year. 2966, San Diego, Tijuana border.
3357 John Wayne Airport. 3357 John Wayne Airport, standing by. And I'm out here in southeastern Washington, Roger. Good. I think that's 1240. When I got back to you over there in Wisconsin, out to a little bit of Illinois, a little bit about Florida, and a lot of you out there, Bill. Yes, 73. Yeah.
Started listening to Joe Lee. They must have let the kids in.
1240, thank you for those. 3357, dump up.
951, Southern California, 951, Moreno Valley, Southern California, standing by. Man, I heard about 4 or 5, maybe 6 people coming back to me out there. 951 Southern Cal, just gonna wave on back to all of them. About 4 or 5 of them out there. 951 Moreno Valley, Southern California. Wave.
Down there in Jackson.
All right, 1240 Wisconsin. You're making a mighty fine trip yourself, man. Enjoy the DX. We'll catch you on down the Calax there. Operator Thomas, Moreno Valley, Southern Cal.
How about that station in Texas?
We're good. Likewise, my friend. Likewise, my friend. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the year.
Wonderland right now.
951 Moreno Valley, Southern Cal. We're standing by.
Yeah, local CQDX 789 Northern Idaho, standing by.
I'm standing by for you, sir. I'm standing by right here just for you.
Now, who is that out there in the Buckeye? Is that 61 or the number 61 out there in the Buckeye? Go ahead.
You take care. Enjoy the gas out there. Happy holidays.
Roger,
2 years from me and mine to you and yours as well. I appreciate those well wishes. I really do, man. Enjoy the 335 Arizona. And to the rest of what's going on, lots of DX, lots of stations out there. 951 Operator Thomas, near the March Air Force Base, Moreno Valley, Southern California, Riverside County. We're standing by. Hello. We'll give a wave over there and tell them you said you noisy. It smells like jet fuel. The Air Force Base. This is 357. We do it here in Arkansas. Calling out there. Out here, we'll get your numbers. This is 357. If you can hear me, there's the wave. Well, I got them in the pit. I got them all in there, and they're looking good. Oh. Got my lights strapped up as high as they can go. Hell yeah. My parents' flight is only so far an hour late. That's it. It's an hour late? A lot of people don't realize. Yeah. The antenna is the number one part. Contact on that Arkansas station. This is 357 down here. John Wayne Airport standing by. Yeah. It's not bad. By the end of the day, it'll only be an hour behind. Yes, sir. Michigan. I might make up some time one way or the other. Get some skip out there. 15 meters, so 20 meters. We gotta move out of the way. We don't want to. Yeah, 159. I've talked to you before there. 159 out there. How about that 711? 711, Kenny. Got your gears on? 645, Southern Cal, set it. I thought I heard jealousy rearing its ugly head out there, but everybody covered it up. All right, there, man. Same to you, man. Happy New Year. Okay, after 159, Roger that, 711. Man, still busy. I just went to that. Come on, say. Happy DX, my friend. 645, Southern Cal, set. I believe I've already won. Yes, sir, Mr. Arkansas. Mr. Arkansas, we sure do. This is Roger that, 711. You have a nice one, my friend. Take it easy out there, my friend. Woo, that's rough. 645, Southern Cal. Standing by. Extra keeps pulling a rig on us, but we do hear you. We can't quite get your numbers on. Okay, again, out there in Arkansas, this is 357. Super Dave. Super Dave. Okay, I think you said 066 Arkansas. But the conditions just keep bumping in and out on us, sir. But 73s have a great negative weather. I think I hear some serious jealousy on that. Oh, boy, yeah. I think it's 068. Okay, we got that last one. Hope I got your numbers right there. Super Dave. 68 out there, 73. This is QDX292. Speak on there. Kilo Echo. 1240 Wisconsin, loud and clear. Sound like you're right next door. Yeah, I can't. That's my problem. I'm not going to hire a couple of duck out here. Speak. I just remember the name there, so you're down in Austin. You're sounding good. Got a great sounding radio. I got a biscuit right here. Speak, boy, speak. 9 Here's a biscuit. Speak. Have a good day. I like Mexican food only if it's made by Chinese.
Bender 31.
Yeah, the Chinese food has to be made by Mexicans. That's a fact. The best Mexican food in town's made by Chinese, and the best Chinese food's made by Mexicans. That's a fucking fact.
Hey, 114 Louisiana, man, you're blowing smoke up here in Idaho.
Give in, they call themselves Chino Bandito. They just do a Chinese fusion with Mexican. You go there to get your
Hey, copy that, buddy. 73
beans together.
California. Everybody out there getting
We hear you on the West Coast, Southern Cal 357. I am Super Dave. You are not. That's a fact.
Yeah, about 114 Needle Bender 31, Idaho is the loudest, correct? Hello, Needle Bender 777 Tampa Bay 73 is in that rusty truck sounding good.
357, John Airport, after you. I have no idea what it is about me calling myself Super Dave that gets so many of them worked up. Yes, for sure. 357, John Airport. 114, Louisiana. 114, Louisiana. 292, Washington State call. His wife. It was hilarious. I keep it up here on the shelf to show radio people that come over, and we all look at it and laugh.
Whiskey Tango 621 Central Region Idaho Mobile Waving standing by.
Say, my friend, I got about 7 to 9 pounds of noise on my end, but I hear you trying to get back to me now. We'll have to wait for better.
114 Whiskey Tango 621 Central Region. How about 251? 251. 292 Washington 645 Southern California time.
Down here's John Airport. 1240 Wisconsin. 1240 Wisconsin. 292 Washington State call.
Roger that, 251. Good afternoon to you, too. I just heard you, so I'll come back again. Anyway, you have a nice one, my friend. You'll make it a trip. Up in the Mojave Desert, 645 Southern Cal, set it. New Year, 159, Stockton, California.
Magnolia?
Roger that, 251. You do the same, my friend. Have a nice one. Happy New Year. It's coming up. And I will see you again. 645 Southern Cal.
251 and a Buckeye 357. 49 Monterey Bay, California. get your call. Too many people in there. You were on no contact on 409 I sent you up to my river out there. 357 John Wayne Airport.
USL 1240, you're making a good show.
48, Arizona, where was your head?
You and yours are doing good. Have a great new year. Walter, 049, we said it.
Okay, over there in Cincinnati, Ohio. Yeah, I got the freight one there. 251 over there, Cincinnati. 484 Southern Cal. Years, cheers. And a good manic money to you, my friend. Thanks for the show. I'm glad we made the hookup. 357 John Wayne Airport. After you, brother.
How about that 05 Magnolia? You got a copy on 1954 Las Vegas, Nevada?
How about a 271, 271, 484 SoCal? 1398 Las Vegas, California, started by.
409. I got a copy on you out here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Go ahead.
Over 9 into SoCal. Today, 184. Happy New Year.
Doing pretty good today, that's for sure, man. A little windy outside, but the sun's out, so all good, man.
484, 30 miles east of LA.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, 409, man, it's a big old place now, man. This thing goes from valley to valley out here, man, in Las Vegas, man. You wouldn't recognize it if you saw it, probably, brother.
878 Operator Kevin in Kelowna, British Columbia. Steve, over.
Roger that. That's for sure, brother. Yeah, like I said, man, it's too bad it isn't like back in the 80s and the 90s, man. It was a nice little town over here, man. Anyways, brother, I'm going to get back off the side. Let this frequency flow, bro. You take care out there, 409. Happy New Year's to you in 73, 1954, Las Vegas, Nevada.
North Carolina. Northern Idaho, Wales.
Radio 230.
Hey, 305 Magnolia. You got a copy on Las Vegas, 1954. All right, 305-73Z, man, and Happy New Year's to you. 1954, Las Vegas. Back on side listening. I pulled out of South Carolina out there, brother, man, but it's so crowded out there. I couldn't pick your numbers out, but anyways, man, I did hear South Carolina Station. I'm going to wish you 73s and Happy New Year's to you there, bro. 1954, Las Vegas.
Radio 2950 San Diego,
South Carolina. I did get a copy on that there. Hey, Happy New Year's to you in 73 from 1954, Las Vegas.
Win. Yeah, pretty crazy here in California. Southern California, 951. 878.
late now. You in there? 5 Chicago 9517 Cal. Moreno Valley Southern Cal. 878 British Columbia. Gotcha.
It's not messed up. We hear you out here in Arizona. It just has a real hollow sound to your audio.
Okay. 9517 California. Hey, Brian.
You're 5'9" into SoCal, 408.
How about it there, Monday? SoCal with the wave. Good afternoon. Happy New Year.
I just got a reply from Penta 2 about 572B. They say they can be mounted horizontally as long as pins 1 and 4 vertical are on the top side, which is a filament pin. So see where what pins are in the amplifier. You might have to rotate the tube socket one way or the other for both of them. But
Oh, that's good news.
yeah.
How much are those ones for a set of 4?
Out here in Sedona, Arizona.
Give me
Thinking 300 bucks.
They are $339.95.
Wow. Here's that Reno, Nevada, man. I got you in there, no
The
doubt.
maskless, I think, are a couple of bucks cheaper. Hold on.
All right, there, Steve.
I appreciate it. 150. Appreciate it. Take care. Waving from Sedona.
Yeah, a set of 4 from maskless are $299.95. It's better than having to buy 2 572Bs or 2 3TX 800A7s. The MKS is on eBay, which come from Penta Laboratories anyways. They come from China, they go to Penta, they get tested. They're $800 a tube for the Chinese ones.
Somebody's radio is really Roger.
It sounds worse.
Yeah, CQ292 Washington now it's vibrating. It's making noise.
Your radio sounds like it's starving for you're breaking up really bad.
292 Washington State call. Yeah, your radio is so good. I mean, the first microphone just sounded hollow. It sounded like you were in an empty room with hollow sound. This one's got some sort of problem.
Yeah, I wouldn't see up with that.
Secure 292 Washington State call.
World Radio 396. I know, they keep keying up like that, and I've told them a few times already, but they don't want to listen. You keep keying up, that's right. Listen to yourself. Out there, 190, keep it.
Right on the straight up. CQDX 292 Washington State call. 835 Virginia, good afternoon, sir. 8255 Arizona, Mobile. I tell you, it sounds like a problem. Either way. 8 Virginia, 8292 Washington State, right in the center of Washington State. Operator Buck, Bravo.
I believe it did. I went away for a second. Talk to it some more.
Stand by.
100% copy that, my friend. 192.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to hear out here. Yeah, it helped. It's better than it was, but it still isn't great. It's got, I don't know, at least it's not making the distorted
There, 232. Hello, good afternoon. Out there, 232.
You make a trip down here to see what was going on. It's getting RF into the EQ. I think you're getting RF into it. That's where the distortion and the vibrating sound and all of it's coming from.
Radio 219. California. Just say a quick hello. Making a fine trip. Good afternoon.
And now it's cutting out on you. It's got and it's all chopped up. It's got some issues.
Hey, what part of Texas you in there, 23? And then we go here on the beach the other day, and now we got roger that. I got a girlfriend that lives in Lockhart. Got a good girlfriend that lives in Lockhart, Texas, my friend. Have a good day out there. It's Romeo, 2966, operator on this side. Have a good day and definitely enjoy your brand new year. World Radio 2966, 323 or 232. Have a good day out there again, 2966 out.
The last thing you do when you're having audio problems is set the radio box.
Washington State call. 230, right on Nevada, standing by.
Shit, you don't set up box till you got all that right. That's leave the box turned off till you get the audio figured out.
Good signal. Good contact, 73, sir. 1060.
Okay, I'm sorry I can't help you. Super Dave in Arizona has given up. You won't see that happen very often, but I have. I just did.
The 1060, Southern Cal. Hold it down here. You want to go ahead and try channel 37?
I tried, but I don't know how to help you, so I'm going to stand by.
That's 40 to that radio. Somebody heard
Yeah, my radio's pretty strong. No, sir, I could not. I think I had to throw in the towel. I know when I'm licked.
I got a tiny radio.
Okay.
462, Forciado, standing by. You're pretty good.
Yeah, they made up some time. It shows them only landing 35 minutes late.
Standing by.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. They usually can go in that direction.
Speed up, pick up some time on the return trip, you know?
Say 115.
Probably feels better too. It's gonna drop that a little bit, but I tuned to you.
Do you have it upside down?
532. Hey Roger, we talked more than once there, 532. No doubt about it.
Radio that I can't understand. Transmitting properly. Do that live. Yes, I did search. You can transfer
Yeah, something's happening. Is that you there, Kevin? Why, yes, it is. Do I sound okay to you? Now you do.
Hey, awaken everybody out there. The 1122 Wingnut Radio out here stretching that modulation. It's going. Another day, another day.
Roger, well, you have a happy new year if I don't hear you around then.
Roger that there, Chris. You have a good one out there too, man. I'm you listening to it all. Welcome to the live stream. Savvy, what's happening? How you doing?
Out there, 2425, Ray. I'm going to urban relaxing. You're doing a fine job out here on the West Coast. West Coast.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Radio California calling CCO. Standby. He's like way off to me.
Hey, the 1122 Wingnut out here stretching that modulation out into the atmosphere.
Maybe my radio is out there, man. No doubt about it, but we got you in there. Yeah, I got a copy.
Hey, welcome everybody to the live stream, the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here on the side.
Freedom Radio, back your way, my friend. Happy New Year to you. God bless you and yours. Stay safe. Arizona weekend. You heard what I said.
Oh, someone's out there talking to somebody else like that's his son or something. You heard what I said.
Damn it, boy.
Don't make me tell you twice.
Don't make me turn this damn car around.
Yeah, boy. That's what he told him.
Don't make me turn this car around, by God.
Zero tolerance.
Free thinker, I'm coming in strong. Yeah, am I coming in strong? Is that what you're saying?
They're just having trouble tuning to you because you sound like you got a big loogie in your throat.
Free thinker, you ain't on the radio, are you?
Stand by, you loogie modulator.
That's how you go about doing it? Is that what your intentions are? Darn it. What happened now? All the years his wife's been working with him, he gets out to the garage on his own and goes right back to his old ways. Oh, damn it.
Over here in West Arizona, 928 says it.
He said you might be right, I got rid of her. There's a guy with a sense of humor.
Yes. Calling your station. 304.
Oh, for God's sakes, I love my radio. Radio 638.
I love my CB radio.
Begun trying to cover people up.
Right on. No worries there, free thinker. No worries. No worries, no worries. Hey, attention all you shoppers out there, the 1122 Wingnut Radio. Wow, you're on the side.
Take a standby.
No.
Just stand by on the side of the road.
No. I'm not gonna do it.
Here in the West Coast, we hear you out here, Sacramento, California. Waving hand at you from World Radio 2637.
You sound good here in San Diego, Cal, just to let you know. I think you said it was 14.9. 960 San Diego, Cal, Tijuana border.
Yeah, waving a hand at you out there in Alabama. I appreciate coming back to me there. Hope you're having a good day out there.
San Diego, Cal. Happy New Year.
Yabba dabba dooby doo, the Wingnut Radio.
Take a seat on the side of the road, man.
What are you doing?
Looking like this. What do you think I'm doing?
Looking like that? Smelling like that? Yeah, I can smell it from here. That's right. It's Wingnut Radio time, everybody. It's Wingnut Radio Show. It's the Wingnut Radio Show.
Go down one, third.
Yeah, welcome everybody to Wingnut Radio Show. Wingnut Radio. How you on the side?
Yeah, I took him to Rice Hill so that they could both go to work. Radio, we're 3-0. Right on the moon, standing by. Okay, 3-3-4. We hear you out here in Sacramento, my friend. We're hearing you out here in Sacramento, 334. Want to wave a hand at you out there in Alabama. 112 World Radio 2637 Sacramento. Weston, no, the guy that I know that owns that property up there, his name is Don. North Carolina. Right there, 334. No doubt about it. We're here at 334 here from you.
Are you ready to experience life at another level?
Conditions 173.
What you got to offer?
37 Sacramento.
Austin, Texas, as I breathe. Old Billy Goat's waving 142. God, that guy's got an annoying voice. 42. Old Billy Goat, 338, Austin, Texas.
Needlebender 286 Hillsville, somewhere in the Mojave Desert, saying I had 43.
All right, then we had to shout out there. The band done slid off their 142, I think that was Austin, Texas. Anyways, Old Billy Goat, Mojave Desert, California. Wave.
That does sound a whole lot better there, 334.
Nicky Evans, Nicky Evans, 514, Panama City, Florida.
2022, man, that feels like it's right around the corner.
Precious just came in and told me it's time to get her a cookie. It's time for her 2 o'clock cookie. I'll be right
there. Definitely go down there. Right there. Saying Elder from Phelan.
How about it, 77 Alabama? 77 Alabama. Heard you calling for me out there. We're right here. Kittles up 37 coming back to you.
All right, 71, back to listening mode. Copy that. It's a train wreck. Hello, 71.
67.
Yeah, 147 sunspots and a whole bunch of flares. Yeah.
Morning, Jen.
All right, enjoy the skip. It's going to be a lot of the next few days. Hey, it's hard to talk local with this skip going on here. Okay, yeah.
Only one hooker.
All right, we're back to listening. Oh yeah, I've heard it so bad. You and Noel are gonna have a hard time talking to each other. It can get like that at times. All right, yeah, just listening in, tinkering around, listening on 40 meters and a few other spots there. The norm. All right, hey, you guys take care. Have fun out here. 71, back to listening mode. I talked to the Philippines 3 days ago. Of course, it was a guy over there in the Philippines with SDR talking remote out of a station in Florida. That's a long way around. Yeah, a lot of guys are doing the remote and the internet. No, man, you don't know where it's coming from or who's doing what anymore.
What's going on?
I heard somebody say making a fine trip and then somebody else clobbered you there. Oh well, yeah, it's busy out here.
Hey, you're coming in pretty good. Give me about a 5-by-5 signal.
Okay, yeah, I heard Kentucky. I heard him say he was in Kentucky. All right, there's a whole bunch of them in there. I'm going to get out of the way. 71, sit back and listen. 361 Central California.
Somebody
63 South Carolina and Kentucky. You got 361 Central California.
Hey, the 1122 Wingnut Radio on the side of the road.
California, no doubt. Okay, 112 It's not here. That's what it's doing. And even like right now, when I hear you, I can hear you real good and clear, but it's like channel 38 behind you, but it's not overwhelming you. You're coming right through it all.
Yabba dabba dooby doo, the 1122 Wingnut Radio.
Okay, 112 there around Louisiana.
Explain it to me. What is a wingnut radio? I
I'm not telling you. It's a secret.
I would like to know, so if I want, I could join it. Oh, wow.
It's a club and you ain't in it. Forget about it.
Alabama station, right when you were coming in there with your call sign, you got drowning. You know, a lot of folks out here today, it's going to be the loudest in the town out here today. Just kind of nature for you, you know what I'm saying? But 0251 got the big old whistle you guys coming on in. We're just if you can make the trip out here to the west coast of California. 730. How about that doctor in Dixie? How about that doctor in Dixie?
A white police officer in southern Alabama is facing murder.
I thought I knew that voice out that doctor in Dixie out there. Oh, Billy, you're just dead away. Just to see.
Reno, Nevada, try it.
You should get over to the slot when you go to 380. Give it a shot.
Criminal charges for an Arkansas police officer sworn.
Roger on the heavenly place, man. As long as you can keep it. Benjamin Franklin or one of them guys said that. Anyways, yeah, I haven't heard your call out there, so you may have a number call, but I do those other kind of calls, and miss hearing your voice out there. So Billy Goat just, audio for sore ears, had to just check up on you. You got your sideband radio. I'm going to 30s.
I'll go to the other radio. I got a little bit of different help there. And then I'll listen for you 414. I'll be on the side 73s and I'll listen for you again. Here in La Mirada, California. Do you have a 1910?
1122 Wingnut, listening to it all.
Yeah, Big 10-4. That's because I have a 2-element V-Quad pointing right at you right now. Come on. Oh, Big 10-4. Well, I appreciate that. How was your Christmas? Oh, that's good. Get some time off. You enjoying your radio, it sounds like. Yeah, I thought I heard a 719 or coming back to 2. Roger, right in there, 420. You have a good day as well, 73 138. Good down here, Lake Erie, no doubt about it, over here in Reno, Nevada. Here at Tennessee Station, come on back and play. 159,
station up there. Okay, my friend. Hey, good evening. Right back to you there. Good to be back to you. Catch you another Mother Nature's doing it to it.
Alright, my friends, happy Great Day. Enjoy the DX and Happy New Year. 3-0. Roger that. 159, California. Listening. CQ. 159, California. Listening. Lancaster, anyway. We got you now, 409-159. Doggone it, babe. 409, how about 136? 136, Holly May. Hello, Florida. Alright, 230, Reno, Nevada. We're going to be off the band. Yeah, against the Indians. Something 95 feet out there. Sounding good over there. Cal there, Jesse 7 2 said it. I got you up right there. Okay, there, 409. Susan Robin Coffee, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Hey, number 0360 to 1060 Southern California. 160. Just want to let you know you're making it in. Yeah. Traffic, but you're just give me out the element 712 Southern Cal, which is my deck station. We're back quiet. Southeast Texas 1-0 for the Jet 3 Southern Cal. We hear you out there, man. 060, we got you there, 334 Alabama, sounding good.
Hey, 1122 Wingnut out here on the side listening for all that DX.
Okay, there you gotta see we do hear you. So we do hear you. Sounding good here in Southern California. The 1060 to 1060 Southern Cal. We can hear you 3710 to 712 Southern Cal, said it. Rodco, bye. 1060 to 1060 Southern Cal. Hey there, Bob. Hey, Bob, we hear him 1060, waving a hand.
1122 Wingnut on the side.
One real scratchy station. 159, California. Listening. Hello, 386. Yeah, you got the power, but the mic is overdriven or something. You're a little scratchy, a little hard to read, but you're making the trip easy out here. Okay, there, 944. Always good to hear your voice out there. Anyway, anyhow, 73's your way. Take care. The 1060 to 1060 Southern California.
Monterey Bay, California. I heard that 146 in the mobile out there, 951 Southern Cal.
That's all she could take, Captain.
Mario, pues ándale pues, córrele porque te van a regañar para que se te quite. Híjole pues, órale pues, estamos ahí buscando una lambrita y si va para luchar. Así está la cosa, Alejandro, pues ándale Alejandro, échale ganas ahí.
Yeah, man, you guys are surfing that shit. And, you know, I actually could understand that if it's like a crazy tide coming in with big swells and big waves. But you got, last 2-3 days, there's just like 1 to 2 foot waves. And people getting long waves have a nice ride, but it's like, the water's completely brown.
1060 to 1060, Southern California.
I'm in La Mirada, California. This is 638, World Radio 638. Operator Steve out here in La Mirada, California.
QSK 414.
1122 wingnut on the side.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know I put my other radio on. You're still coming in through that noise that guy's making. I was listening to you. Georgia earlier. I just put the other radio on, Roger. Gary, you still out there?
Yeah, you're coming into I'm talking to Joe Master in California now, and where are you located in California too?
Yeah, I faded out a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it's Georgia, I think, with your Q, so I'm in northern Cal. I don't know where they're at, but about 130 miles east of Sacramento.
Yeah, 130 miles east of Sacramento. All right, well, you have a great day. You sound good in Georgia. And yeah, I don't know why they got one planet noise, but anyway, you have a great day. I'll go back to the other fellas again.
Okay, yeah, I'm out west of Sacramento, sorry, but I was thinking Sacramento's east, so yeah, thanks 414, take care, I'll be on the side, 733, you guys here in La Mirada, California, Operator Steve, hoping everybody has a good Christmas and a Happy New Year, and enjoy this DX while it is rolling. Anyway, we'll be on the side of QSL. Take care out there, anyway, that's okay. Sounds like Jerry's got to take a phone call anyway. We're just talking because we have similar beats. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the GX out there. You're not interrupting. It's cool that you ask. That's how you learn. World Radio 638, La Mirada, California, and we'll be on the side.
Hey, DL 1122 wingnut out here stretching.
I ran the stock bike for a long time. It sure is convenient. Just hang it up and forget about it. Yeah, exactly. And that's where I'm at today. I bought an FM-30 mic for it. It's supposed to be good for talking sideband, and I had it here, but it kept falling off my little edge here. And I thought, well, I just hang up this mic and forget about it, just like what you're saying. Yeah, it's nice. I mean,
The 1122 wingnut out here listening.
John, 184 Corpus Christi, 176 Mike, Orange County call. Roger there. I think it's John down there, your Matt's brother, 142 there. Yeah, I talk to him all the time, but all right, Matt, finally got to make a contact with you. Hope you're doing well, and I don't know if Al's out here listening, but I'm sure he'll try to jump in there, but sounded good. 184, 176 Mike around Orange County. All the best to you. 7-3s. Happy New Year.
1122 wingnut on the side.
Okay, North Carolina, 551. I got a copy 5657 Venezuela. Very high audio, very beautiful audio in my receiver. Okay, sir. John, thank you very much for calling. Hopefully, you have some good weather down there. A little bit cool up here for us, SoCal people. So, a little bit of rain. 551. Number 2. South America, Venezuela. Bye-bye. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Mikey.
Mr. Wingnut, ADDO, Mr. Mikey, good evening.
Hey, good evening out there, Philip. Hey, good evening out there, Philip. 1122 Wingnut out here stretching to you.
Thank you there, Mr. Mikey. Mark sent me a video from Florida with my beam beaming 45 degrees into Europe. So right now I'm pointing into Europe. And I was plugging me guys there with the plus 20. I know if I'm pointing into Europe, I can get to you there. In Panama City there, Mr. Mikey. So I'm preparing the video to upload it there on my YouTube channel. So I'm a wonderful evening. Good evening, disappear. I'm a wonderful evening. And enjoy the festival. Hey, Mr. Double One, Double Two, Mr. Wingnut, ADDO. Your friend on this list. The man with the bonus of nose and the looking back in the bushes here on the Hollywood Island.
Hey, Roger that. You were witch doctor. Hey, good evening out there, man. Hey, good to hear you out there on the frequency, and welcome to the live stream. Wingnut Radio out here on the side. Hey, Henry, I got you. Come on down.
What do you think, man? You got the striker. You got the striker SR 955 HP, and I got the Anytone AT Quad 6. And I started this out of all the five, the Roger beefs that this thing has. This is actually my favorite one out of all of them. The other ones suck.
Yeah, Roger.
So how do you like this radio? It's my little Christmas radio, my little Anytone AT Quad 6 with a stock mic. Great.
Hey, sounding good on my end, man. I'm wanting to get one of those also to put in my truck.
I tell you what, a hell of a nice rig, man. It's just some minor adjustments. I did some modifications to mine. You don't want to run the power all the way up because they get pretty damn hot. So, I put the dial watt all the way up there, Mike, and went inside and turned it down where I like it, 1218 to 20. 1218 to 20. And then on AM, is a dead key 2 watt swinging forward. Modulation came up, brought up the modulation, readjusted the speech processor inside of it, and then put dual and then modified the power cord so I can use a regular power cord like my 3 my RCO 2950, the 955 HP, those kind of power cords. This particular radio, if you're just going to put it in the car and leave it in there, unless you want to put an Anderson Quick Connect, there's it's hardwired in, big old long stupid wire, dangly. You got a dangly ground and a dangly hot, so you got to route it in. And unless you modify with a Quick Connect and you want to take it out of your car, it's kind of a bitch, over.
Yeah, I understand. I'm well aware of it, man. I'm just trying to get the money up so I can get me another one, Roger.
Yeah, so I did really bitch your radio, so you don't have to put a power mic on it or anything. You just go into the little program in there, just like the 955, and just put it all the way up to 36, man. Damn things I think come with 30%, and I put it all the way up.
Yeah, Roger that. How's it been going on over there, man? How was your holiday so far?
Really good, man. Really good. I was watching some YouTube from Florida, the fishing around the Florida Keys and what have you, and some of the people that have these waterways that come in and people park their boats and then they get off the docks and go and get back to their house or whatever the hell it might be anyway. I was watching these around the Florida Keys somewhere, and these guys were fishing these big old groupers, right there, right off the docks, 200 or 300 pound groupers, man. It was big trolling rigs, right off the dock there. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, Roger. Well, that's some good fishing around there. I know that.
Now, do you do any of that fishing?
Not saltwater anymore. I'm a freshwater fisherman if I do any fishing at all anymore.
Roger, how close are you? When do you fish? Do you fish like rivers and creeks or lakes or both? And how close are you to a fishing hole?
Oh, I'm pretty close to a lot of freshwater rivers around here, and then there are a lot of spring-fed type rivers, and then I'm like like less than an hour away from the beach, Roger.
Oh, Roger that. So you do they get steelhead? Is there any lakes that have any bass? Bass fishing, or what do you get? Trout? What do you fish for?
Mostly bass, like big mouth bass and brim and stuff like that. But I really don't do that much anymore. But if I do, it's going to be on the freshwater.
What kind of fish do you like to fish for?
Well, as I'm saying, like big mouth bass, brim, stump knockers, stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, I think we might be losing conditions. Well, anyways, I'm doing good, man. I've got a really good schedule. If you got a copy of these Remington AT Quad 6s, just a little bit of some adjustments. A couple adjustments, they work pretty good. I was trying to wide open. I mean, they have 4 MOSFETs like the Striker, but it's a lot smaller chassis, a lot smaller body and everything, so the chassis dissipates a lot of the heat. The radio, it gets really damn hot. A lot of people complain. That's the problem. I turned down the power, turned up the audio, and modified it with some fans. And then, of course, I modified my power cord. So, and adjusted my speech processor, which they call the Echo. The speech processor, when you turn it on, is the Echo. You have to go inside of it to adjust it. And one way it's too much reverb, the other way it's too much delay. So I put it right in the midpoint before it drops off to either side. Anyway, all the work to you. Thanks for coming down, saying hello. All the best for 2022 there, Mike. The double 1, double 2 out there. You take it easy on that way, Mike. And happy DXing, man. Good luck.
Hey, Roger that here, Henry. Hey, Henry, you ought to start up a YouTube channel so you can sit there and make videos on how you modify them radios, Roger.
Yeah, Roger, I wish I knew how to put it on YouTube because, there's a lot of dingleberries out there that are, hacking up these radios. And I'm not happy. I'm not taking out no capacitors. I ain't putting the max mod in any of that bullshit. I just fan it up. I turn down the power, that helps me cool it down, and then I fan it. Just a couple things in there, and I put it fix up the power cord so I can put a regular power cord into it, and that's it, man. That's what you need to do. Stop microphone, a good antenna, and if you look at the R, you can run an external amplifier, 100 or 200, and you can talk to anyone you want to hear. Everything you hear, you can talk to.
Right on. Well, hey, Henry, you have a good one out there, man. I know conditions are moving around. Hey, I just tip my hat and say good evening to you, man, and all the best, and have a good holiday out there, Roger.
Later, double 1, double 2, where she takes a line out there. Easy out there, and I think you're in Panama City, Florida.
Yeah, QSL there, Henry.
Alrighty, Panama City, Florida. I think you said you were an hour away. I have to look at that in the map, an hour away from the I'll bet you later, Mike. Everything's going to be
Double 1, double 2 wing nut on the side.
California wave.
Well, everybody, it's almost 10 hours on this live stream. I really appreciate everybody stopping in and listening and all that other good jazz. Hey, this is the 1122, the Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television. And everybody, hopefully everybody's having a good holiday out there and all that jazz. See 1122, back out.